Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had leveling system? Harry Potter X Dungeons Dragons. It will have 3 or 4 parts. Please subscribe, join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Milo hit the ground hard. There was a brief moment of silence before he heard the sound of chairs being slid back on a stone floor and people rising to their feet. He wasn't alone. Milo quickly glanced around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. He was in some sort of dining room, lying face up on a hardwood table. The room was richly appointed, and Milo was keenly aware of their solid brass candlesticks, as one was currently poking him most uncomfortably in the lower back. Most notable, however, were the half-dozen figures sitting around him. They were evil-like, really obviously evil. Black robes, masks, hells, there was even a chandelier. It didn't take Milo long to realize he should be putting his improved initiative to good use. As the cultist these guys had to be in some sort of cult, who was sitting at the head of the table reached up the sleeve of his robe for a wand. Milo unleashed sparkly arcane fury. Avada Kedavra. The cultist was cut off. Glitter dust. A cloud of blindingly bright, glowing golden particles exploded out of Milo's outspread hands, covering the cultists and their furniture. The cultists clutched at their masks, temporarily blinded by the spell. Milo paused, briefly stunned. He'd gotten all of them? Surely, as primary casters, they'd have a higher will save than that. Oh well, think later, escape first. Taking advantage of their condition, Milo rolled off the table and made a dash for the window. Standard action to stand up, move action to hustle and jump. He figured he'd make it just in time. There was a surprisingly painful crash, note to self. Never jump through glass again, and Milo found himself in freefall. The window, it seemed, was roughly 7 stories above ground. Feather fall, Milo muttered, slowing his descent. As his feet gently touched the ground, he took stock of his surroundings. He was standing in the grounds of a rural manor, in the middle of some carefully kept gardens. The only thing between him and freedom was a clear shot over flat ground with the occasional shrub and a low fence. As he began to run, the cultists, judging by the hail of magic, recovered from their temporary blindness. An unfamiliar sparkling green bolt of light struck a shrub next to Milo, causing it to rapidly turn brown and wither. Gulp. Mirror image, Milo cast, summoning a trio of identical illusory copies of himself. The 4 Milos bolted in different directions, splitting the cultists' fire between them. As Milo approached the edge of the manor grounds, he noticed some distinctly unfamiliar mountains in the distance. The sky, he noticed, was missing a pair of moons. Crap, Milo muttered. He must have gotten hit with a plane shift or greater teleport, which was improbable, because both of those were well beyond even the supremely dark power of the fell lord, Thaumatur the Thaumaturge. One of the illusory Milos was hit with one of those weird green spells, vanishing instantly. As another of his doubles went down, Milo hopped the fence and ducked behind it briefly. His next spell took a little longer to cast than the others had, but Milo hoped it would pay off. Mount, he said quietly after concentrating for a few seconds. Next to him appeared a gray pony, which, except for its eyes, which were glassy and lifeless, appeared all but indistinguishable from a natural one. Unlike the mirror images, the mount was real, depending on your definition of real, of course. It was real enough to get him the hells out of here. Milo awkwardly pulled himself into the saddle. He never was much of an equestrian, as skill points were few and far between for a wizard, and kicked the summoned pony's rump with his heels. As he was catching his breath, thinking of how close his run-in was, if that spell could just kill a plant like that, imagine what it could do to him. Milo's fortitude save was lower than a serf's daily wage. He heard a loud crack from his left. One of the cultists suddenly appeared, wand brandished threateningly. Glitter dust. Milo cast again, burning his last second-level spell. As before, the burst of golden light blinded the dark wizard. If another one shows up, I'll have to resort to harsh language. They can teleport? Milo shrieked. That's a 5th-level spell. This is way beyond my ECL. I call shenanigans. Shenanigans. But nobody responded. Who he was even talking to was unclear, as there wasn't another soul except for the blinded Death Eater in sight. After several minutes of galloping, Milo decided to rein his pony in for a short break while he considered his options. Now you may be wondering what the heck is going on, and that's a perfectly valid question, but unfortunately Milo is as confused as you are. Perhaps a brief description of our perplexed hero is in order. As far as Milo is concerned, the information written on his character sheet sufficed as description. True neutral, wizard 3, human, male, age, 11, weight, 71 pounds. His world runs on the Imperial system, the poor barbarians. Height, 4 feet 9 inches. Hair, brown. Eyes, brown. And you may be thinking, 11 years old? That seems a little young to be a wizard. And you're right. Most wizards, from where Milo comes from, more on that later, are at least 17 before they become even a level 1 wizard. Milo, however, managed to pull a fast one involving starting life as a rogue and doing some retraining. But wait, you protest. That jargon doesn't mean anything to me at all. And even if it did, the minimum starting age for a human rogue is still 16. But unfortunately, you don't have time to worry about problems like that because Milo is, in fact, being attacked by a Death Eater on a broomstick. See what happens when you nitpick? Avada Kedavra, the evil flying cultist shouted, making weird gestures with his wand. Milo felt his pony suddenly go limp beneath him as its heart stopped. Milo collided with the ground for most of his remaining hit points. Milo dumped Constitution during character creation, which seemed like a really good idea at the time. Weakly, he staggered to his feet as the cultist came around for another pass. There's a reason most wizards prefer to use a phantom steed to a broom of flying, Milo muttered. That reason is grease, he said, with a complicated hand gesture to accompany the last word. He cast the spell, not targeting the cultist but his broomstick, which became nearly frictionless. Without any sort of safety strap or foot pedals, the broomstick continued accelerating while the cultist, unfortunately, did not. Before meeting the ground, the cultist vanished with another distinctive popping sound. Milo frowned. What kind of cultist can cast save or die spells multiple times, teleport, afford a broom of flying, and yet not manage a simple feather fall? Maybe there's some obscure non-core class? Milo thought. Well, time to loot the corpse. A broom of flying would make an excellent replacement for his ex-pony, which was already starting to fade out of existence now that the magic keeping its form together was gone. As Milo searched for the broomstick, he let his mind wander again. The last thing he'd done before slamming into that table in the manor house was confront the supremely evil fell Lord Thaumier the Thaumaturge. Try putting that on a business card with his companions. Everything was going according to plan. Then suddenly, table. Milo was sure Thaumier hadn't had a chance to get a spell off, especially not one of this magnitude. Maybe something over here pulled him across? Why in the prime material would anyone want to summon Milo, of all things? Milo shuddered to think of what Thaumier was doing to his party without his arcane support. It was probably going to be his job upon returning to raise funds for 3 raised deads, because a thief, a meat shield, and a glorified box of band-aids against Thaumier's power spelled TPK. Milo stumbled across the broomstick, which had flown into the ground, point first. He confidently pulled the stick out of the dirt, straddled it, and leapt into the air. Nothing happened except that Milo looked rather foolish. Must be command word activated, I suppose? Swordfish. Nothing happened. Melon. Rise. Up. Activate. Flight. Abra. Cadabra. 10 minutes later, with all the usual suspects attempted to no avail, Milo gave up. Detect magic. Nothing. The broomstick, as far as Milo could determine, didn't have enough magic to power a bard's cantrip. It was an ordinary, mundane broom. For sweeping things. What? Then how? My poor head. Nothing happening was making any sense here. Maybe if he found some non-cultist residents of this strange world, they'd be able to explain things to him. Shouldering the broom, he chose a direction completely at random and started walking. Sometime after 3 a.m., the villagers of Hogsmeade were surprised to find a dirty, bloodied, half-dead, or rather, 5'6" to be precise, since you asked. Young boy stumbled into their village before collapsing of exhaustion. He was clutching in his hands a Nimbus 2000. Who is he? Is he a muggle? How did he get through the wards? Is he a student? Blimey! Is that a Nimbus? If he had a broomstick, why was he walking? Someone send for Dumbledore. This kid needs help. I'm right here in front of you. No, not you, the other Dumbledore. Oh, said Aberforth, slightly disappointed. Nobody ever wants to send for me, as the nearest medical facility was the hospital wing of Hogwarts, and, as the villagers reasoned, this boy was more likely than not some student from the castle caught up in one of their fool adventures. He was rushed with all possible haste to the care of Madame Pomfrey, and, more than likely, detention. It was a very surprised, and somewhat sleepy, Professor McGonagall who answered the door. She immediately sent a Patronus to wake the school's headmaster before carrying the boy to the hospital wing. Minerva, what's happening? Dumbledore, the right one this time, said as he entered the wing. The deputy headmistress quickly filled him in about what the villagers at Hogsmeade had discovered. Dumbledore frowned. I don't recognize him, do you? McGonagall shook her head. This is most unusual. He's clearly of an age that he should be just starting in Hogwarts, so if he's a wizard of magical Britain, McGonagall said, trailing off in thought. Why don't we wake him and ask? Dumbledore suggested. Poppy believes it best that we let him recover. He's suffered some fairly serious injuries. It looks like a particularly nasty fall, perhaps. Could he be a student of Buxbatoncer Durmstrang? I'll owl Madame Maxime and Professor Karkaroff. In the meantime, keep me updated. McGonagall sighed. She wouldn't give up being deputy headmistress for all the gold in Gringotts. But it did involve rather a lot more sleepless nights than she would have preferred. Milo awoke to the sound of people talking quietly. The odd thing about whispers, Milo had discovered, is that they tend to catch the ear even faster than ordinary talking. There were curtains around his bed, so he couldn't place a face to the speakers. Minerva, to notice something. Well, something most unusual, the first voice, female, human, said. What's the matter? Inquired a second, also female, human. The patient, he recovered, the first voice said hesitantly. Surely that's good news? Well, yes, normally very good news, this being an infirmary, recovery is most appreciated. But not normally with quite the alacrity demonstrated. Explain. After precisely 8 hours of bed rest, the majority of his wounds simply vanished before my eyes, the first voice said. There was a brief silence. Well, I dare say I'm impressed. How did you do it? The second voice, Minerva asked. I didn't do it, the first voice said, her voice rising. I hadn't actually done much of anything beyond cleaning and bandaging his wounds. Then, perhaps he had some charm cast on him when he entered? Or one of the villagers did something. That was the first thing I checked. I think the possibility should be considered that he isn't entirely human, the first voice said cautiously. Poppy, get Professors Dumbledore, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout in that order, Minerva commanded. I'll watch him until then, whoever he is. Milo frowned. Why were they so confused? A night's rest resulted in healing a hit point per level. Everyone knows that. Had they never slept? Were they constructs or even undead? Milo reached for his belt of hidden pouches, where he kept, among rather a lot of other useful things, his spellbook. He needed an hour to prepare new spells, which he doubted he'd get, but it was worth trying. His belt was gone. Milo sat straight upright and checked his other pockets. Nothing. He broke out into a cold sweat. Without his spellbook, he couldn't memorize spells. If he couldn't memorize spells, he had a mere 4 0-level spells and then nothing. He was a commoner for the rest of time, or at least until he could make a new one. Almost as importantly, Morty was still in the belt. Milo concentrated on the empathic bond, to see if Morty was all right. Hunger, fear, confusion. Milo licked his lips nervously. He'd just begun searching for something he could use as an improvised club, not his preferred way of doing things, when the curtains were drawn aside. Who are you, where am I, and what have you done with my magic items? Milo demanded, before they were even pulled all the way aside. In walked an odd duo. A pair of aging humans in robes. Venerable meant 3 intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. So Milo made a mental note not to underestimate these two, who were obviously spellcasters of some sort. Great big white beard, half-moon glasses, wands. What is it with the casters here and wands? Milo wondered. If you were talking about your broomstick, young man, it's right beside the bed. And I would suggest you mind your manners, said the lady, who was sporting a rather severe bun of hair. Peace, Minerva, said the man in the purple robes. He's clearly been through some sort of ordeal. The old man turned his pleasant, grandfatherly face to Milo. Now, if you would be so good as to tell us who you are? I am Milo Amastasialiadin, said Milo proudly. For those of you keeping score at home, Milo's parents, being cosmopolitan humans, decided to give him a halfling first name and both of their elven last names. And I, said the grandfatherly man, am Professor Albus Percival Dumbledore. He said it like Milo was supposed to know who he was. Maybe he really was famous. It was Zook who had all the ranks in knowledge, nobility, and royalty in their party. This, of course, is Professor Minerva McGonagall. You are in Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Wizardry. Oh, thank Bacab. You're wizards, then? Milo asked, feeling profoundly relieved. Dumbledore looked slightly taken aback. Well, naturally we're wizards except for Minerva, of course, who is, in fact, a witch. You didn't take us for muggles, did you? What? Mug, look. I think we're getting slightly afield. Was I wearing a belt when I came in here? I'd have to ask Madame Pomfrey to say for certain. But there is a belt on your bedstand, the old wizard said. Oh, thank the gods. Don't you know that it's terribly rude, not to mention a sign of hostile intent, to part a person from his magic items? Milo grabbed the belt, which was covered in tiny pockets, and had many more besides which were invisible, and quickly opened the snap on one of the hidden ones. Out crawled a very distressed-looking brown and white rat, not to mention a wizard from his familiar. Best not let Poppy see that, Dumbledore suggested. She would not, I believe, take kindly to seeing a rat in her hospital wing. Now, could you please tell me of what school, if indeed any, are you a student? Conjuration, Milo said proudly, though I've always had something of a knack for divinations as well. The School of Conjuration? Albus frowned. Unless I'm mistaken, they were shut down, sometime in 1869 after the spoons incident. Nearby, McGonagall shuddered. Would you take it amiss if I asked to see your wand? My wand? I don't have one. Never saw the point, really, and even if I wanted one I couldn't afford it. No wand? McGonagall gasped. But Dumbledore frowned. Now, I'm not one to pay close attention to the ins and outs and developments of sporting equipment, but how is it that you managed to come by what I believe to be a most expensive racing broom if you can't afford even a simple wand? Dumbledore asked. Oh, that thing? I took it off a cultist, Milo said blandly. Seems pretty useless to me. If there's any magic in it, I have no idea how to make it work, and its shape is hardly optimal for sweeping. McGonagall's mind recoiled from the notion of using a Nimbus 2000 to clean a house. Thinking the very thought was unthinkably unthinkable. I think the more questions he answers, the less sense this makes, Dumbledore said. Start with the cultists, then how you came to be in Hogsmeade so late at night. Then we'll discuss your school and the broomstick. Milo shrugged. My party and I were storming the tower of the most maliciously malevolent magus, Thaumier the Thaumaturge. After fighting our way past all the usual defenses, skeletons, goblins, McGonagall choked slightly on hearing that sort of thing, pretty routine when we confronted the Dark Wizard. Our rogue crept into a flanking position while I distracted him with taunts, interrupting his monologue. The cleric and I were about to unleash magical fury when suddenly, I was somewhere else entirely. The next thing I know, I hit a table in a room surrounded by cultists, Milo said. They had dark robes and masks and everything. You should have seen them. So, one of them started casting some spell. It went like, Avada Kedavra. Milo was interrupted as McGonagall desperately clamped a hand over Milo's mouth. There's no need to worry, Minerva. He doesn't have a wand, Dumbledore said gently. Right? Yeah. Continue your story. Then, Mr. Amastasialiadin, said the old witch, slightly embarrassed. But you must never say those words again. They are the incantation for the worst of the unforgivable curses. Please call me Milo. Elf names tend to be on the long side, Milo said. Elf names? McGonagall asked incredulously. Albus, Add that to the list of questions. Right, so I blinded the cultists with a glitter dust, jumped out the window, provided false targets with illusions, summoned a pony, and rode off as fast as I could, but one of them chased me on that broomstick. One casting of grease on the stick and the cultist fell, but he teleported to safety somehow. Not before he killed my mount, though. So I started walking, and I think I just found some village or another when I passed out. Pretty lucky, really, all things considered. Albus, McGonagall said quietly. These cultists he speaks of, they sound an awful lot like
Ide nutisa, Minerva.
It appears they were not quite so disbanded as we had once believed. Dumbledore said ominously. Milo grinned. That sounded like a plot hook if he'd ever heard one. Now, young wizard, if you could tell me what school you attend so I can see you home safely? Dumbledore asked. Oh, that kind of school? Nah, never bothered, Milo said. You gain experience way faster hunting dark wizards and goblins and things. Let me tell you, no school. McGonagall gasped again. This time even more offended than when she'd heard of his lack of wand. That's criminal. Your parents should be arrested. The professor paused, looking concerned. You do have parents, don't you, Mr. Omni Milo? She asked gently. Parents? Most likely. He paused. Something was wrong. He reached out for his memories of his parents, but came back with nothing. He started to panic. I don't understand. My parents, they're what's happening? Are you quite all right, young man? McGonagall asked, her voice full of concern. This has never happened before, Milo confessed. His backstory generally wrote itself on an as-needed basis. Obviously I had parents, but I can't remember them. Oh, I am so sorry, McGonagall said seriously. It broke her heart how many orphans came through Hogwarts, especially in the time after the war. Minerva, if you would please come with me for a moment, I think we need to discuss this with the other heads of houses, Dumbledore said. We'll be back shortly, Milo. In the meantime, I'll let Poppy take care of you. I think it's obvious that we're dealing with a very confused individual, Sprout said sadly after McGonagall had explained the situation. He seems to have been orphaned at a young age and fended for himself since then, and is quite delusional. Sadly, I must agree, Dumbledore said. I think we can assume that very little of his story is true, although he did describe the Death Eaters and the killing curse with an alarming level of accuracy. I think it likely, unfortunately, that his parents were killed by them at a young age. The broomstick, Flitwick said suddenly, is our only clue. We know that the Nimbus is a brand new model of Quidditch broom, so he must have come across it recently. Judging by his vagabond nature and lack of wand, he didn't obtain it through legitimate channels. If we can find any of the broomsticks reported stolen, it might be able to discern the veracity of his story. Clever as always, Filius. Dumbledore congratulated him. Headmaster, what if his story is true? McGonagall asked. There could very well be active Death Eaters out there, looking for revenge. And, she thought quietly, the Malfoy Summer Manor is at about one night's walking distance from Hogsmeade. Investigating the Nimbus will only draw attention to him. Well, it would appear we have but one option, Dumbledore said, and the law is quite clear. Regardless of all else, the boy is clearly magical otherwise. Hogsmeade's wards would have driven him off well before he made it within sight of the village. Term starts in only 3 days, and I believe this young man, both for his safety and for that of those around him, should be among the first years to be sorted. Headmaster, with respect, sneered Snape, who in fact meant none. We can't just offer every street urchin and vagrant who wanders to our door a spot in this school. We're the best school in magical Britain, not the only one. I'm afraid I'll have to insist, Dumbledore said gently, but firmly. Minerva, if you could take the young Mr. Amastatialiadon to Diagon Alley to get his school supplies and robes tomorrow, it would be much appreciated. Filius, would you please anonymously return the Nimbus to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and quietly keep an eye on who picks it up? Pomona, would you be so good as to take over preparations for the sorting ceremony for us? As for myself, I will make inquiries at the Ministry of Magic to see if any underage magic has been detected. And myself, Headmaster? Asked Snape. Severus, I have a special task for you. I'm afraid you'll have to visit certain old acquaintances again. I understand, said Snape with a sigh. He'd hoped it wouldn't come to this. Well then, I believe we all have our tasks. We'd best get to them. On the one hand, Milo was not particularly enthusiastic about attending school. But on the other hand, it was pretty clear that this was what the plot demanded of him. Besides, this was his best shot at getting at those cultists, and everything about them said we have loads and loads of magic items and gold. And it wasn't like he had anything else to do. Besides, he was only 300 XP away from a new level, and with it, one step closer to the untold arcane power of 3 RD level spells. I suppose I might be interested in attending your school, Deputy Headmistress, Milo said respectfully. Never hurts to flatter powerful.
NPCS en occasion.
Excellent. We only have 3 days until term starts, so tomorrow we'll go out and purchase you your school supplies, McGonagall said.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't got any money, Percy. Milo had spent the last of his loot buying that belt of hidden pouches. None at all? Well, Hogwarts does have a small fund for unfortunate students such as yourself, McGonagall said thoughtfully, but I'm afraid you'll likely have to make do with second- or third-hand materials. No complaints here. So what are we talking, like quills and parchment and things? That, of course, and also, oh, where did I put that list? Here we are. Wand, robes, pointed hat, dragonhide gloves. Milo choked slightly in surprise at that. Telescope, a cauldron, scales, and various text and spellbooks. Wand. McGonagall frowned as she read through the list. It seems wand was listed twice. I'll be having a word with someone about that, I should think. It also says that you can have an owl, cat, or toad, though we generally make allowances for rats as well. A wand? What kind? Probably no higher than first level, but seriously, that's on your mandatory list? And wait. Spellbooks? Milo asked incredulously. You're going to buy me spellbooks? Milo felt faint. There had to be some kind of catch. Telescopes clocked in at 1000 GP alone, and if they had the capability to slaughter enough dragons to make gloves for the entire student body, the faculty here were not to be trifled with. This little shopping list was way beyond the average wealth by level of a first-level wizard, and Milo's rapid addition placed it at almost half of his current total value. To think I need to sit down for a moment, Milo said. I appear to have been dazed or possibly even stunned. Yes, well, I suppose it can be a bit overwhelming at first, McGonagall frowned at him. She couldn't imagine how someone could be so poor that a second-hand old textbook seemed extravagant. In the meantime, I suppose just stay here and focus on feeling better. Oh, I was going to ask about that. Don't you have any clerics on staff? Milo asked. His injuries weren't anything that a cure light wounds wouldn't solve. It really was faster than bed rest.
Oh, no.
Not many in the magical world feel a, religious calling of that nature. McGonagall said carefully. Most wizards and witches felt a little awkward around matters of religion. What with all the suffernot, the witch-to-lives and inquisitions and all that. That would explain that, then. Wizards heal injuries in a manner resembling how pigs fly generally tried to keep such a situation from occurring in the first place. In the meantime, I suggest you try to relax as much as possible, and I will be here early tomorrow morning to take you to London, McGonagall said before leaving. Milo sat back, trying to contain his excitement for tomorrow. This time in 2 days, he thought, I'm going to be absolutely rolling in new spells and items. He was practically salivating at the thought. In fact, he realized he was salivating at the thought. Diagon Alley. The next morning, it was a slightly apprehensive McGonagall who approached her newest student in the hospital wing. To the growing concern and, frankly, terror of their resident Medowitch, the last of Milo's injuries had vanished completely. So, he said brightly, what's the plan, then? Travel by horseback, teleport, windwalk, phantom steed, or something else? The boy's rat was sitting on his shoulder, mimicking Milo's every hand gesture and expression in a most disconcerting way. We'll walk to the edge of Hogwarts grounds and apparate there directly, she explained. Apparate, eh? What's that? Milo asked. He was getting very concerned at the number of knowledge, arcana checks he'd been failing recently. It was most unlike him. We will be transported directly to Diagon Alley in London, she explained. From the point of view of those watching, we will appear to disappear. Oh, so we'll teleport? In a manner of speaking, yes. Why can't we just do it from here? Milo asked, gesturing around the hospital wing. You can't apparate or disapparate on the Hogwarts grounds, McGonagall explained. Milo frowned. That really makes a lot of sense, actually. I can see how dark wizards teleporting apparating, he said with finger quotes, into your school would be a problem. Well, let's be off, then. Milo had woken up an hour early to memorize his spells for the day, and as a result felt like he was practically buzzing with magic. The castle, Milo decided, was pretty cool. There were moving staircases and talking portraits. He wasn't sure how they pulled that off. Animate object was a divine spell after all. Suits of armor, the value of that many suits of full plate set Milo salivating again. He wondered if they'd notice if a few went missing. And the castle was, on the whole, apparently larger on the inside than the outside. What was it? An entire castle of holding? The cost of something like that would be astronomical, not to mention that it would drain enough XP to delevel an epic wizard. They even had, holy crap, ghost. Glitter dust. Milo shouted, reaching for the only spell he thought would affect it. Mr. Anastasia Lyodin. Professor McGonagall barked, at Hogwarts we do not blind history teachers. I'm dreadfully sorry, Professor Binns. He's a teacher? Milo asked, stunned. Cool. So sorry about that, professors. I was startled. No matter, Binns said distractedly, floating past them with a trail of golden dust falling off of him in his wake. It's considered impolite to draw attention to Professor Binns' condition, McGonagall said quietly. She sighed. Milo had somehow, apparently, achieved an unusually high degree of control over his accidental magic, or so she thought. Hopefully that should stop once they got him a proper wand and training. As they walked out of the castle's huge front gates, Milo soaked in the castle's grounds. There was an evil forest. An animated tree. A disguised treant? Possibly. A lake with mermaids. This place is awesome, he said. The amount of XP he could get just from random encounters in the school grounds alone. It suddenly made sense to him how such a school could be an effective way to gain power. This place was clearly, really, incredibly, obviously, brilliantly dangerous. With all the adventure and monster fighting that must be happening between classes, not to mention the magical brawls that naturally occur when you give an 11-year-old untold arcane power in a practically unsupervised environment, it would take a staff of thousands to keep an eye on all of Hogwarts at once. These kids would be leveling up like crazy. Milo grinned happily, thinking about all the XP he was about to gain. McGonagall smiled, thinking about how happy Milo looked now that he had found a home. This should be far enough, McGonagall said. Hold on closely. A side-along apparition can be somewhat startling at first. As it turned out, that was putting it rather lightly. It felt, roughly, like someone had buffed his escape artist bonus to 70 and forced him to crawl through a lengthy stretch of lead pipe. Backwards. I think I failed a fortitude save, Milo said somewhat queasily. He looked around to find himself in a dark, somewhat shabby tavern. He felt, like all adventurers the world over, despite being underage in all civilized nations, simultaneously at home and somewhat homesick. Everyone they passed gave McGonagall a respectful nod. Milo hadn't realized she was a retired adventurer, but it made sense. Who better to teach at a school for wizards? Good Lord, said the barman, peering at Milo. Can this be? Tom, I thought I asked you to stop doing that to every student who passes through here? McGonagall said sharply. Sorry, Professor, the barman mumbled, somewhat sheepishly. I remember you when you were this tall, she said, gesturing to about her waist. A wide-eyed, innocent young Hufflepuff. Not that that's anything to be ashamed of in my transfiguration class. Aha, thought Milo. She's a transmuter. No wonder everyone respects her. Such promise. Such potential. She shook her head slowly. And what do you do with it? Prank every little boy who comes your way into thinking they're secretly the boy who lived. Honestly, I don't know how you sleep at night. Sorry, Professor. It's a good thing for Hufflepuff House that you've already graduated, young man. Milo noted that Tom already had graying hair. Just how old is McGonagall? Or your antics would seriously handicap the students of that poor house. Bless their little, hard-working, earnest hearts, in their chances at winning the cup. If I ever hear of you pulling this on the actual Harry Potter, well, I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise by saying what I'll do. She led Milo off, making soft tut-tut sounds to herself. The barman, Milo noted, looked somewhat sick. Milo was impressed. He'd never met a wizard or witch, as the people here seemed to think that which was the feminine form of wizard, for some reason, who put cross-class ranks into intimidate before. Merlin, she said as they left the pub. I've wanted to do that for years. She reached out and tapped a seemingly innocuous brick wall, and a hole appeared in the wall which rapidly grew larger. In a matter of seconds, they were standing before an archway into a bustling alley. Cool, if somewhat showy, Milo said, gesturing to the wall. Wouldn't keep anyone out who held the mysterious and cosmic power of a heavy sledge. Though, McGonagall was amazed by his blasé reaction. Milo seemed to be astonished by the most innocuous things, and completely shrugged off what most unfamiliar with the wizarding world practically fainted at. After the boys' reaction when they asked him about his parents. However, McGonagall decided to keep questions about his past to a minimum. Ah, it's just like home, he said as they walked past rows of magical shops. At that point she had to ask, where exactly was home for you? McGonagall asked him. Myra, capital of the great Azel Empire, he said proudly. City of light, city of magic. It was the city's motto, and the guards touted it endlessly. It was legally required to say it with exclamation marks and added emphasis on magic. A city where every tavern has an outlandishly dressed man with a strange accent making mysterious requests, where the aging emperor's wicked, goatee-sporting advisor's power grows steadily every day, where the civic authorities are helplessly inept at dealing with local bandit problems yet still capable of preventing high-level adventurers from robbing magic item stores at night, and where quest opportunities appear around every corner. McGonagall looked at him somewhat askance. She was starting to grow concerned that the boy had been hit with a powerful confundus charm at some point, and resolved to keep an eye out for any missing persons posters. I suppose, she said, that will start with your uniform, then get your books, then drop by Ollivander's for your wand, leaving the cauldron for last. Works for me, he said as she steered him towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. He was somewhat disappointed to find that the uniforms were, in fact, merely mundane black robes. After everything else, he'd half hoped that they were some kind of magical stat-boosting outfit. Madame Malkin was a squat, smiling NPC dressed all in mauve. Milo's brain barely registered her existence. Another for Hogwarts? She asked McGonagall. Isn't he a little late? Most of the students came through here a month ago. He's something of a special case, madam. I'm afraid this is coming out of our special fund, McGonagall said. The technical term was the Destitute Orphan Fund, but she decided to avoid the term in front of the poor boy, so we can't, unfortunately, stretch for a custom job. Ah, she said sadly, but no matter. I have just the thing. Some unfitted display models, which I was just putting into storage, now that the back-to-school rush is over. She ruffled through a few boxes before finding what she was looking for. Here you are. A very nearly perfect fit. Madame Malkin's idea of a very nearly was, Milo thought, a little far from the mark. Despite this, he shrugged and accepted the much too large robes happily. His perfectly serviceable explorer's outfit was getting somewhat worn. Anyways, probably something to do with all the pointy sticks and serrated teeth he dealt with on a regular basis. Besides, it wasn't like he was paying for them, or that 2 big robes gave him a circumstance penalty to anything. Thank you, ma'am, he said respectfully. I can hardly even remember the last time I got new clothes. McGonagall's heart broke very slightly when she saw how the boy's face lit up at receiving hand-me-down robes. She passed the witch a few bronze nuts from her small supply before they headed out for books. They left the bookstore with a small pile of very, very well-used. The clerk had described them as well-loved books. Milo could hardly keep his hands off of them, especially the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. He figured Grade 1 was probably analogous to Level 1, in which case there was a book of first-level spells practically within his reach, nothing to be sneezed at. He resolved, however, to read it later and, in the meantime, pocketed it in his extra-dimensional belt. He was a little apprehensive about magical drafts and potions, however. There was no place for item creation in his build, especially not for anything as suboptimal as brew potion. Professor, he asked cautiously, do I really have to take potions class? Yes, it's mandatory until 5th year and extremely practical besides. It's just that I'm not sure I have enough experience for potions, he said. Making magic items permanently drained experience points, so he'd always stayed away from it. Oh, don't worry, Professor Snape teaches from a beginner level, she said reassuringly. No experience is necessary. How did you manage that? In any case, I don't have the proper feat for it, he explained. It appears you have 2 solid ones, as does nearly every student attending our school, McGonagall said. Though we would make arrangements for the handicapped, of course, like those who take run and endurance. Milo laughed. Handicapped is a good word for them. Also, I realize issue materials is suboptimal, but it really is very convenient. So I would say that I have 3 solid feats, including improved initiative and spell focus, conjuration, but to each his own. I don't have any to spare for brew potion, however. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, McGonagall said. None of Snape's students have lost feet or hands for that Mat Aaron years. Milo laughed at what he thought was a pun. Well, as long as I don't have to worry about the feat and experience, I'm in. Potions could be a lot of fun, actually. Never hurts to show a little enthusiasm around educators. I'm glad you feel that way, she said. Not a lot of students looked forward to spending time in the dungeon with Severus. They then entered Ollivander's. Milo had never understood how the sale of magical items in large scale could be economically viable. The experience cost alone would reduce any mighty spellcaster to a novice in a few years. Still, he was glad someone was willing to do it, or he wouldn't have anywhere to spend his gold. Good afternoon, said a soft voice, presumably Ollivander. Professor McGonagall. 9.5 inches, made of fur. Stiff with a dragon heartstring core. Excellent for advanced transfigurations. Made by my father. Of course. Again with the dragons, Milo thought, feeling slightly intimidated. What, do they have a farm of them somewhere? Well, yes. We're here to get a preferably discount wand for our latest student here, she said. Ollivander peered closely at Milo, who jumped backwards slightly. Their noses had practically touched, and Milo was sure he hadn't seen him move. Before we start choosing one, Milo stammered awkwardly. There's something I've been meaning to ask of you, Mr. Ollivander. Yes? He said softly. Gods, but this guy is weird. Your store name, Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 Bequel. It's just that, yes? Shouldn't Ollivander's have an apostrophe in it? Milo said, and instantly regretted it. Mr. Ollivander chuckled, slowly and irregularly. It was a disconcertingly unnatural sound. Not if it's plural, he said. Milo swallowed nervously. Plural? Right, well, McGonagall, fortunately, interrupted their weird conversation. While you find Milo here a wand, I'll go and fetch him his potion supplies. But of course. Right this way, Mr. Amastatialiadin. He led Milo through a row of dusty aisles, each packed with small boxes. Which is your wand arm? My right, Milo said. Ollivander passed Milo a series of wands, each with more improbable ingredients than the last. Unicorn hair? Phoenix tail feathers? Dragon heartstring? Yeti fur? There were even some from creatures he'd never heard of, like Thestral tail. He waved them each about randomly in turn, with no effect. Look, I'm pretty sure this isn't how wands are supposed to work, he said to Ollivander, who was searching through a storeroom in the back. I can't just wave them. I have to activate them. Very different thing. Oh, young wizard, my family has been making wands since they were invented, said Ollivander, who had somehow gotten behind Milo. Right behind him. Gah, he said, backing up into an aisle of wands, causing several to fall to the ground. I think we know a thing or two about how they are supposed to work, he said. Right, of course, sorry. Milo said, eager to do anything to get out of here. So, what's supposed to happen when I wave this stick around? Assuming it's the, right wand for me? It varies. Sparks. Fire. Light. Once even a spurt of blood, cat's blood, I would say, judging by the distinct flavor. Oh my gods. Milo had never been so scared in his life. Detect magic, he murmured quietly. Just like the broomstick earlier, there was no response. Either the wands were somehow hiding their magical auras, which was possible, or McGonagall had left him alone with a madman who could recognize the blood of kittens by taste and butchered dragons for their heartstrings. Maybe this was some sort of test to see if he was worthy of their school? Milo frowned. Well, if it was a magical response Ollivander wanted, he'd bloody well get one. Ollivander passed Milo another allegedly magic wand, and as soon as Milo's hand touched it, he whispered silent image. A swarm of illusory bats flew out of the wand, before bursting into varicolored flames. As the flames began to disappear, the bat skeletons continued flying, circling the interior of the store 7 times each before assembling themselves into a floating, bony pentagram just below the ceiling. Upside down, dark blue flames lit, one by one, at the vertices of the 5-pointed star, and drops of water began to fall upwards from the floor to the ceiling. For added effect, hundreds of wholly imaginary insects crawled up the walls and cast themselves into the flames. Milo was sweating slightly, concentrating on the illusion, as he decided to go for the finish. The ceiling appeared to open up into a gateway to some unimaginable dimension in the dead center of the pentagram. The bony bats, still hovering in their star pattern, flew as one into the gateway and vanished. Milo put out the fires and closed the imaginary portal, dispelling the illusion. Normally, the fact that a silent image can't create any noise was a handicap, but this time the dead silence actually added to the overall creepiness. All in all, Milo was rather proud of himself. My. That was certainly something, Ollivander said softly in Milo's ear, somehow having managed to get behind him again. It would appear that we have found the wand for you, my young wizard. Milo almost hated to ask, but couldn't resist. What kind is it, exactly? 13 inches, chestnut wood, dragon heartstring core. Good for curses, Mr. Amastasialiadin. Good length. 13, that is. I'll just be leaving now. Milo had already left the store before realizing that he'd never told the wizard his name. Oh my gods, he whimpered. Morty was quivering in fear, deep in the extra-dimensional reaches of Milo's belt of hidden pouches. McGonagall had decided that, in order to appear normal, Milo would stay at Hogwarts until the day of the sorting ceremony, and then they'd apparate back to London and he'd take the Hogwarts Express with the other students. There was one part of this plan that confused Milo, however. Professor, what's a train? Milo asked curiously. You've never heard of a train? She asked incredulously. It's a big metal contraption all with wheels and things. Travels along rails at high speeds. I hate railroad plots. Milo grumbled as McGonagall shook her head in amazement. How could someone have heard of a railroad, but not a train? Milo spent the next day uneventfully wandering the halls of Hogwarts, engaging in conversation with the paintings. He used a little craft, sewing, to do the hems of his robes, so he could walk without them dragging along the ground quite so much. Later, maybe he could tailor them properly. He was forced to admit that he didn't strike a very impressive image, with his sleeves rolled up 4 times and still hanging past his hands. The next morning, McGonagall sidelong apparat him to platform 9 3/4. What is that? He asked, shocked. He was pointing past the bustling students to the train itself. That's the Hogwarts Express, McGonagall explained. The train. How does it move? Where are the horses? There aren't any horses, it moves itself. What, by magic? A little magic, but mainly Muggle know-how, McGonagall shrugged. They can be quite ingenious at times. Milo was floored. He couldn't believe that something so huge could be moved without anything, it sounded like. What's a Muggle? He asked reverently. They must be mighty creatures indeed. What, Muggles? McGonagall exclaimed, laughing. No, they're just like you or me, only without magic. Well, like me anyway, McGonagall thought. We're not quite sure what you are. I suppose I'll get on board the horseless iron wagon now, shall I? Milo asked nervously. Go on ahead, dear. I'll meet you at the castle, McGonagall said and teleported away. Disapparated. Whatever. Somewhat apprehensively, Milo climbed one of the stairs. He'd arrived early, so most of the carriages were empty. Choosing a compartment at random, he sat down forcibly in one of the seats. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that there was no possible way to move this much iron all at once without either magic or a whole herd of horses. The crew of this vessel would be pretty embarrassed when they tried to get it moving. After a few minutes, A round-faced boy popped his head through the door. I don't suppose you've seen a toad anywhere? He asked. No, I can't say that I have, but my spot score is lousy, Milo responded. Oh, the boy said, crestfallen. Milo began to feel sorry for him. Here, let me try something, he said. Spontaneous search, he cast spontaneously, using his spontaneous divination ability to replace mirror image. Spontaneously. Milo began to wonder if somebody was getting paid a silver piece every time he thought, spontaneous. Milo became instantly aware of everything within 20 feet of him, as if he'd carefully searched the contents of the carriage by hand. He's 3 doors down, under the north-facing bench, Milo said. Blimey, that was impressive, the boy said. I haven't been able to pull off even the simplest of charms. Yet. I'm Neville, by the way. Milo. And don't worry, Neville. Everyone was first level once in their lives. Thanks, I think, Neville said as he went off to grab his toad. Solid choice for familiar toads. Morty, still sitting on his shoulder, playfully nipped him on the ear. Though I prefer rats, of course, he said aloud. Prefer rats to what? Asked a black-haired boy. Toads, Milo said, somewhat embarrassed. Mordenkainen was feeling insecure. Oh, said the boy. Mordenkainen. Is that your pet's name?
Familiar.
Mordenkainen doesn't take kindly to being called a pet. He thinks it's dehumanizing.
Sorry, Mordenkainen.
His friends call him Morty. His friends? Of course they do, don't they? I'm starting to think that wizards are just weird for the sake of weird. Do you mind if I sit down? The other compartments are full, the boy asked. Sure. Milo, by the way. Harry, the boy said, sitting down across from him. There was something unusual about him, but Milo couldn't place his finger on it. It wasn't the tousled hair, or the broken glasses, or even the
lightning bolt sky.
It was everything taken together. Like there was just more to him than the others Milo had met in this world. Oh my gods! Milo shouted, delighted. You've heard. Too? Harry said darkly. I was hoping to meet somebody who didn't realize it immediately. The scar gave it away, didn't it? I'm so pleased to meet you. Milo said. Yes, can we please skip past this part? Not much of a role player. Straight to the goblin killing? I knew it. You're a PC. Wait, what? Harry asked. What's a PC? Is that another weird wizarding word, like muggle? New to this? I remember my first adventure I was nearly slain by a kobold. Very embarrassing that. Those were the days, Milo said dreamily. No, PC is nothing like muggle. It means player character. Basically, the universe will go out of its way to cast you into dangerous situations, but also makes sure, to a certain extent, that you get out of them as well. Usually. In short, if this were a book, you'd be the main character. I think you're mistaking me for somebody else. I'm not really much of anything, Harry said despondently. Are you kidding? You've got a scar shaped like a lightning bolt. Okay. Stop me if I'm wrong. You've had a dark and troubled past. Harry nodded glumly. Events seem to be moving so quickly that you can barely keep up with all of the foreshadowing and plots. Well, things have been happening pretty quickly, Harry confessed. Just last month I found that, when I was a baby, an evil wizard tried to kill me but was somehow unable to, and died mysteriously because of it. Now, strange people are coming up to me to thank me for something I don't even remember. I knew it. Make sure to stay on your toes these next few days. The early days are key. Everything anyone says is going to be a clue to events that will come up later. In fact, make a list. Here, Milo said, passing Harry a sheet of parchment and a quill from his belt. Write down everyone you've met who could be described with more than 2 adjectives. Everything anyone said in a quiet voice that was cut off before they could finish, and every named character you've been introduced to. Okay? It will be relevant. There may be an exam on it later, and it will probably be pass or die. Have you started gathering your party together yet? Why party? Harry asked while he started writing down a list of names. Oh, a quirky bunch of allies. Friends to help you through dangerous times and adventures, that kind of thing. 2 can't say that I have. Okay. The next 2 to 3 people you meet will stick with you for life unless they're future recurring villains, of course. The door to the compartment slid open, and a lanky, red-headed boy came in. Anyone sitting here? He asked, pointing to the seat next to Milo. Everywhere else is full. The boy had a black mark on his nose. 3. We have a winner, and seemed to be glancing nervously at Harry. Hey Ron, Harry said. A pair of identical 1, freckled 2, equally red-headed 3. Twins walked to the door. Listen, one of them said to Ron, we're going to the middle of the train. Lee Jordan's got a giant tarantula down there. Right, mumbled Ron. Harry, said the other twin, did we introduce ourselves? Fred and George Weasley. And this is Ron, our brother. See you later, then. Bye, said Harry and Ron. The twins slid the compartment door shut behind them. Are you really Harry Potter? Ron blurted out. Harry nodded. This was getting to be almost too much for Milo. Finally, the solo adventure was over, and there was someone else to soak up damage. Harry pulled back a fringe of hair to show his lightning bolt scar more clearly. So, that's where you know who? I do not know who, Milo said. Oh, blimey. You don't? Ron paused. I don't think we've met. I am Ron Weasley. Milo Amastasialiadin, but please just call me Milo. Anyways, what's with this you-know-who character? He was this dark, evil wizard who went on an unstoppable rampage of death and destruction. Well, that is until Harry Potter. I still can't believe you're actually him. Proved to be too much for him and he died. What, just like that? Milo asked. I wouldn't say it was just like that, Harry said. He killed my parents. But he's gone though, Ron said. And good riddance too. No, he's not, Milo sighed. But you probably won't believe me. See, in my experience, when a dark wizard dies under mysterious causes, he'll come back 10 to 15 years later more powerful than before. And that's assuming he's not a lich. You talk a lot of nonsense, you know that? Ron said. Cool rat, though. Thanks, Milo shrugged. His name's Morty. Neat. I've got one too, he used to be my brother's. Ron pulled out a fat, gray rat, who appeared to be quite dead. I think what you have there is an X-rat, actually, Milo said. Nah, he's alive. He's just useless. His name is Scabbers. That seems oddly appropriate, Milo said. But enough character development. Tell me more about this dark wizard. There's not that much more to it, Ron frowned. What did you want to know? Well, for starters, there's his name, Milo said. Because really, I don't know who. They also call him He Who Must Not Be Named. But I always thought that was a bit of a mouthful, the redhead said, somewhat uncomfortably. Voldemort, said Harry, who had been silent. He's called the Dark Lord Voldemort. Ron gasped. What? Harry asked. You said you know whose name, said Ron, sounding both shocked and impressed. Milo tuned out as they continued chatting and comparing backstories and such. Ron came from a poor family with lots of kids. Harry was an orphan raised by muggles, yada yada. Milo looked out the window for the first time since he'd seen Neville. Sweet. Merciful. Pelayer. We're moving. Milo shrieked. How? What? How? Why? How? When? Harry and Ron glanced at each other. You alright, mate? Harry asked. 2V never been on a train before, Milo confessed. I can't believe how fast we're moving. What? Who never heard of a train? Everybody knows about trains, Ron said. They're just big metal things that move on rails, nothing to them. But it's moving so fast, Milo said in awe. Shortly later, there was a loud clattering sound by the compartment door, and a trolley selling candy came by. Milo and Ron passed, not having any money to speak of, but Harry bought just about the entire cart. Harry shared his candy with them all, neutral good. Milo could live with that, which seemed to be a big moment in his life for some reason. Milo never really paid much attention to food in the past. He'd spent his first 350 GP on everlasting rations and had more or less subsided off of that ever since. The savings over the years were astronomical. Milo started listening again when Harry opened his chocolate frog. In the package was a card containing a picture of Albus Dumbledore. Oh hey, that guy with the beard, Milo said. You know him? Harry asked. Of course he does. Everyone's heard of Dumbledore, said Ron. Harry turned the card over and read the back. Then he passed it to Milo, who read, Albus Dumbledore, currently headmaster of Hogwarts. Considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times, Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragons' blood, and for his work on alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and 10-pin bowling. Milo passed the card back. Dumbledore, the Dark Wizard Grindelwald, Nicholas Flamel, and the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Milo said, counting each on his finger. Write all those down, they'll be important later. Important? Ron asked. Important for what? For the adventure, obviously, Milo said. Okay, pretend for one moment that we're all not as crazy as you, Ron said, and elaborate? Oh, another newbie. Milo said, briefly explaining the concept of a PC to the bewildered Ron. As Ron was about to open his mouth to object, the compartment door slid open again, and Neville's round face appeared again. Oh, hey Neville, Milo said. Neville, this is Harry and Ron. Hey, pleased to meet you. So I lost my toad again. I was wondering if you could cast that spell again? Neville asked. Sure, Milo said, but was getting concerned that he'd run out of magic before even reaching Hogwarts. Spontaneous search, he cast, this time giving up Mount for the day. Your toad's 2 compartments towards the rear of the cart. Nobody ever taught Ron how to fold his clothes properly. And Scabbers is eating Harry's last chocolate frog, Milo said, as knowledge of the contents of the area flooded into his mind rapidly. It was dizzying, and he knew, instantly, far more about the contents of 26 students' luggage than he'd ever wanted to. Thanks, Neville said and scampered off. That was a mean trick, Ron accused. Fooling Neville like that. What are you talking about? I helped him, Milo said. Please. You didn't even use your wand, he said. What, this old piece of junk? Milo asked, pulling out the stick that demon of a man had sold him. Ron blushed slightly and mumbled something about his wand. Sorry, what was that? I was just saying, I wish that I was rich enough to afford a brand new wand and still consider it a piece of junk. Ron muttered angrily. Oh, I didn't buy it. Professor McGonagall bought it for me with Hogwarts' destitute orphan fund. Oh, sorry. Ron said, then went silent. You too? Harry asked. See, the thing about my parents is that I don't think I'm an orphan. I just can't remember them. Milo said. That's terrible. Harry said. I'll help you find them. Okay? Oh, thanks, but don't worry. It's not important. Not important? Ron asked, surprised. How could parents possibly be unimportant? Well, my backstory isn't working. I think it's because I'm cut off from my world, Milo said. Harry and Ron looked at him like he'd said he'd just gotten engaged to a goblin. He briefly explained what happened with the cultists. That's you're a nutter, mate, Ron said. Says the person who thinks you need a wand to be a wizard, Milo shot back. Morty folded his arms and shook his little rat head at Ron and Scabbers, emphasizing his point. Whatever. Want to trade rats? Ron asked hopefully. Not on your life, Weasley. Can you really do magic without a wand? Harry asked. I don't seem to know anything about anything, but I was led to believe that was practically impossible. Oh sure. Here, take this, he said, passing his wand to Harry. He shook his hands free of his sleeves, to show he didn't have anything up them. Okay, no wand, right? Dancing lights, for glowing white lights appeared in front of his hands, then flew around the compartment briefly, as the compartment door slid open again. Neville said, and of course I didn't believe him, that someone in this compartment could perform magic without a wand. A girl said, then gasped as she saw the lights. She had a bossy sort of voice. 1. Lots of bushy brown hair. 2. And the buck teeth make a winner. Milo shouted happily and dismissed the spell. Come in. Who are you? What? Oh, I'm sorry. Where I'm from it's actually a compliment, he said. What really? She asked disbelievingly. Yeah. Dumping charisma is a sign of great wisdom and foresight. Milo blushed slightly. He wasn't sure what he'd been thinking all those years ago, when he'd decided his charisma should be 2 points higher than his constitution. Stupid, 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 and now he was stuck with it. The girl frowned, trying to figure out if she'd been insulted or not. Well, I'm Hermione Granger. I've tried a few simple spells for practice and it's all worked for me, but never without my wand. How did you do that? She asked, sitting down next to Harry. Milo made frantic gestures to Harry to write her name down on the growing list. Well, I'm a wizard, right? So I do what wizards normally do. I learned the spell, wrote it down in my spellbook, and every morning I memorize it on an as-needed basis. Then I can cast it later once. That doesn't sound like magic at all, Hermione said slowly. At least not like any magic I've read about. And believe me, I've read a lot. What, seriously? Milo asked. How do you do it, then? Well, I learned the spell by reading how it's done. Then, after I practice enough to get the gestures and incantation just right, I just have to do it again and the spell gets cast. Milo said. How many times can you do that? In a given day, I've never noticed a limit, Hermione said. It can be a little exhausting, depending on the spell. But there's no hard cap. What, seriously? Milo asked again. Well, that's hardly fair. How many spells can you learn? They were starting to sound like warlocks, who could cast an infinite number of spells per day but only learned a few different ones to choose from. Well, I can cast 3, but nothing very impressive so far. But learning them isn't all that hard, she said. Not that hard, she says, Ron muttered. Don't listen to her, mate. It's pretty hard. Harry just shrugged. Is there no limit? Milo asked. Or, if you worked hard enough and practiced enough, could you just keep learning them? Yes, that's right. With enough hard work and practice, there's no upper limits beyond the confines of normal human memory. Hermione said, as if reciting the line from memory. I'll bet Dumbledore knows thousands of spells. That's so broken. Milo exclaimed. That's so unfair. I can get 11 a day, and almost half of those are cantrips. And I've been doing this a lot longer than you. What, you've already been using magic? Ron asked. That's illegal, that is. PSH, who's to stop me? Besides, I haven't set foot in this country till 3 days ago. I wasn't even on this plane before that. The words train, mate, Harry said. Planes fly up in the sky, though most wizards don't know much about them from what I've heard. It's an easy enough mistake to make. Don't feel bad. No, a plane is a universe into its own, with its own rules and laws governing it, Milo said. He should know, had maximum ranks in knowledge, the planes, after all. Excuse me, to head off this discussion before it becomes any more unbearable. Hermione interrupted. It's clear we're operating under different meanings of the same word. Harry is talking about an airplane, a muggle form of transportation. Milo is talking about a plane of existence, a totally different concept with no known grounding in reality, forcing me to conclude that he is, in fact, quite insane. Gee thanks, Milo muttered. He was about to come up with a snappy retort when the door slid open yet again. I'm sorry, I can't help you find your toad again today, Milo said irritably. While not strictly speaking true, anymore, and he'd be cutting into his emergency first-level spells. Milo never went anywhere without feather fall and grease. Unfortunately, it was not the good-natured long-bottom boy standing in the doorway. A pale, 1 blonde, 2 boy entered imperiously, and 3. We have a recurring character. After a brief moment of shock upon hearing Milo's words, he apparently decided to completely ignore the young wizard's existence. Is it true? The boy asked. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter is in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, said Harry. Flanking the sneering boy were a pair of mooks. Oh, this is Crabbe and this is Goyle, the boy said, although Milo wasn't sure why he bothered. Everything about them said mute NPC. And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron sniggered slightly. Think my name's funny. Do you? No need to ask who you are. Draco paused, staring at Milo. The blood drained from his face, making him look, if it were possible, even paler. You. I would have thought you'd be in hiding down the deepest, darkest hole you could find, after showing your face at my father's mansion. Well, Potter, I can see you've chosen your side already. A Weasley, a mudblood, and a dead man. I'd be careful if I were you, or you might just wind up going the way of your parents. With that, Malfoy spun about on his heel and started to leave. Harry and Ron stood up, their faces livid. Hermione had tears in her eyes. Apparently mudblood was some kind of insult. Maybe her ancestors were part dwarf or something. Either of you want to get him, or shall I? Milo asked. Ron smirked slightly, but his fists were still held, his knuckles turning white. Be my guest, he said through clenched teeth. Grease, Milo muttered. The ground underneath Malfoy and his mooks became all but frictionless. The results were fairly predictable, especially given that they were on a moving train. You, When father hears about this, Malfoy said, trying and failing quite hilariously, in fact. He'll ga. The Hogwarts Express lurched around a corner, causing Crabbe to fall onto Malfoy again. Unfortunately, the spell only lasted for 18 seconds. You haven't seen the last of me, Draco shouted, then stormed off, furiously. Mate, forget everything I said about you being crazy. You are all right in my books, Ron said. Same goes for me, said Harry. Let's all hope for Gryffindor together. Are you all right, Hermione? Harry asked the crying girl. Fine. I'm fine, she said. What was that he called you, anyway? Harry asked, confused. Mudblood, Ron said. It's a dire insult. It means someone whose parents weren't wizards. We'll get him back for that one. I rather think we did already get him back, Milo said smugly. Nah, that was just interest. We'll come and collect in full one day. Hermione, I wouldn't worry about it, Harry said. Nobody here cares whether or not your parents were muggles. Easy for you to say. She shot back. You're all purebloods. Hey, take it back. Milo said. There's not a drop of magical blood in my family. They all paused for a beat or three. And you're proud of that? Ron asked. 9 hells, yeah. It means I'm a wizard. I had to scrounge and work and fight tooth and nail for my magic. What do you take me for, a sorcerer? He asked. Hermione looked somewhat mollified, though confused, and gave him a brief, thankful look. What was that all about, anyway? Hermione asked, her voice steady but her eyes still rimmed with red. Oh, he's some git I met at Madame Malkin's, Harry explained. He comes from a big, rich family, Ron added. They were among you-know-who's first supporters, and also the first to turn their backs on Heimer, so they say, after he fell. Malfoy's dad claims he was being controlled by magic, but my dad thinks he's full of it. Hermione said. Maybe you shouldn't have humiliated him like that. We could come to regret this, if his family's as powerful as all that. Milo just grinned. 3 CR1s defeated, split 3 ways, was 300 XP each. He lay back as the train reached its destination, enjoying his 1 intelligence, 2 horsepower, 6 skill ranks, 1 first-level spell slot, 1 second-level spell slot, 1 will save bonus, and 3 friends. The sorting ceremony. The first years all filed into the Great Hall apprehensively as McGonagall explained about the 4 houses. Milo mentally filed them into house for the PCs, house for the villains, and 2 NPC houses to make up the numbers. Fair enough. The other first years around him were nervously discussing what they thought the sorting ceremony would entail. The group conclusion seemed to be that it would be some sort of horrible test, performed in front of everybody. Milo's post-level-up elation hadn't passed yet, but he still wished he hadn't burned so many spell slots on helping Neville find that toad. There was a kerfuffle as a group of ghosts drifted through the walls, but Milo was already ready for this. He shuddered to think of what he would have done in this situation had he not met the late Professor Binns the other day. The students were formed into a line alphabetically by McGonagall, and once more Milo cursed his last name. Why couldn't he have been Milo Lyodon Anastasia instead? The only person in front of him was a pink-faced, blonde girl. What do you think I'll have to do? She asked, the signs of abject terror on her face. I'm first. Why am I always first? She asked. Don't worry, you'll be fine, Milo said. They expect everyone to do this test, remember? So how hard could it be? And besides, they wouldn't start out every year by humiliating all their new students. Maybe it's all just a cruel joke, and everyone will laugh at me, she said through tears. If they do, I'll unleash magical hell on them, Milo muttered. What he meant was, if they do that to me, I'll unleash magical hell. But that's not what the frightened young girl heard. You would? For me? Tage, thank you. Don't mention it, Milo said, slightly embarrassed, and cast about for some fairly generic encouraging platitudes. You're braver than you think. Just keep that in mind, and confidently walk up there, and whatever happens, happens. There's bravery in everyone, you just have to look, he finished, somewhat lamely. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, McGonagall said to them. Abbott! Hannah! The girl looked determined as she walked up to the stool, and while in another life she might have been sorted into Hufflepuff, not that that's anything to be ashamed of course. Perhaps it was because she was thinking I'm braver than I think. I'm braver than I think. I'm braver than I think. When the hat was placed on her head, it only took a moment before it bellowed, Gryffindor. Anastasia Lyadin. Milo. McGonagall said. Well, here goes nothing. Gryffindor. The hat shouted after barely touching his head, and his new house applauded as if it wasn't already a foregone conclusion. Gryffindor was clearly the house for main characters. To confirm his suspicions, Neville, Hermione, Ron, and Harry were all sorted into Gryffindor, although, oddly, the hat seemed to have a hard time deciding with Harry. Draco and his minions, however, were sent to Slytherin. Milo wondered briefly what would have happened if one of Crabbe or Goyle had been sent to Gryffindor, or perhaps even worse, Hufflepuff. Milo looked around the tables and found that, oddly, the plates and dishes were all empty. He shrugged and pulled his everlasting rations out of his utility belt and started munching. "Watcha got there?" asked Hannah, who had, for some unimaginable reason, sat next to him at the table. On Milo's left was Hermione, followed by Harry, Ron, and Neville. "Everlasting rations," Milo explained, gesturing to the blue silk pouch. "They're not very common. I heard about them in an obscure book and had to get them custom-made, but they're super handy. Every sunrise, the bag fills itself up again." "Convenient," she said somewhat dubiously. "They tasty? You know, I don't think anyone's ever asked that before." He thought about it for a moment. "Tastes a little like granola, only even less." She made a face. "You don't think we were supposed to bring a lunch, do you?" "They will feed us?" she asked. Milo shrugged. "Hermione?" he asked, on the assumption that she'd know. Hermione paused briefly, as if doing a mental catalog search for the relevant information, before reciting as if from memory. "Hogwarts is world-renowned for owning some of the best cooking elves, and prides itself in never having one complaint for its dining experience. Durmstrang Academy, by comparison, has received 444 complaints as of the 1991 5th edition of this book," she said. "It's in Hogwarts, a history. You should read it sometime." "Elves?" Milo asked incredulously. "For cooking?" Milo had never known an elf to approach within 20 feet of a frying pan, and doubted that a single solitary potato the world over had ever been peeled by delicate elven hands. Milo was convinced that they were holding out on a rare, arcane version of create food and drink, because otherwise their civilization would have crumbled to dust about 2 weeks after creation. "Wish I was rich enough to own an elf," Ron said dreamily. "I'd never have to clean my room again." Milo's brain heard the sentence, of course, but rejected it immediately with a notice. "Does not parse. Own an elf?" He must have misheard. Before he could ask, the headmaster spoke. "Welcome," Dumbledore said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin, I would like to say a few words. And they are nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you," and then sat back down again. "Is he a bit mad?" Harry asked. "Well, yeah, he's a bit of a nutter, but some people say it's a disguise and he's really a genius," Ron said. "He seemed normal when I last talked to him," Milo said. "And you don't get to be Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards by collecting bottle caps," Hermione said. "Or by being stark raving mad," she added. Everyone looked at her again. "It was in Hogwarts, a history, and honestly, don't any of you read?" she asked slightly indignantly. "Quidditch magazines, mainly," Ron admitted. "Newspapers rescued from the trash. But only when the Dursleys weren't watching," Harry confessed. "Outside of spell books and fell arcane tomes?" "Not that much," Milo said. Hermione sighed. "You should try it sometime. You might find it fairly enlightening." "Oh, my goodness." Piles and piles of food appeared, suddenly, in front of them. Neat trick," Milo said. "I knew the elves cooked their food by magic. Pointy-eared pansies never worked a day in their lives." His last sentence drew a number of odd looks, but fortunately, most people were too busy digging in to pay much attention to him. Harry Potter in particular looked like he was about to cry tears of joy at the food laid out in front of them. Milo shrugged. To him, food was something to keep you from getting hunger-based check penalties. While the rest of the party was distracted by food, Milo made sure to cast detect poison before he touched any of it. Milo decided to check out the head table. The teachers at Hogwarts were the quirkiest bunch of characters he'd seen since Milo had been hired to take out a gnome barbarian's band of performing cutthroats. One of them was wearing a purple turban. One of them was tiny, Milo couldn't tell, from this distance, if he was a gnome, halfling, or dwarf. One of them was Albus Dumbledore, for God's sakes. The last, though, now he was really interesting. Black cloak, greasy hair, hooked nose, necromancer hands down. Milo grinned. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our dark wizard. Milo gave it a 50% chance that the professor was working for you-know-who, with the other 50% saying he was you-know-who. The only nail missing from his coffin was a goatee. Hey Hermione, who's he? Milo gestured to the obviously evil wizard. Professor Severus Snape, born 1960, made potions master at Hogwarts in 1981 by Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, and as of 1991, is the head of House Slytherin, she recited. Hogwarts, a History, page 371. You're a very useful person to have around, you know that? Milo asked. Hermione beamed. Harry, listen up. Add Snape to your list, he's bad news. Are you sure? Harry asked. Absolutely. I mean, just look at him. He's wearing all black, for goodness sake. I don't mean to put too fine of a point on it, but we're all also wearing all black, Milo, Harry said, gesturing at his uniform. It's black of a different sort. We're in the sober, working black. He's in evil black. Back me up here, Ron. Fred and George say he's a smarmy git, and he favors Slytherin students outrageously, Ron said. They also say that he's half bat, he can read your mind, and that shampoo spontaneously combusts when it touches his hair, but I think they made that last one up. He's probably just allergic to shampoo, Hermione said. He's a professor. He can't be evil, or Dumbledore wouldn't let him teach here. Milo barked a laugh. They clearly had very different views of education. Harry abruptly clutched his forehead in pain. What's wrong? Hermione asked in concern. I was just looking at Snape, and suddenly my scar hurt, Harry said. The scar you know who gave you? No, the other scar on my forehead, of course the scarval you know who gave me, Harry snapped. Hermione blushed slightly. Sorry, he said. I didn't mean to be mean, I was just so angry all of a sudden. It was weird. I'd say that's basically proof, Milo said. Harry looked at Snape, and his cursed scar hurt. Ergo, Snape is evil. Sounds good to me, Ron voiced his agreement. I mean, look at him. Seriously. I don't think we should just jump to conclusions like this, Hermione said. One's fashion choices and hygiene, no matter how unfortunate, have no bearing on moral standing. Also, we should really tell an adult about Harry's scar. It might be important, might need a healer. What does Snape need to do, eat a baby or something? Milo asked. New PCs could be so thick sometimes. He hasn't even done anything yet, Hermione protested. She has a point, Harry added. All he's done is sit there. Maybe he's a really nice bloke, and I don't think any of us know enough magic yet to say if my scar's reaction means anything. We should give him the benefit of the doubt. Fine, it's your adventure after all. But can we at least agree to keep a close eye on him? Milo pleaded. They all agreed, albeit in Hermione's case, somewhat reluctantly. Dumbledore then stood to make another speech, laying out some ground rules. The Forbidden Forest Washa, yeah right? Milo couldn't imagine a better way to encourage students to go there and gain XP than to forbid them from doing it. Milo's ears really perked up at hearing about the forbidden, trapped, mysterious corridor, however. Harry laughed when Dumbledore said that anyone who investigated it would die a painful death, but nobody else did. The headmaster was serious. Milo grinned. He loved the school already. I can't believe Quidditch is restricted to second years, Ron complained. What's Quidditch? Harry, Hermione, and Milo asked simultaneously. Ron fainted into his pudding. Once he came around, he described the rules. It was some unbelievably dangerous-sounding sport. Two of the players' jobs were to send heavy leather balls flying at the opposing team, played on broomstick. As Ron explained about the golden snitch, Milo considered it thoughtfully. From what he could tell, the seeker's success or failure completely invalidated everything that the other players did. It was as if the sport was set up entirely to give seekers a backdrop to compete against. I like it, Milo said. It has everything. Magic, danger, and rules blatantly skewed for the PCs to shine. Harry, make sure to write this down. The boy who lived dutifully added it to his growing list of plot-relevant items. I think it sounds stupid, Hermione declared, ignoring Ron's protests. and way too dangerous to be allowed in a school setting. Flying in general sounds dreadful. Dumbledore sent them all to bed. So Perseus Gryffindor prefect led the first years to their lair. En route they were attacked by Peeves. Peeves, show yourself, Percy bellowed. He's a poltergeist, careful. He only answers to the Bloody Baron. That's the Slytherin ghost. Getting all this, Harry? Milo asked. Peeves flew past, throwing sticks at Neville's head. Prefect, that was an attack if I've ever seen one. Permission to retaliate? Now, I don't think that will be necessary. He knows that if he goes too far, I'll tell the Baron, Percy said. Besides, Percy was interrupted, however, when Peeves unloaded a bucket of water on the prefect's head. Hit him with everything you've got, Mr. Emastatialiadin. Everything. Glitter dust. Milo shouted, the shower of sparks blinding the poltergeist for 24 seconds. Now, level-ups were the greatest, and preventing him from turning invisible. Peeves, whirling in astonished fury, began dropping walking sticks, pies, and associated other miscellany on the students. Feather fall. Milo cast, slowing their descent to a harmless speed. As a coup de grace, once the blindness wore off, then created a silent image of the Bloody Baron slowly drifting around the corner. Peeves bolted, leaving a trail of glittering dust in his wake. Well done. Percy congratulated him, after using a cleaning charm to dry himself off. Is everyone all right? Excellent. That was Peeves the poltergeist. If you encounter him in the halls, it's best to find a member of the faculty or the Bloody Baron. He won't deliberately hurt you, though his pranks can at times get out of hand, but he's irritating and might make you late for class. After decades of certain disreputable Hogwarts students using Peeves as a pretext for tardiness, teachers have stopped accepting run-ins with the poltergeist as an excuse. Milo couldn't believe they had random encounter within the castle walls. The school was awesome. Percy led them, finally, to the Gryffindor common room, which was guarded by a painting requiring a password. Milo hadn't realized that interhouse rivalry was quite so heated as to require secret bases and passwords, but it fit with his general theory of Hogwarts education. Both Harry and Milo felt at home immediately upon entering Gryffindor Tower, but for different reasons. Harry was overwhelmed at all of the magic and wonder, and glad to finally be rid of his abusive foster parents. The sense of camaraderie in the dorm was something new and amazing to him. Milo, on the other hand, felt the calling of all wizards everywhere, regardless of universe. Wizard equals tower, tower equals wizard. He was excited for tomorrow, when he could fully enjoy the benefits of being 4th level, and memorize a whole slew of new spells. He decided, after a bit of thought, to add levitate and invisibility to his repertoire. He made sure to prepare an extra silent image in case of another run-in with Peeves. The next morning was interesting. Word had spread that the famous Harry Potter was attending school, and Milo's unfortunate friend was pestered with constant whispering and glances. Milo suggested that he borrow some makeup from Hannah. Hermione didn't seem the type, and hide the telltale scar. Minor details only gave 5 to disguise checks, but Harry adamantly refused, claiming it was the only reminder he had of his parents. Ron howled with laughter at the suggestion, adding that some eyeliner or, as he put it, guyliner, would really bring out Harry's emerald eyes. Their first class was herbology, which Milo figured was safe enough. He was a bit concerned that learning about plants meant he might be obliged to invest skill ranks in knowledge, nature, or Vecna forbid survival, but after clarifying that it was magical herbs they were studying, Milo was quite convinced his knowledge arcana would be up to the task. History of magic was likewise no trouble at all. Milo spent the class trying to figure out what his immediate response would be when the ghost of Professor Binns invariably snapped and starting draining the students' constitution scores, or when an evil cleric showed up and seized search control of the undead professor with Command Undead. Professor Flitwick apparently taught charms, which was a problem for Milo. As a specialized conjurer, he was obliged to drop 2 schools of Magish chose necromancy. He didn't look good in pale makeup and mascara, and enchantment. He was uncomfortable about mentally controlling people. The charm sub-school fell neatly into the second category of spells, which Milo was forbidden from casting. Fortunately, the excitable professor, who Milo was convinced was some sort of deformed gnome, fainted dead away when he called Harry Potter's name while taking attendance. What have we got next? Milo asked Ron. Let me check, the redhead said, patting his pockets for his schedule. Transfiguration with McGonagall. I hear she's really strict. Transfiguration? That might be a problem, Milo frowned. That would involve, presumably, performing actual magic with a wand, something Milo hadn't even tried to do. He was worried that if he actually succeeded, he might wind up as a multi-classed wizard and be doomed to spend the rest of his days as a walking joke of a character. Why's that? Asked a first-year NPC. The other Gryffindors had started following Milo around between their classes after word spread that he could scare off Peeves. Professor McGonagall was so astonished that the entire class arrived on time, apparently that had never happened before, that she awarded them 5 points for Gryffindor. After then warning them of the dangers of transfiguration, she told them to try and transform a matchstick into a pin. Milo broke out into a cold sweat, staring at the stick in front of him. Surely wizards in this plane couldn't cast polymorph any object at first level? That was an 8th level spell. Milo felt a bit foolish waving his wand around ineffectually, but he really wasn't sure what else he could do. Hermione, sitting next to him, had managed to turn her matchstick silver. Milo's eyes narrowed. Prestidigitation, he murmured. It was a cantrip, a 0th level spell used for practice by novice casters, but it was also one of the most versatile. Milo preferred to think of it as least wish. One of its many effects was that it could recolor an object temporarily. He then sat back smugly in his desk chair, satisfied with a job well done. McGonagall passed by, giving encouragement and pointers to the struggling students she passed. Upon reaching Milo, however, she frowned and stared at the silver matchstick. To Milo, it was indistinguishable from Hermione's. McGonagall picked it up, examined it very carefully, and dropped it on the desk. It made a quiet wooden tick. Mr. Anastasia Lyodin, she said sternly, did you paint your matchstick? No, Professor, he stammered. Drat, curse her cross-class ranks in Intimidate. Then bravo. 1 point for Gryffindor, she said grudgingly, before walking to Hermione. She frowned, and gave hers the same examination. She dropped it, and it gave a silvery metal ping, upon colliding with the desk. Well done, Ms. Granger. It's been many years since I've seen someone change anything more than mere color on their first try. 2 points for Gryffindor. Hermione turned slightly pink, and shot Milo a smug look when McGonagall passed by. Next was potions with the Slytherins, no less. Whoever is involved in the scheduling of classes, Milo thought, should be awarded a medal. He couldn't think of a possible scenario that would lead to greater conflict than the obviously evil head of the obviously evil house teaching the heroes and villains together. Put a PC in a powder keg like that and there'd be an explosion, sure as sure. Milo was the only Gryffindor smiling when they entered Snape's dungeon. It had been far too long since Milo had been in a proper dungeon. Now all they needed was a troll or two to complete his day. Milo didn't know what specifically was going to go down in the dungeon, but he knew someone was going to start a fight, and he knew who was going to finish it. He chose his desk warily, deciding to go right in the dead center. The rest of the Gryffindors sat on the right-hand side of the classroom, leaving the left-hand side empty, a clear message for the Slytherins whenever they deigned to arrive. From the border between the two groups, Milo could safely target the entire Slytherin first year with a well-placed spell on the first round of combat. There is an infrequently used rule, and Milo loved infrequently used rules, called the ready action. A character can, on his turn, ready an action to do something specific when certain triggers, which he chooses in advance, occur immediately. It allowed rapid action as long as you were prepared enough. As the Slytherins drifted in one by one, a few were covered in whitewash, mute evidence of Peeves' humorous pranks. Milo readied an action. Glitter dust in the center of the Slytherin side of the room as soon as the first Slytherin acts offensively against a Gryffindor. That should cover it. Snape walked into the room like a man with a purpose. He quickly called out attendance, pausing on Harry's name. Ah yes, he said softly. Our new celebrity. Draco and his mooks sniggered. The other Gryffindors sitting along the borderline, Neville, Hannah, and Lavender, sat tensely, their hands near their wands. Snape began his introductory monologue, lingering, a bit too lovingly for Milo's taste, on the subtle science and exact art of potion-making. Potter, said Snape suddenly. Harry sat bolt upright, a brief look of terror on his face. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Milo frowned. Nothing, he thought, except, of course, a god's awful smell. I don't know, sir, Harry said. Well, even wizards fail a knowledge check once in a while. Tut. Tut, fame clearly isn't everything, Snape sneered. Well, now that's just rude. Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Hermione's hand shot into the air, as did Milo's. I don't know, sir, Potter said, his voice barely shaking at all. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter? Well, now, there's no reason for him to act like that to the poor Gryffindor kid, Milo thought. In fact, the head of House Slytherin was acting downright offensively. Oh crud. Glitter dust. The defense professor. It really could have been worse, Hermione said. Can't see how, said one of the Patil twins. The Gryffindor one, whatever her name was. Well, said Lavender Brown, at least the bloodshed was kept to a minimum. And St. Mungo's says Neville's supposed to make a full recovery, added Hannah Abbott. And we weren't expelled, Hermione pointed out. Also, continued Lavender, Snape managed to finite that toad who summoned that, anyway. I don't think I've ever seen quite that shade of orange before Pansy Parkinson suffered permanent injury. Really, it's a wonder he knew which one to cast it on. Couldn't tell the two apart myself, muttered Ron. I think only taking 10 points off showed remarkable restraint, all things considered, Hermione mused. Shame it was from every first year in Gryffindor, though, because, seeing as how she looks like a toad, Ron said, disappointed at the initial lack of response. Assuming we don't assault the Slytherins anymore, and we all put in a few extra hours and some hard work in practice and revisions, Hermione said cheerfully, I think we might be able to manage to beat the Hufflepuffs, at least not that there's anything wrong with them, perfectly respectable Housey in the House Cup standings. Seamus and several other largely interchangeable first years groaned. Nothing a golden snitch or two won't fix, Ron said hopefully. Would reckons assuming we can find a seeker half as good as Charlie Wasway stand a decent chance at taking the Quidditch Cup from Slytherin this year? Cease, said the Bloody Baron. He didn't exactly shout, and it wasn't exactly loud in fact. It seemed little more than a whisper. But even over the 10 complaining 11-year-olds and Hermione, who was in fact 12, the ghost's voice was clearly audible. Be glad it's only house points and detention. When I still attended this school, we didn't use the cat one-eyed tails. The Gryffindors fell silent. A few scratched their heads, pondering the Baron's last statement. Harry knew he shouldn't really knew it, but he just couldn't help himself. He had to ask, Don't you mean you still used the cat one-eyed tails?
No.
It was introduced by a weak, soft headmaster after Emeric the Evil retired by a Hufflepuff, as I recall, the Baron mused. Harry swallowed. If a 9-tipped whip was seen as soft enough for a Hufflepuff, not that there's anything wrong with Themto use instead of whatever they did before, the entire first year of Gryffindor was in detention, overseen by the silvery-colored ghost of Slytherin. Their task was simple enough on the surface. They had to keep the suits of armor that lined the halls of Hogwarts free of rust. The catch wasn't that they couldn't use magic, which they couldn't, of course, or even that they were supervised by the Bloody Baron. Milo couldn't help but wonder where the Bloody Baron's eponymous blood came from. It isn't because the Baron died violently or nearly headless. Nick would be at least as bad. But it was that the paintings were ordered to ignore them during detention. Now, you may be thinking, is that all? And if so, it is because you've never been 11 years old in a shopping mall after closing time, completely alone with only a teddy bear. Only in this case, the shopping mall has, at last count and rounding up, a completely unknown number of floors. And the staircases move, as do some floors. One notable corridor appears to twist somewhere in the middle, and by the end of it you're walking on stone and there's a carpet along the ceiling. But only on every other Tuesday, except on leap years. And the shopping mall is a castle. And that castle is Hogwarts. And your teddy bear is missing. It only took half an hour for Hannah, Neville was still in St. Mungo's, to vanish. Okay. The thing we need to do is not panic, Hermione said calmly, and search for her in a group. As long as we all stay together, we should be. Nah, that's rubbish, Ron interrupted. We're at a 4-way intersection. and there's still 9 of us. We can find her faster if we divvy up, send 2 in every direction except 1, which gets 3. Faster we find her, the faster we clean these ruddy statues. No, there's only 3 directions to go in unless we go backwards, and in any case that's beside the point, because if we split then we'll have to stop and go looking for you. What, just because you're so much smarter than all of us? Ron asked rudely. For all you know, we could have to go find you. That's exactly my point. Hermione shouted. So we're in agreement. We split up.
No.
Milo shouted. You never split the party. Never. You're one to talk, you got us into this mess, Lavender accused. Says the girl who lit Pansy Parkinson on fire, that Patil girl muttered. That cow had it coming, Lavender said defensively. She called me a cow. We're getting sidetracked, Hermione insisted. We need to find Hannah, and the best way to do that is to systematically search every room and hallway, as a group, that she could have got to in 10 minutes. That could take the rest of our lives. Ron said. Let's just split up and find her already. No, I'm telling you. Fine, how about a compromise? I'll split up with Harry, Dean, and Seamus, you and the others stay together. Coming, Harry? Harry gave an apologetic look and followed Ron and the others down the corridor on the right-hand side. Hermione sighed. Okay, well the rest of us can start on the left and work our way through. Who put you in charge? Anyway? Lavender asked. Parvati, Faye, and I can take the center. We'll have found Hannah and be back to cleaning statues while you're still organizing. Lavender strode off, followed by a pair of witches. Parvati, Milo said. So that's her name. Hermione groaned. You know, I sometimes wish I'd been sorted into Ravenclaw, she muttered. This sort of behavior would never stand there. I don't suppose you have any tricks up your sleeve? Loads, said Milo. But locate creature is a 4th level spell, and I can only do up to 2nd. And unless Hannah's met an unfortunate end, locate object won't be able to find her. Huh, said Hermione. So you can find objects with magic but not living things? Yeah, that's basically what I just said. Any unique object I've seen firsthand, or the closest one of a type of object. Find her robes, commanded Hermione. Milo paused. I think that's cheating, he said. Or at least bending the rules to the point of breaking. I like it. He imagined, as best he could, Hannah's robes in his mind easy, because they were exactly the same as the ones he and Hermione were wearing. Locate object Hannah's robes. So where is she? Sort of between forwards and left and up a little. Now down. Now up again. What? Any idea how far? No, except that she has to be within the range of the spell. 560 feet at the outer limit. They decided to head left, based on the fact that it seemed to have as big a chance of being correct as forwards, and they didn't have to deal with Lavender and whoever those other 2 girls were. Wish Neville were here, Milo said. Why's that? Hermione asked as they walked. He was nice enough, for a boy, Hermione supposed, but he wasn't exactly useful. Well, see, if he were, then he'd be the one who wandered off and got lost. Then we'd be looking for him, he explained, and not Hannah Abbott. You have a very unusual view of the world, you know that? So tell me, she asked slyly, why would you rather Hannah were here, with us? Because then there'd be 3 of us and we'd have a higher chance of making our spot checks. Our what's? Spot checks. You make them when, say, Peeves is sneaking up on you from behind. And I have a feeling we failed one. And why is that? Just a feeling I get sometimes. Wait. Hannah's moving. The spell stopped tugging him forwards and left, and abruptly started pulling more to the right. And then down rapidly. She's falling, he said. And depending on the distance, it might be pretty fast. We should find a professor immediately, Hermione said. She might be hurt. For once, I agree with you, but how are we going to find one? Face it, we're lost. Gah, Hermione said. There must be something we can do. What other spells do you know? Milo started listing. For an ordinary wizard of his level, there would be only about a dozen or so, but Milo was no ordinary wizard. He was an optimized wizard, and one extremely broken ability. He traded the ability to make magical scrolls for allowed him to cast any kind of wizard divination spells for finding things, information, and people he'd heard of. He'd heard rumors that it could be used for non-wizard spells as well, but Milo was unwilling to risk it. He knew the horror stories of what could happen to those who bent the rules too far. Suffice to say that the universe could be capricious. You can read people's minds? Hermione gasped, after Milo explained detect thoughts. You're a legilimens. First of all, that's not a word, and second of all, only surface thoughts. There's a whole bunch of restrictions on it, too. Other than locate object, though, there's not much there to help us. A rather large amount of them seem to be focused on fighting, which can't be very useful. Milo chuckled slightly. Well, not today, maybe. We're completely screwed, aren't we? Unfortunately, Hermione said. She sighed and slid down a wall, sitting on the cold stone floor. If only we could ask one of the portraits for help. Might I be of assistance? Asked a timid voice. Behind them stood the erratic Professor Quirrell. See, told you we failed a spot check, Milo muttered. Professor, you have to help us. Hermione blurted out. Hannah went missing and everyone ran off to go find her. And now we're hopelessly lost. We can't ask the portraits for help because we're in detention. She said the last 3 words slowly, as if her mouth found them strange and foreign. Milo shrugged. He'd never been in detention either, but then again he'd never really gone to school before. SH shouldn't be terribly difficult, he stammered. WNIW was in RR Romania once. My pea party was separated by VVV. The blood drained from his face, and he sat down shakily.
Vampires.
There's vampires in this world? Milo thought worriedly. He made a note to start taking anti-vampire precautions. Garlic, holy symbols. Where's a cleric when you need one? Milo sniffed. Quirrell's turban emanated the distinct odor of garlic. Smart, Milo thought, in case they're recurring characters and come for revenge. Hold up, Milo said. Vampires in this world. Do they act like normal vampires? You know, suck blood, never age, can turn other people into vampires? That sort of thing?
Yes. Quirrell stammered reluctantly.
He clearly didn't want to talk about vampires anymore. They don't age. Milo repeated again. So they could live forever unless they ran out of blood or someone stakes them. I suppose so, Quirrell said. His stammer was increasing in frequency. Milo, we have to find Hannah. We'll worry about vampires later. Okay? Hermione said. No, this is important, he said. Hermione opened her mouth to say, Hannah is important too, so Milo added, really important. Hermione frowned, but fell silent. Quirrell looked intrigued. So, we know you know who wanted to become immortal at any cost, right? Milo said. I don't know much, but it sounds to me like that was one of his major motivations. Yes, Quirrell said. Yes, he did ever seek eternal life. And we know that you know who didn't really die, Milo said. Hermione sighed. We don't know that, she thought. We don't even suspect it. We don't have a shred of evidence. Do we now? Quirrell asked. Do we really? Who else knows? Just us, but it's obvious to anyone with a brain. I'm sure Dumbledore knows all about it, and Harry, Hermione, Ron and I, of course, are going to stop him. Anyways, back to the point. Becoming a vampire isn't nearly as non-trivial as, say, some sort of secret dark ritual for eternal life or I don't even know what. All it takes is a couple of minions and a vampire. Vampire turns you, minions kill the original vampire, you're free. To what purpose? Quirrell asked. Immortality, of course. Eternal unlife. I think we should seriously consider the possibility that you know who is a vampire, Milo concluded. He had a nagging feeling like he failed a skill check of some sort, but it was probably nothing. He doesn't seem the type to mind having to drink blood every so often to live. Quirrell frowned, but said nothing. We need to find Hannah, Hermione stressed. She could be in serious danger and all the other first years are still scattered across the castle. When last I saw that the young Miss Abbott W. was swimming to the shore of the lake, Quirrell said, his eyes going briefly distant. Milo wondered what possible reason someone would need to use both still and silent spell on Scry. P. Percy the GGGG your house's P. Prefect was attempting to use a HH hovering charm to assist her. I believe she is Q quite well. Well, that's a relief. I wonder how she wound up there? Hermione asked. We should probably try to find all the others now, too. The task proved somewhat more difficult than they'd hoped, and even with the help of the paintings, who could, at Quirrell's request, attempt to locate the students but not speak to them, it took the better part of the afternoon. Lavender and Co. had been delayed by Peeves, who managed to convince them that Hannah was just around the corner, and then around the next corner and the next, and so on until they were hopelessly lost, while Ron had found himself locked in an old, unused classroom, but when he turned around the door had vanished. Harry and Seamus had got cornered by Filch and lectured lengthily about wandering off. They finally found Dean sitting comfortably in the Gryffindor common room, but he refused to say how he'd got there. Great, Hermione said worriedly, just great. After detention and then hunting down our classmates without enough sense to wander off. I haven't had the chance to even touch the dark forces. A guide to self-protection for a whole day. I've probably forgotten everything, and defense against the dark arts is tomorrow. Insufferable, isn't she? Ron asked Harry, who looked uncomfortable. How many times have you read that book already, Hermione? 3, she said. Then the blood drained from her face. Oh my God, only 3. I'm not going to know anything. What if there's a quiz or he asks me? I'm going to just stand there in front of everyone and not know the difference between a Grindylow and a boggart. What, in the name of Elminster's pointy hat, is a boggart? Milo asked. A household pest that takes the form of whatever its viewer fears, she said shakily. You have shape-shifting fear monsters as house pests here? Milo asked, impressed. Cool. Morty, sitting on his shoulder, nodded vigorously. We aren't supposed to learn about them until 3rd year, but maybe Professor Quirrell will try to get the jump on us like Snape did with Harry. So I thought I should be prepared and read ahead a little. But what if it isn't enough? And I wind up sitting there like Harry did until this trigger-happy lunatic assaults the Slytherins again. She nodded to Milo. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be insufferable. She was looking really distraught. Hermione, it's all right. Ron's just upset because you were right about not splitting up, and it made him look a mite daft, Harry said gently. He looked at Ron. I'm sorry, but it did. He turned back to Hermione. He's embarrassed is all. What, me, mate? Embarrassed? Asked Ron defensively. Nah, it's only that this bookworm keeps just leaping at the chance to show how much better she is than us. Really, she should have been in Ravenclaw. Then her own kind would have to put up with her. Hermione fled the common room, sobbing. Hannah shot him a look that could petrify a Medusa with PC class levels, and chased after her. What? He asked. Harry shrugged. I think she's been hit by a crushing despair spell, Milo said. Maybe I should go find her and see if I can.
No.
Parvati Patil said. See if I can dispel her, he finished. Then she'd be fine. Don't even dream about it. Hannah will handle it, you stay here. Magic, Parvati said, is not the problem. Ron, a word? She asked, sounding deceptively sweet. Yeah, in a MO, only me and Harry were about to play wizard's chess, he said.
No, Ron.
Now, the girl insisted. I finally had a response from my contacts at the ministry, Dumbledore said to his assembled heads of houses. Albus, it's been nearly a week. Surely they could have responded earlier? Minerva McGonagall criticized, sitting down across the desk from him. She wondered how he could even think in this office, with all its whirring and clicking silver contraptions. When, and hopefully it would be a long time from today, she became headmistress, she would have them carefully and respectfully placed in a closet someplace. A clean one, of course, but on the other side of the castle. Unfortunately, not even Merlin himself could devise a spell capable of cutting through red tape. Dumbledore sighed. The short answer is that there have been no reported attacks on any wealthy wizard's residence recently, and no detections of underage magic from the vicinity around Hogsmeade. I knew it, Snape sneered. The boy spun us a web of lies. No mere child could escape Death Eaters. I really had thought better of him, McGonagall sighed. Oh well, I suppose he is only a boy. Any word on the broomstick? Phileas? Well, as we all know, reported thefts are kept quite confidential down at the DMLE, Phileas said. McGonagall sighed. She'd hoped they could make headway there. But I have a friend from my dueling days down in the Department of Mysteries, and he used to share an office with someone in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and he says that while no official reports have been filed, his old flame down in the organ that handles broomstick registry claims that Walden McNairho works as executioner for the ministry. But he's an ex-Death Eater, recently bought a Nimbus 2000, Flitwick said proudly, then paused to catch his breath. Which tells us what, exactly, these broomsticks are, I'm led to believe, extremely popular, Snape said. They are also extremely expensive and McNair already owned one. Flitwick said with aplomb. Hardly evidence. A man can have 2 broomsticks, Snape said. To Dumbledore, however, he gave a quick, discreet nod. Dumbledore sighed. I have other information, and I dare not say from where or who. That suggests the Death Eaters are up to their old game again. Professor Sprout gasped. Surely not, Headmaster? Not with their leader dead, and their numbers reduced? She asked, her voice gripped with fear. I'm afraid so, Pomona. We should contact the Aurors at once. McGonagall exclaimed. Without any proof? Lucius would have any who acted sacked. Snape sneered, slouched across his chair. I'm afraid, Severus, that you are correct, Dumbledore said. We shall have to be extra vigilant. And what of the boy? Flitwick asked. He shall continue his education here at Hogwarts until he learns to search control his magic accidents, like what happened in Severus's potions class cannot be allowed to happen out where muggles might see, and until we are certain McNair and his comrades have forgotten that young Milo stole the broomstick, Dumbledore said. He appears to be an exceptionally confused and troubled young orphan, but his heart is true. Quirinus spoke very highly of him this evening, and how he attempted to help rescue unsuccessfully, unfortunately, a number of lost Gryffindors. Snape smiled briefly. He was particularly proud of that punishment. Which brings me to another matter, Dumbledore continued gravely. Hagrid has been finding something most concerning in the Forbidden Forest. The heads of houses listened carefully, intrigued. He's found Sign's blood. Some hair that something has been attacking the unicorns who live there. Sprout gasped. McGonagall looked stunned. Flitwick shook his head sadly, and even Snape looked disgusted. Attacking a unicorn was low even by his standards. Hagrid has been unable to find whatever has been causing the attacks, but Quirrell has volunteered, as defense professor, to take over the investigation. He said that it was likely the work of some fell creature or possibly even a powerful dark wizard. If the collective amount of surprise felt by the assembled professors were expressed in terms of, say, water, using the baseline of one fair-sized pink plastic beach bucket full of seawater representing the surprise felt when a politician suggests something sensible in Parliament, and a bathtub full of water representing the theoretical surprise not felt when the idea doesn't get ridiculed by the opposing party, then their earlier surprise, when they heard of the unicorn attacks, could be collected in a 2-liter bottle of Diet Coke. Once said Diet Coke has been safely disposed of alongside other toxic chemicals, while their current surprise, caused by hearing that Quirrell had volunteered for something dangerous, was almost, but not quite, the size of the Mediterranean Sea. Well now, McGonagall mused. It seems we've quite underestimated the defense professor. Indeed, it appears that, in a crisis, he can really pull himself together, Phileas said. I'm rather proud of him, actually. He also pointed out that this is an excellent opportunity for detention, Dumbledore said. Between him and Hagrid, any students with them will be quite safe, but absolutely petrified. You're not suggesting we deliberately send children into the Forbidden Forest? It got its name for a reason. Albusto hunt after something vile enough to attack a unicorn? I for one rather like the idea, Snape said. Should make that boy think twice about attacking my students. I heard there's werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, Ron said when they heard the news. McGonagall had come to inform them that Quirrell had offered an alternate detention for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Milo, and that while it was particularly awful, if they went then the statue-cleaning punishment for all the Gryffindors would be reduced. It's not a full moon, Ron, Hermione sighed. What werewolves are real? Harry asked. Obviously everyone knows that, said Ron. They're as real as dragons and goblins. Dragons are Reno, never mind. If we do this, it counts against how many statues we have to clean, and after the last time, I think we want to avoid that, Harry said. I'm in. Same. The experience alone will be well worth it, Milo said. And I can probably handle anything they throw at me. You're insane, mate, Ron said. I'd sooner clean another 1,000 statues than set 1 foot in that forest. I'm with Ron, Hermione said. Cleaning isn't so bad. And that sounds really dangerous. We'll be fine, Milo said. Quirrell will be with us, and I for one like the cut of his jib. And Hagrid will be there, Harry said. What's the worst that could happen? The Forbidden Forest. They met Hagrid and the quietly quivering Quirinus Quirrell in the Great Hall. Hagrid, evidently some sort of half-giant ranger, was carrying a heavy crossbow. Milo was skeptical. Light crossbows were much more damage efficient, and carrying Fong's leash. Milo had carefully prepared his spells that morning, and avoided casting any throughout the day, meaning the Gryffindors started to be late for class. Again, as Peeves could harass them with impunity, and Milo was starting to appear rather useless in their lessons. Still, he wasn't about to venture into something called the Forbidden Forest without a full complement of spells. Mage armor he cast as soon as they approached the professor and the keeper of the keys. A thin, invisible field of force surrounded him like a second skin. It was far from complete protection, but it would help a little. Hagrid, Harry said happily. All right, Quirrell said, our job is simple. All we're to do is enter the FF forest and find whatever it is attacking the unicorns, he stammered nervously. And then our return to Hogwarts so the headmaster and I can decide what to do. Sounds like a plan, Milo said, although he privately wondered why all the powerful wizards living in Hogwarts didn't just use some divinations to determine what was in the forest. Yeah, all right, Harry? Hagrid asked the Harry, who looked a little nervous, but determined. Milo was a little impressed that he'd volunteered for this. His friend was only 3 days into his wizard training. Milo hadn't, in fact, seen him perform any actual magic yet. Now that's guts, he thought, but smart. If he lives, anything we encounter will give him so much XP that he's bound to level up at least once. Let's be off, then, Hagrid said, and led them through the grounds. Hogwarts sure looks eerie at night, Milo thought. A bit like Thomir's old place. Milo felt a brief pang of homesickness. Thomir was evil to the core, sure, but after the number of times Milo and his party had defeated him, he was practically family. Now, I want to be clear. Anything happens Sanathan at all and you're to send up red sparks and run. Ya hear? Harry and Milo nodded mutely. Milo could do close enough with a dancing light spell. And keep your eyes peeled, said Quirrell. And stick close. A soft breeze caused the chill night air to bite clean through their school uniforms, and Milo pulled out a warm scarf and some wool gloves, fingerless so as not to interfere with his spellcasting gestures, from his belt of hidden pouches. Right. I'll take Harry and Fong. Quirrell can take Milo, Hagrid said as they reached the outskirts of the forest. What, we're splitting up? Harry asked. We've had bad experiences with that before, Milo added. Best way to find what we're looking for, Hagrid said. Too big of a group and we'll spook it. Remember, run into trouble, send sparks. Well, Harry, Milo said. See you on the other side, right? Course. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll be fine, Harry said. Milo was astonished. Was Harry trying to reassure him? You know, Harry, I think that one day when you've gone up a few levels and get a few magic items you'll be quite the hero. Good luck. The two groups split up and entered the forest. So what are we looking for exactly, Professor? Milo asked Quirrell. We are not yet certain, Quirrell said. Something that's been attacking unicorns, almost certainly some kind of animal. Keep an eye out for any unicorn's blood. It has a distinctive silvery color. Again, Milo had the nagging feeling that he'd failed a skill check. Quirrell had his wand at the ready. Felt like they'd been walking for hours, but Milo doubted it was more than half of one. Bet this is old hat for you, right? Milo asked, feeling slightly nervous. You probably charge into the Forbidden Forest every other week, fighting monsters and things? No, that's Hagrid's job. I've only been this deep twice before, Quirrell said. Oh, good. Wait, quiet, I think I heard something, Quirrell said. Best hide behind that tree, I'll investigate. Just stay down. Before Milo could argue, Quirrell strode off the path with his wand held out like a weapon, which Milo supposed it was. Milo shrugged and ducked behind a tree, which was covered in soft moss. He heard rustling in the darkness, and debated whether to cast dancing lights to see what was going on. He eventually decided against, reasoning that the light might reveal some sort of monster sneaking up on him but would certainly attract everything in the entire forest. Then he heard another rustle, closer this time. Okay, something is definitely sneaking up on me. He moved to stand up quietly, but found, to his surprise, that he couldn't. He appeared to be stuck to the tree. What gross. What he'd thought was moss turned out to be webs. He struggled against it vainly, but it was useless, was stuck. Protection from evil, mirror image, invisibility, Milo cast in quick succession. He vanished abruptly, but 5 identical illusory copies of himself remained. Classic Shell Con. One of the visible Milos were the real one. He hoped he wasn't jumping at shadows, because he'd just burned through most of his daily allotment of spells. He was mildly satisfied when one of his illusory doubles was abruptly torn to pieces by a shadowy creature. The satisfaction vanished when he realized he was, illusions aside, stuck to a tree being attacked by a monster he couldn't see. Dancing lights he cast, sending 4 glowing red spheres into the sky above him. On the way up, they briefly illuminated, in red, horrible compound eyes and sharp pincers. Great, he thought. Giant spiders. His invisibility spell would end as soon as he attacked one of them, that is, cast any spell that included them in the area. That ruled out glitter dust and grease, Milo's 2 favorite spells, but not creative use of levitate. He could move himself or up to 400 pounds of objects vertically, but not horizontally. Generally the spell was used by wizards to escape, but Milo doubted it would pull him off of the webs. Levitate, he and all of his doppelgangers said. A hefty fallen log nearby Milo rose up slowly, ponderously, into the air a foot or 2. Another mirror Milo fell to the spider's attack, and Milo started to sweat. Seeing yourself being eaten by a giant spider in dim red light while alone and trapped in a forest is, probably, one of the worst experiences a kid can go through, after visiting the dentist, of course. Milo then carefully reached into his belt of hidden pouches with his right hand. His left was stuck in the webs, and withdrew an old adventurer's staple 50 feet of silk rope and a grappling hook. The rope was invisible, but would cease to be as soon as it came to be more than 10 feet from Milo, and the log was about 12 feet away. Hopefully the spider wouldn't notice 2 feet of taut rope appearing from nowhere. He awkwardly tossed the rope at the log and missed. Milo saw another mirror Milo wink out of existence, presumably hit by the unseen attacker. Milo looked at the fallen grappling hook, lying uselessly in the mud, and panicked slightly. Shouldn't help be coming? He thought. The glowing lights are up above me and everything. Wish I prepared mage hand this morning. His plan had been to lift the fallen tree up into the air, and use the grappling hook to pull it over to above the monstrous spider, then drop it. He doubted he'd have time to pull the hook back and throw it again. Well, nothing for it. No sense in us both dying, Morty, he whispered to his familiar as he pulled him from his belt. Run back to Hogwarts, see if Hermione or Hannah want you to be their familiar. Good luck, old friend. Fear, despair, reluctance. He felt through their bond. Mordenkainen reluctantly crawled out of Milo's grasp, and turned around briefly. Love, he felt, before the magical creature skittered off. Glitter dust, Milo bellowed. The spider, now covered in glowing dust, was huge. The hairy creature's legs spanned at least 15 feet across. The thing was blinded by the spell, but that would only last for 24 seconds. Also, his invisibility was gone and he was still stuck. He decided to try burning the webs off of him with prestidigitation, might well get set on fire, but at least he'd be free. Prestidigitation, he said, and a small jet of fire sprung out of his hand at the tree. But nothing happened. Milo was confused. He was sure that would work. Milo's only experience with webs came from the web spell, which was used frequently by his arch-nemesis Thamir, and only bear passing resemblance to actual spider silk. Notably, the magical webs burn rapidly when exposed to fire-real spider silk, as Milo would know if he'd put any skill points into knowledge. Nature is fireproof. Only 18 seconds left. The spider flailed about awkwardly, catching one of Milo's duplicates with one of its 8 hairy legs. The duplicate flickered and vanished. All Milo had left was silent image, featherfall, grease, and some cantrips. Grease he cast at the ground under the spider. The blind spider's 8 legs flailed about, trying to get traction on the slippery ground, its pincers creating an agitated clicking sound. It managed to keep its balance. However, Milo had forgotten that creatures with extra legs got a bonus to stability. He felt, after casting, that it might have been more effective to cast it on himself in case the spider tried to pick him up. 12 seconds to live. Milo frowned thoughtfully. One effect of grease was that anyone standing on the slippery surface had to make a balance check to stay standing, and one effect of balance was that anyone who took damage had to redo the check or fall. The amount of damage didn't make a difference. Milo grinned. Acid splash, he cast, and a pitifully small orb of acid hit the spider in what its face would be if it had one. Acid splash was one of the most useless spells in existence. I'd hurt even less than just punching someone would, or even throwing a small rock, but Milo, as a conjurer, got an extra conjuration spell per level, and Acid Splash was the only 0-level conjuration spell in the multiverse. Milo had no choice but to prepare it every morning. The spider fell to the ground, and Milo had 6 seconds before glitter dust wore off and the spider could see. Milo gestured at the levitated log, still floating a little above the ground, and it flew up into the canopy. "Hey, ugly," Milo said, reaching into his belt. "Fear me, for I hold the mighty eldritch power of an 11-foot pole." He gave the fallen spider a light push, and it slid slightly downhill, along the greased dirt, until it came to a stop in the slight depression where the log once was. The spider's vision returned, and as glitter dust ended, it became stealthy again. The spider's dark brown carapace was all but invisible in the darkness. Milo dismissed levitate. He couldn't see what happened, but he definitely felt the 600 XP he got for defeating a challenge rating 2 monstrous spider solo. Milo sighed. He was somewhat disappointed by that. He thought the spider was worth way more than that. Well, I guess the spiders here are pushovers compared to the ones back home, he thought. When Quirrell, Hagrid and Harry found him, he was whistling softly to himself, stuck to a tree. "Milo!" Harry shouted, panicked. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, totally fine," he said, though in truth he felt a little woozy. "Yeah, managed to kill an acromantula?" Hagrid asked, shocked. "Aragog's not gonna like this. We'd best be leavin'. What took you guys so long?" Milo asked dizzily as Hagrid pulled him out of the webs. "We ran into Quirrell, who was in a right state. Said we had to help, yeah, but we were delayed by centaurs. Them stargazers took an unnatural dislike to our defense professor." Quirrell appeared to have lost his short-lived courage, and was as pale and quivery as ever. "Centaurs? In a forest? I figured Horsewhite types would prefer plains." "Not plains, mind. 'Cause of all the weird monsters." Milo's eyelids felt heavy and his head drooped slightly. He felt sort of numb all over. "Hagrid? I think something's wrong with Milo," Harry said to the giant. "What?" "Can't see anything in this ruddy darkness." "Professor, could you? Of CCC course." "Hagrid," Quirrell stammered. "L'humo." Quirrell held the tip of his glowing wand over Milo, so Hagrid could investigate closer. It was hard to tell, because of the poor lighting and Milo's black uniform, but there was a patch that seemed slightly darker than the rest. "Oh no," Hagrid gasped. "He's been bit." Milo frowned. He definitely didn't remember that happening. In fact, he was all but certain the acromantula never got even close enough to him to bite him. "Nah, Harry Brute never touched me," Milo said. "He's delusional from the V-venom," Quirrell said. "I feel terrible. He was my RR responsibility." "You're stuttering," Milo said. Something was nagging at him, but it felt as though his head were packed with wool. "I always STST stutter," Quirrell stuttered. "We need to get him back to the castle," Hagrid said. "Acromantula venom can be lethal." "Poison?" Milo asked and reached for his belt. He kept antitoxin in one of the pockets. Which one? It seemed like it should be important, but he was having difficulty focusing. "I'll take him," Quirrell said. "You CC can keep searching, right?" "Harry, you'd best be going with him," the giant said to the boy who lived. "But then you'd be out there alone," Harry protested. "Are you sure you'd be okay?" "Nah, I got Fong. Don't worry yourself about me." "Wingardium Leviosa," Quirrell said, casting the hovering charm on Milo, who was starting to lose consciousness. Quirrell led Harry through the forest back towards the castle. "Shouldn't we hurry, Professor?" Harry asked anxiously. "Milo looks really sick." Quirrell shook his head. "And not in a F forest," he said. "And certainly not in a F forest in the DD dark. We could our trip in J just about anything, and then we would take even longer." Harry supposed Quirrell had a point, but their leisurely pace seemed tortuously slow to him. Harry, frightened by the forest, gradually drifted closer to Quirrell as they walked. The defense professor was a bit spineless, but he seemed pretty competent with magic and he had faced down vampires at some point. However, as Harry drew nearer, His scar began to ache abruptly. He doubled over, clutching at his forehead. When his hand drew away, there was blood on it. "Are you all right, boy?" Coral asked. Harry said as the pain gradually decreased. Yeah, I'm fine. It's nothing. My scar hurts sometimes, usually around Snape. The scar I understand why you got it from the DDD dark from he who must not be named? Yes, Professor. That's what I'm told, at least. Coral frowned. Then I'd suggest you be wary around the potions Master, he said. He used to be a DDD Death Eater, I am told. And this DD detention was his idea. Harry was surprised. He didn't like Snape, but he hadn't realized that the greasy professor had been one of Voldemort's followers. Maybe he was going to try and finish the job that the Dark Wizard had started? Perhaps it was Harry, and not Milo, who had been meant to be attacked by the giant spider. Good thing Coral had been there. As they continued to walk, Milo's condition worsened. He started babbling incoherently about his pockets and Coral's stutter, before passing out entirely. Morty scampered as fast as he could across the cold stone floor, which, considering he was a rat, more or less, was not terribly fast, towards the Gryffindor common rooms. Everything was going swell until he encountered the fell beast. The fell beast gave a cry of rage that would haunt Morty's dreams for weeks and charged. Morty tried to dodge, but the cat was too fast. Its claws left a bloody gash down the rodent's back. It would have been enough to kill a lesser rat, but Morty, as a familiar, had more hit points barely. He had half as many as his master, who unfortunately decided to dump Constitution at character creation. Morty climbed a suit of armor, rusty, the Gryffindors hadn't got this far yet, to escape the dreadful claws. He tensed and jumped over to the next suit, barely catching hold of the helmet's visor. The fell beast, meanwhile, sat on the ground, debating what to do. He saw her tense up, ready to pounce, and Mordenkainen started to wish, heartily, that his master had taken the improved familiar feat. As the fell beast jumped, Morty let go of the visor and landed on the ground painfully. The cat's collision with the armor toppled it to the ground, and it spread in pieces over the hallway. Morty evaded them easily, improved evasion could be handy, and sprinted as the cat regained her senses. Terror, panic, despair, he felt through the empathic bond with his master. He rounded the last corner before the common room, and finally reached the portrait. The fell beast was hot on his heels. "Password?" asked the fat lady. "Squeak," said Mordenkainen. "Correct," said the painting and swung open. He barely made it through the portal as the painting swung shut. He could clearly hear the irritated sound of the fell beast hissing in frustration on the other side. There was a promise of pain and death in that hiss. Victory, satisfaction, triumph, he felt through the bond with his master. In the common room, he saw Scabbers eating some crumbs off the floor. "Squeak," he said to the ugly rat. "Squeak?" the appropriately named Scabbers asked, surprised. "Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak," Morty said urgently. Fear, pain, dizziness he felt. Oh no, Morty thought. Has he been poisoned? Is he sick? Morty concentrated and tried to send strength through the bond. Every species of familiar had some sort of special power, and rats could convey a measure of resistance against things like sickness in their master, as long as they were within a mile. "Squeak," Scabbers said, and gave the rat equivalent of a shrug. Morty gave Scabbers a solid kick to the stomach and ran into the girls' dorms. He had to find the one with the nice teeth. She was smart, she would understand, she would help. The problem was that the humans all looked alike to him. "Squeak," he said hopefully to one who woke up, looked at Morty and screamed. Wrong one, he thought. "There's a rat in my room," she cried. "Lavender, wake up." Another girl stirred irritably. "What?" Lavender asked sleepily. She shrieked. The other humans all stood up out of bed while Morty looked at them each carefully, trying to figure out which was the one with nice teeth. The fact that they all were screaming made it easier. "Hey, it's that rat Milo carries around all the time," said one. "Hannah, in case you were wondering." Not that Morty knew that. "What's he doing in here?" Lavender asked. Morty gave the rat equivalent of a sigh. This wouldn't happen if I were a mouse, he thought. Everyone loves mice. "Squeak," he said urgently. He looks kinda distressed, Lavender said. Wait, is he bleeding? He should be with Milo, said one. And Milo's out in the Forbidden Forest. She frowned. We need to find McGonagall immediately. Milo could be in trouble and this poor rat looks half dead. As she spoke, he could see her teeth good. Rat-like teeth. Yes, this is the one, he thought as his hit points slipped into the negatives. This is taking way too long, Harry thought. Is Quirrell lost? SH should be just past the next few tea trees. Quirrell reassured him. Teach then will be in open TT territory and can SP sprint. Harry was skeptical. He was fairly certain they were going roughly perpendicular to the castle, but then again, he'd never been in a forest before. It was more than likely that his sense of direction was misleading him. Still, he felt that the return journey should be faster than the trip out. They were taking all kinds of twists and turns while searching for the mysterious unicorn killer, but it had been at least that long since they'd left Hagrid. Harry gripped his wand. For all the good that it would do. His scar still ached somewhat, so he wondered if Snape was around, creeping in the bushes. Hello? He heard a familiar voice call out. Hagrid? Harry? Quirrell? Milo? Headmaster? Harry shouted. We're over here. Quirrell, Harry noticed, looked briefly frustrated before regaining his composure. Wait there, Dumbledore shouted. As the grandfatherly man approached, Harry could see a glowing red light coming closer. It looked like fire, but it felt oddly soothing. Quirrell shielded his eyes from the bright light, but Harry felt fine. Headmaster, that the boy was bit by an acromantula. Quirrell said to Dumbledore, who had a red, glowing bird of some sort perched on his shoulder. He's been poisoned. Dumbledore acted quickly. Quirrell, take Mr. Potter back to the Gryffindor common room. Fawkes, Dumbledore said to the bird, take me and Milo to the hospital wing. There was a burst of red flame, and Dumbledore and Harry's friend vanished with a small puff of smoke. Showy, but effective, Quirrell noted. Milo awoke, staring at an all-too-familiar ceiling. I'm in the hospital again, aren't I? He asked weakly. I'm sorry to say that you're correct, young man, Madame Pomfrey said. And, don't take this the wrong way, but it would be nice to go 5 days without seeing you. Milo laughed weakly. You'll note, she continued, that we left you with your magical belt this time. Your pet is on the bed next to you. Mordenkainen was lying on the next bed over, wrapped in bandages. What happened to him? Milo asked, his voice full of concern. He was attempting to get the Gryffindor common room, we believe, and was attacked by Ms. Norris. He almost died, but Hermione got him here in time. Bless her. His appearance was how Dumbledore knew to go looking for you. Milo frowned. Why did I need rescuing again? It all seems so foggy. You were bitten by an acromantula, a highly intelligent and extremely dangerous magical spider-like monster. You're lucky to be alive. It's the sort of thing I'd think you'd remember, she said. The bite wound had largely healed mysteriously during the night, much like his injuries had when he'd first arrived. The venom's effects, however, lingered somewhat. No, Milo said. I definitely don't remember that. There was a spider and I dropped a tree on it, but it never touched me. You're still very sick, and I'm sure it all happened very fast. I wouldn't worry about it, she said, while pondering his words. He thinks he dropped a tree on it? Pomfrey thought. He is delirious. How long was I out? He asked. A day and a half, roughly. We managed to stabilize you, but it took until this morning for Snape to brew the antidote, she said. He worked all night, you know. Milo frowned. That story didn't add up at all. Something weird was going on. Crime scene investigation. Throughout the day, several Gryffindor well-wishers came to visit Milo in the hospital wing. Apparently, word had spread of his run-in with the acromantula, and the rumors had quickly gotten out of hand. We heard you fought off a horde of giant spiders. Mate said one of the Weasley twins. Milo decided, for convenience's sake, to call him George, and save a beautiful unicorn princess, said Fred. Maybe. which is unusual because unicorns tend to be male, and also managed to rescue Professor Quirrell, while growing increasingly weak from spider venom, defeated you-know-who for good, became king of the goblins, found a philosopher's stone so now you can live forever, discovered a 13th use for dragon's blood, and that you're still an available bachelor, but maybe not for long based on the rate these stories are spreading. Following the conversation was somewhat dizzying, but sort of entertaining as well. Hannah and Lavender dropped by with candy, though the people in the strange land called them sweets, which Milo supposed was generally accurate, with the exception of several trillion flavors of the every-flavored beans, and Lavender apologized for her behavior during detention. Milo appreciated the gesture, but was somewhat suspicious of wizarding candy as a whole. He remembered Harry's chocolate frogs trying to escape back on the train. Milo shuddered at the thought of that mechanical monstrosity, and the more unpleasant flavors of the every-flavored beans. Hermione, naturally, brought him copies of her class notes from the ones he missed. Milo copied them all into a notebook with amanuensis, an obscure 0 to level spell that copies text rapidly, and then read it with Scholar's Touch, an invaluable first-level spell that reads an entire book, and not, say, a stack of loose leaf, in a few seconds. Ron approached somewhat sheepishly to apologize for not going to the forest with him and Harry, but said that it was really for the best because he was absolutely useless around spiders and would probably just have gotten in the way. Milo forgave him, and they played a game of wizard's chess, which was just like regular chess except the pieces were apparently intelligent. It really changes the game when, instead of sending a rook forwards to be sacrificed, you're sending up an old, tired wooden soldier begging to be allowed to live and return to his family. He had a pair of pawns to take care of, after all, yet nonetheless resigned to his fate. Ron won, of course, because Milo couldn't remember ever playing chess before. He knew the rules, oddly, but had no memories of an actual game, probably because he was still cut off from any of his backstory not yet explicitly stated. While he recovered from his ability score damage, Milo tried to solve the puzzle of the spider bite. There was, without a doubt, an ugly injury caused by a fong in his side. However, Milo was absolutely certain that he hadn't been bitten. Even if the spider tried, Milo had mage armor and protection from evil, which gave him a net boost of 6 to armor class. Assuming the spider was evil, which it totally was, it was improbable, though not impossible, that the spider had hit him in one attack. But between being blinded and off balance from Milo's magic, he really doubted the acromantula had a chance, unless he'd been bit before Milo started his attack. But that was impossible because Milo was invisible, and had illusions up besides. He frowned. No, it really can't have been before I became visible, and probably wasn't when the spider was blinded. Milo could account for the spider's actions during the duration based on the number of mirror images it destroyed and the number of spells he cast. This doesn't add up at all. And then there was the matter of Snape. If Snape had been trying to kill him, why did he brew an antidote? Was it really some sort of terrible, slow-acting poison that would kill Milo over the course of weeks, making it look natural? But why bother? He could have just left Milo to succumb to the acromantula venom. No, there must be another player at work here. Snape was evil, sure, but he wasn't actively trying to kill Milo. He might not even have realized yet that Milo was a threat to him. Hey, mate, Harry said, breaking him out of his thought process. Milo hadn't noticed the boy entering the room. Sorry I didn't come earlier. We had broomstick lessons. It turns out I can fly really well. I don't have any idea where the skill came from. I was always rubbish at PE, and anyway, Draco must still be mad from that time on the train. So he stole Neff's remembrall. Poor fellow just got out of St. Mungo's and ran off with it.
Anyway, I'm rambling.
The point is, I got it back. But McGonagall saw, and guess what, I'm on the Quidditch team. What, the game with 6 pointless players and 1 PC? Milo asked. Yeah. And I'm the Seeker, Harry said excitedly. Hermione's upset because it's against the rules and thinks McGonagall shouldn't have made an exception. But Ron is beside himself. That's pretty cool. Bet you'll catch the snitch, like, really. 10 gold pieces galleons, whatever, that you win the first match by the skin of your teeth. You're on. But I probably won't be able to pay you for a while when I lose. My money's all in Gringotts, Harry said. Oh? Milo asked. What's Gringotts? It's this big underground thing, full of dragons and run by goblins, Harry said. I was there once. It was actually kinda scary. Milo's ears literally perked up upon hearing this. He was 1/64th elf. Goblins got your gold? Eh? He asked. Well, well, well. Sounds to me like we have a dungeon crawl in our future, he said excitedly. What's a dungeon crawl? Is that some sort of dance? Only I've never danced before, Harry said. What? No. It's where you go into a big underground thing, full of dragons and run by goblins, and come out with piles and piles of gold, Milo explained. You did what now? I think you're not really getting into the spirit of the thing. Well, I was with Hagrid, and he only let me take so much out. Oh, that makes sense. Higher level character, he probably did most of the work to get there. Still, try to argue for an even split next time. If you play your cards right, you could wind up way ahead of your WBL, Milo said. My what? Harry asked. Wealth by level, Milo said. It's the average amount of total money in cash, magic items, fortresses, that kind of thing, that a person has based on their level. So like, a powerful wizard can use a broom of flying to clean his floors with because he can afford 12, while a lower-level wizard couldn't even get one. Oh, said Harry. Here, we just call it capitalism. Weird. So, what's the deal with this Hagrid guy? Oh, he's a giant. He's my friend. He took me from the Dursleys and lives in a hut outside the castle. Takes care of the grounds and things. He actually sent me a letter inviting me down to visit him, Harry said. I think I'll head down later this evening. So tell me, did you notice anything weird about Quirrell's stutter last night? Milo asked. You mean 2 nights ago? Harry asked. Milo nodded. He was still sort of disoriented from sleeping all day. Harry frowned. I can't swear to it, but I think just briefly he was talking normally. Maybe he was so frightened that he sort of stuttered so far he wrapped around and came back the other side? Yeah, maybe, Milo said. There was something he was missing, he was sure of it. His forehead wrinkled with deep thought. Okay, hang on. Describe Quirrell to me and pretend I've never met him before. Okay? Harry looked at Milo like he'd gone crazy. Milo was used to that look by now, but complied. Quirrell had a verbal tic. 1. Wore a weird turban. 2. Was completely spineless. 3. But could apparently summon courage when necessary. 4. And emanated an odor of garlic. 5. Oh my gods, Milo said. How could I have been so stupid? What is it? Harry asked. 5 adjectives. Nobody gets 5 adjectives so soon after meeting them. What? Harry asked. It's just like on the train. Remember? When I told you to write down everyone who could be described with more than 2 adjectives. It's why we go on adventures with Ron and not Dean or Seamus. The more unique a person is, the more important they are. So what does this mean? Harry asked. He was beginning to feel that Milo's sanity was much like Quirrell's stutter. He went so far through insane that he came out the other side and started making sense. Well, kind of. It means Quirrell is big news, but it's too early to say yet which side he's on. I feel like there's something I should be remembering but just can't. You mean like your parents? Harry asked. No, like something someone said in passing but I didn't write down. Can I see your notes? Milo asked. What, you mean like from herbology? No, not those. The adventure notes. Oh, sure, Harry said, pulling the lists that Milo had asked him to write from his bag. There were the lists of mysterious things people had said, of unexplained events, and of important characters. Milo pointed out Quidditch. Seeker is for PCs with some satisfaction, but otherwise the search was fruitless. Ah well, it was worth a shot. Maybe we'll hear something that'll make all of this make sense, Milo sighed. Until then, we'll just keep listening closely. His next visitor after Harry left was quite unexpected. So we meet again, Malfoy. Milo said coolly. Indeed we do at that, Malfoy sneered. I just came to see if you were really as weak, injured, helpless, and alone as they say. Oh, are you threatening me? Is this really happening? Because as I remember, I've got you 2 for 2, Slytherin. Not a threat, no, not at all, Malfoy said, and grinned. Just thought I'd drop by. Say hi. Wish you well and tell you I know what you're up to. What am I mean, you don't know anything. Fool. Milo said, but quietly his mind raced. What was Milo up to? Not much, really. Just sort of blundering through encounter after encounter so far. Brute forcing his way through problems with magic. But active plotting? Not so much. And more importantly, my father knows, Malfoy said. And my father controls the Wisengamot. Malfoy grinned. I keep an eye on the morning paper if I were you. He moved to leave but paused. Fortunately, he added, I am not you. He then walked off, whistling softly to himself. Well, that was cryptic, Milo mused to himself. I'm starting to think I should maybe figure out what in Bator is going on before I wind up there. To do that, he had to go to the library. To do that, he had to get out of this accursed hospital bed, but that wouldn't happen until he had healed to Madame Pomfrey's satisfaction. New plan, he said. Bring the library to me. He asked for what? McGonagall asked. He wants to borrow half the library. Madame Pants, the librarian, said calmly. Said he didn't want to get behind in his studies, and that he would just start at A and work his way down to Z. Don't we have rules against this? McGonagall asked. Well, frankly, it's never come up, said the librarian. Until Hermione Granger, nobody ever took out more than a book or two at a time. Most students only read when they absolutely have no other option, and even then, generally only the Ravenclaws. Well, I feel we have no choice but to allow it, save, obviously, those in the forbidden section, McGonagall said. Lest we encourage rule-breaking among the students by example. I'll allocate a few first-year Gryffindors to help transfer the books, I suppose. You owe me a favor, though, Irma. The professors had started using Gryffindor's detention hours as the basis of a crude barter system. Snape had been selling them at a premium price, mostly to get out of his scheduled time patrolling the corridors of Hogwarts and dealing with Peeves. They were then resold between the professors in exchange for favors, assistance, and occasionally even money, the going rate 3 nuts per hour per student, well below what minimum wage would be if the wizarding world had a minimum wage. The students, of course, knew nothing of this. Scholar's touch, Milo cast and tapped a handful of books. He could read 4 per casting, and could cast the spell 9 times. Morty's head perked up as his brain, too, was flooded with information. Milo tossed the books into a rapidly growing finished pile, and reached for the top few books in the to-read pile, which was less of a pile and more of a small mountain. Scholar's touch, scholar's touch, scholar's touch, scholar's touch. The next morning, Milo was finally allowed out of the hospital wing. He was still under strict orders not to exert himself, and to avoid any undue stress. As a result, he was freed from the grueling labor that the teachers were forcing the Gryffindors to undertake by way of detention. He walked, somewhat gingerly, down to the Great Hall for breakfast. As he entered, he made sure to affect an exaggerated limp and weak pace. He staggered towards the hall, and pushed open the massive double doors dramatically. He was deliberately a few minutes late, ensuring that the enormous chamber was more or less full, thus maximizing the impact. Conversation in the room dimmed to a murmur as he walked silently down to the Gryffindor table, and sat down between Hannah and Ron. Hey, he said casually. I miss anything? Nice entrance, said Ron. Though I think you were missing some sort of dramatic announcement like that dragon won't bother us again anytime soon. Or possibly. The time has come. Everyone's a critic, Milo sighed. Don't be rude, Ron, Hannah said. Or should I call Lavender back to have another little talk with you? Ron's face paled, and he fell silent. Hermione, Milo noticed, was very pointedly not speaking with Ron. Milo shrugged. The intricacies of most social interaction were lost on him, and they seemed largely pointless anyways. I want everyone to keep a careful eye on Malfoy, Milo said. He's up to something, but I'm not sure what yet. Sure thing, mate, Ron said as the owl post arrived. Milo questioned the hygiene of having a flock of owls flying in during breakfast every morning. But as he always ate from his perfectly sterile, everlasting rations anyways, he didn't mention anything. Also owls? Seriously? A particularly large package was delivered to Harry, carried by 3 owls working in unison. Oh, that reminds me, he said to the Gryffindors. Anyone got a copy of the Daily Prophet? Sorry. Prophet that I can borrow? A flood of papers were offered to him immediately. Milo grinned. Celebrity had its perks, apparently. His newfound fame for defeating the Acromantula apparently overshadowed the hatred for his losing 110 house points. Thanks, he said, grabbing one from some random NPC. He looked at the cover, and nearly dropped it in surprise. Not because of the headlines or even the content of the newspaper at all, but because the photo on the cover of some smiling blonde wizard being awarded a medal was moving. Someone out there saw fit to cast some kind of spell. Milo wasn't even sure what would do this. Some sort of illusion, perhaps. On every single one of these papers, Or, gods forbid, they were all magic items, each costing XP. If each newspaper cost even 1 experience point to make. Milo shuddered, imagining the soul-sucking factory needed to produce these tabloids, where wizards were dragged in mass to be drained of the essence of their power, left a shallow husk of themselves. Milo shook his head to clear his mind and started scanning the headlines. Gringotts break-in still unsolved. Nope, not that. Lockhart saves Australia. Unrelated. Moody stops bicycle theft. Takes no prisoners. Nothing to do with him, certainly. Harry Potter biography hits shelves. Shelves hit back. Apparently Flourish and Bots had attracted a malicious poltergeist. Nimbus 2000 named official broom of Chudley Cannons. Yawn. Oh, by the way, Milo said as he read. I found out what who is after. What? Ron spluttered. How? Well, I cross-referenced everything on Harry's list with everything in the Hogwarts library relating to extending one's life, he said. And the Philosopher's Stone is the only thing that appears in each. Nicholas Flamel was on the back of Dumbledore's chocolate frog card, which were invented in 1983 back on the Hogwarts Express, which was incidentally built in 1936, and he's the creator of the stone. Why does it matter that he was on the card? Harry asked. Well, something as important as the motives of the main villain would have been mentioned at least once by now by way of foreshadowing, Milo said. Hells, you've probably been in the same room as the thing at least once and didn't even know it. Oh, said Hermione, sounding disappointed. Here I'd hoped, against all reason perhaps, that you'd finally found an ounce of sanity and logic. Mark my words, Milo said. He's after the stone or he's a vampire. Well, if it's the stone he wants, we don't have anything to worry about, Hermione said. Nicholas Flamel has it, and he's 700 years old. He's been able to keep it safe all this time. He must be pretty good at it. I mean, surely you know who isn't the first person to want to be immortal? I bet Flamel has to fight off dark wizards every other fortnight. Well, I'm glad that's settled, Harry said, cutting off Milo's reply. Wait till you guys see what I got in the mail. Harry was so excited he could hardly speak as they hurried to the Gryffindor common room to open his package. He skipped up the stairs 2 at a time and blurted out the password to the fat lady so quickly he had to repeat it twice before she was satisfied. It's a Nimbus 2000, Harry exclaimed. Don't be daft, mate, Ron said. Anyone who owned a Nimbus wouldn't just give it away. Oh, a broomstick, said Hermione. Hooray. I had one of those once, Milo said. Stole it from a Death Eater I defeated. Dumbledore took it, though. Course you did, mate, said Ron condescendingly. Course you did. Hey, Harry, Milo said. Tell me something. Why were you so excited to get this broomstick? It's a Nimbus 2000, Harry said, practically shouting. They're top-line racing brooms. Right, but how do you know that? Milo asked. Harry frowned. I saw one in the shop in Diagon Alley, he said. There was a crowd around it and everything. Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, Milo said to the red-headed boy. But aren't there a number of top-line racing brooms out there? Well, yeah, but the Nimbus is the best one, said Ron. Sure, but still there'd be ones that are used by, national sports teams that still far outstrip those used by Hogwarts players, and are maybe almost as good as the Nimbus? Well, sure, Ron said thoughtfully. There's the Comet 480 and it's hush-hush. But apparently Firebolt is working on something really fantastic. Yet none of those, Milo said with satisfaction, were on Harry's list of notable items. The 4 fell silent. There's a perfectly rational explanation, Hermione said. McGonagall took Harry to Diagon Alley, remember? She must have seen it there. Milo laughed. Of course there's a rational explanation if you look closely enough. Still bears thinking about. Which is why we need to worry about this Philosopher's Stone. It just keeps popping up. When I was in Diagon Alley, Harry said excitedly. Hagrid took us to a mysterious vault in Gringotts, and all that was in it was a tiny package. I bet it was the stone. Oh, come on, Hermione said. That's just ridiculous. If it were the stone, Dumbledore would have gone himself. Surely. He's the only one Voldemort was ever scared of. But Gringotts was broken into that same day. But they didn't find what they were looking for. Harry continued. Remember, it was all over the news? They didn't find it because Hagrid took it to Hogwarts. Or maybe they just couldn't find it, or they were after something else, or Gringotts vault security. Famed in the world, it employs dragons after all, was too good for them. said Hermione with growing frustration. Wait, is Gringotts some sort of bank? Milo asked. All three of them gave him the usual look. If the security is so good, why is it overrun with goblins? Milo asked. The goblins are the security, duffer, Ron said. They run the bank. It's their bank. A goblin bank. Milo couldn't take it anymore. This world is insane. He shouted. Goblins running a bank? Dragonhide gloves? 12 uses of dragon's blood? What are they, raised in farms? Elves cooking as servants? Wands? There's only one person in the entire country who makes your wands, and he's just allowed to wander about. What if he trips and dies, or some evil git what the hells is a git, anyways comes by and knifes him? What will you all do then? Also, broomsticks? If you're all wizards, why don't you just cast fly? By Big B, why don't you just cast fly? You have infinite spells per day and you let goblins guard your gold. With dragons. More dragons. You have centaurs living in your forest centaurs. The only possible reason having 4 legs with hooves would be an advantage is if you were in the open plains. It's like someone who had only vaguely heard of real magic got all the words right, but their meanings completely wrong. You about done, mate? Ron asked. 'Cause our magic is just as real. You see us using it every day, it's just a bit different from what you're used to. Yeah, I'm done. So, your resident dark wizard is trying to get the Philosopher's Stone. The stone is in Hogwarts. Dumbledore is guarding the stone, apparently, but just being in Hogwarts isn't guarding is guarding. He'd have to be sitting next to the thing all day, every day, for it to be really safe. Seeing as how the other professors, perhaps with the exception of McGonagall, are either completely useless, dead, or downright evil, that leaves us. Leaves us for what? Ron asked. When Voldemort, oh, shut up. Ron, it's just a name makes his move, we have to stop him, Harry said quietly. He killed my parents. He killed a lot of people's parents. We need a plan, though. I'd just like everyone to realize you have nothing remotely concrete, Hermione said. The world doesn't work that way. You know who is dead. Flammel has the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Snape is stern and sometimes maybe a little unfair. But he's not evil. Until you can prove even one of those statements is wrong, you can do this without me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have Transfiguration homework, as do you, in point of fact. With that, she stood up and strode out of the room. You know, she has a point, Ron said. What we've got is a bit thin. Mind, Snape's evilness is pretty self-evident. Right, well, I think someone tried to kill me the other night, Milo said. And even if I can't remember it happening, I'll find out how. Tomorrow, when I've got my spells back, I'm going back to the Forbidden Forest. Something's not right. The forest with the giant spiders, the werewolves, and I know it's not a full moon, the human-hating centaurs. That's actually all that I can remember, but I'm sure it's just the beginning, Ron said. Unicorns, Harry said. What's killing the unicorns? And why? Milo said. I don't know yet. Even Scholar's Touch had limitations, each one allowed him to read 1 book per level. So, for books, for those keeping score back home, but he could only cast so many per day. He resolved that from here on out, whenever he had extra spells remaining before going to bed, he was going to burn them on Scholar's Touch until he'd learned everything there was to know about this zany campaign setting. Seriously, he thought, this place makes Eberron look as familiar as Faerun. But I can find out tomorrow or maybe the day after, right? Once you can prove it was Snape who tried to kill you and come on, it totally was, then Hermione can help, and she probably already knows loads about unicorns and things we don't even know to look for, Harry said. Meanwhile, Ron and I are going to try to find out everything we can about the Philosopher's Stone and Nicholas Flamel. He's a 700-year-old wizard, right? I bet he's really famous. Yeah, Ron said. He was like the Dumbledore of his day. I heard he's the one who trained Dumbledore. He might well be the most powerful wizard alive. Really, if he hadn't retired. That kind of takes you out of the running, retirement. Fortunately, the next day was Saturday, so Milo didn't have to worry about using his spells to bluff his way through classes. Instead, he prepared the same combat spells he did on the first trip into the forest and set out. This time, there would be nobody to rescue him, so he went in the middle of the day, protected by his invisible mage armor. Locate object. Acromantula's corpse, he cast, swapping out mirror image. As far as the magic was concerned, a dead creature was an object, Unless it was undead, of course. He muttered to himself as he followed the path set out by the spell. I think I've realized why I'm having so much trouble here. I was really designed to neutralize a horde of enemies so that Zook and the others can take them out with pointy sticks and things, he said. My spell selection was never designed to win fights solo. Now that he thought about it, Milo realized he didn't have anything actually, lethal. Just sort of annoying. The other thing about this crazy world, he complained. There's no wizards. I mean, there's these people here who call themselves wizards, but they're really more like warlocks gone wrong. But no proper wizards. No wizards meant he couldn't copy spells for any amount of money, which is why his selection was still so limited. Every level, all wizards learned a mere 2 new spells from independent research. It's all so unfair, he muttered. I have to reinvent the wheel every time I want to learn a new spell. Here we are. He turned a somewhat familiar corner and felt the angle of locate object change suddenly, meaning he was close. It all looked so different during the day. But there was the web-covered tree. He couldn't believe he hadn't noticed it during the night. There really was a lot of web everywhere. He cautiously approached the remains of the monstrous spider. Were Milo a normal human, he would be repulsed by the smell, but Milo's nose, like those of everyone from his world, only picks up on plot-sensitive scents. The rest are just assumed to be there, but not explicitly mentioned. If Milo had thought that the acromantula would look less frightening during the light, he would have been wrong. It was enormous. His estimate of 15 feet across was wrong, it was closer to 25. Milo shuddered. Ah! He exclaimed. That thing is way too large to have been killed by that little log I dropped, he said. The log weighed at most 400 pounds because that was as much as Levitate could carry, and only dropped 20 feet, the furthest he could raise it in the one round he had to do so, meaning it only did 2d6 damage. That's 12 max, and if acromantulas acromantulae are anything like the monstrous spiders back home, then it should have had 24 hit points minimum, but probably closer to 52. It should have shrugged that off and bitten me in half. Milo frowned. There was more too. Even if the spider was only CR2, he should have had somewhere in the vicinity of 22 horsepower, and Milo only did maximum 12 damage. Actually, he added mentally 15 with acid splash. But the odds of that happening are slim, only 1 in 108. He shouldn't have been able to even kill a CR1 monstrous spider with all he did. And from what the people around here had been saying, acromantulas were dangerous. Really dangerous. From that alone, he would have thought that they were challenge rating 4 or more. He moved closer to the body to investigate. It was clearly quite dead. So what happened to you, big guy? Were you already wounded? Expose the dead, he cast, switching out levitate. This was a spell the good people of Eberron had developed, but it had been carried to Milo's world by powerful spellcasters using plane shift. He'd never actually seen it done before, and had no idea how to cast it, but spontaneous divination let him do it anyways. Best ability ever. Anyways, the spell gave him a gigantic bonus to searching crime scenes, and let him discover clues as if he were a trained professional. Some quick math told him that he'd have to be able to beat DC 15 easy, given his massive intelligence and the bonus from the spell, to find a clue, if there was one, and then 21 to figure out any information from it. He frowned. It would take a 26 to find out everything he needed, and that was beyond him without more magical assistance. Master's Touch, Instant Search, he cast, this time in favor of Grease and Glitter Dust, respectively. He was starting to worry that he would run out of spells before he was done. The spells together gave him another 6 to search. Details of the spider's corpse, more than he really wanted to know in point of fact, suddenly appeared in his mind as if he diligently investigated the body. Aside from a few long-since healed scars on its side and face, a sprained ankle, do spiders have ankles? Minor acid burning and 400 pounds of tree sitting on its back, the spider was in perfect health, except that it was missing one of its fangs. Well, Milo said triumphantly, this explains everything. Wait a minute, no it doesn't. Can acromantulas shoot fangs? Why didn't I feel it? I know I didn't take any damage. Milo was aware at any given time how many hit points he had. Well, he said, you weren't a wounded high CR monster, or I would have found the other injuries. You weren't CR1, or I would have gotten less experience points. You weren't weak to acid, or there would be more serious burns. There is only one possible conclusion. And it changes everything, he said, pausing dramatically for the scene to change. The potion's master. I'm just sad I didn't get to see his face when he read the Daily Prophet, Malfoy sniggered. Several Slytherins laughed as well. I'll bet he was like, BWH, he said, making a face that would match BWH rather well, in fact. Teach him to mess with Slytherin in our own dungeon, Crabbe or Goyle, said. Yeah. Shows him to mess with us in our own classroom, said Goyle or Crabbe. And for that time on the train, Crabbe probably added. Yeah, that time on the Hogwarts Express, said Goyle. Yeah, and for when Potter got the remembrall from you, Crabbe continued. Yeah, for that time he showed you up in flying in front of everyone and got Longbottom's remembrall, Goyle clarified. And then when he got put on the Quidditch team even though first years aren't allowed. Yeah, for when the teachers were so impressed at how great his flying was that he became the youngest Seeker in a century, said Goyle. In future, Malfoy said coldly, could you two not list out every time they've shown us up whenever I have a victory? Sorry boss, said Crabbe. It's just that they have so, many of them. Yeah boss, said Goyle. They have so many, and they're real easy to remember because everyone always talks about them. Malfoy sighed. He wondered if the warranty had expired, or if he couldn't just send these two back for a pair of shiny, new goons. I can't help but feel like there was something I was supposed to do this morning, Milo said as he walked back to the castle from the forest, but I just can't remember what it was. Can't have been very important. Hermione was forced to admit to herself, however reluctantly, that she was dead bored. The three boys were total morons, but they did make things interesting. She wondered if there was some way she could work her way back into their preposterous plan without looking exceedingly foolish. She applied her towering intellect to the problem, hypothesized various scenarios and predicted their likely outcomes, and 30 seconds later said, no. Hermione sighed. It wasn't even that their points were even slightly convincing, it was just that it was sort of fun in a dark way to imagine that, who really was returning and that he was after the stone and Snape was a dark wizard. But I can't go back on my position, she reminded herself, or I'll look like an idiot. Yes, but just think, she countered, what if it is true? What if Snape is trying to get the stone for, Shouldn't I be helping put a stop to this? If it is, Dumbledore would know and he would do something. He's the only one who was ever afraid of, after all. But Dumbledore is just one person, the other side of her argued. He could get caught by surprise or called away, or be sleeping or distracted or anything. But if Dumbledore isn't enough, how could I possibly help?
I'm barely 12.
Is that what everyone said in the last war? She questioned herself. Did they just say, I'm only a dressmaker, Dumbledore will take care of it, and in any case my marks in defense against the dark arts were rubbish, and nobody did anything? Doing the opposite and going on a witch hunt now will only make things worse, she protested. There's no knowing where it will end. Without a witch hunt you'll never catch witches. I am a witch, you are. You know what I mean, so I'll just wait until there's proof, she said, and then I'll help in any way that I can. How is that not reasonable? Just think, Hermione, think. You know what the problem is. She sighed. It's that it's Harry and Ron that I'm depending on to find conclusive proof, she said defeatedly. Professor, Harry asked the ghost of Professor Binns politely. Ron and I were wondering if you could help us on a little independent research. Research me help independently. I'd be delighted, the ghost said. Would you believe that in all my years of teaching, no student has ever asked me that? What is it you need to know? Nicholas Flamel, Ron said. He just seemed like such a dynamic and interesting, historically significant, Harry added. Yeah, historically significant, dynamic, interesting, historical, a figure. Ron finished lamely. And we'd love to hear everything you know about him, Harry said. For some unimaginable reason, most of the library seemed to be checked out already. Maybe they were doing some reorganizing. So they'd resorted to actually asking a professor for help. It seemed to rub Harry the wrong way, somehow going to an adult, but it was all they could come up with. Harry diligently tried, he really did, to listen to everything Binns said about Flamel and to stay awake while doing so. But the stone's texture in the floor was just so much more interesting. Ron's eyes developed a glassy look in under 5 minutes. Glassier than usual, that is. And by the third hour Harry wasn't quite sure that he didn't look the at least as bad. Well, he said after they'd finally left Ben's office. That was, interesting. Was it? Ron asked. Glad to hear it. I think Harry said that we might need Hermione. I was hoping you wouldn't say that, mate, Ron said with a sigh. Did we learn anything important, though? Harry shrugged. Flamel's a big, powerful wizard and master alchemist who found out how to create a philosopher's stone. Turns out, it's not necessarily a unique object, but he only ever made the one anyway which can turn lead into gold and create the elixir of life. He used to fight dark wizards but decided to retire with his wife way back, and he's been sort of neutral since then. Keeps to himself, mostly. So, nothing we didn't already know, Ron said. Great, just great. Well, there went our Saturday. Yeah, Harry said. I hope Milo found something more useful in the Forbidden Forest, and that he didn't get eaten by werewolves, Ron added. Milo, in a rare moment of luck, made a listen check successfully. He almost wished he hadn't. He'd hoped to get out of the woods without the mandatory random encounter. Invisibility, he said as he faded from sight. Hope it's not a false alarm, he thought. That was my last second-level spell. All he'd heard was movement in the shrubs, and it could have been caused by anything. Really, when it came down to it, Milo not only didn't know what kind of creatures lived in this forest, but this world. Bugbears? Owlbears?
Deer bears?
Giant bears? Shape-shifted druids in the form of bears? Gods help him, grizzly bears? As it turned out, it was far, far worse than any form of bear or bear-like monstrosity. It was Professor Snape. Is he here looking for me? Or is he the one killing unicorns and he's going for another one? I could follow him, Milo thought, but invisibility only lasts 4 minutes. And if I run into trouble, I'm already out of spells. Milo bit his lip. I feel like Harry Potter would for sure, but, well, this is a job for a rogue. I've got no business sneaking around in a forest, tailing people. I'm a wizard. I should have people for this. He frowned. Hey, Morty, he whispered, time to put that 10 bonus to move silently to use. Mordenkainen, who had been sitting on his shoulder, nodded gravely, although Milo couldn't see, because the familiar was as invisible as he was, and scampered noiselessly after the potion's master. You're late, Lucius hissed. You were supposed to be here 47 seconds ago. Snape said nothing. I need a favor, Lucius said. It would do well for you to comply. Go on, Snape shrugged. There is a certain individual who, I understand, is a first-year student attending Hogwarts, Lucius said. He has no business here. Have him expelled. The Potter boy? Snape grinned. He'd wondered when Lucius was going to make his move against the Dark Lord's mortal enemy. Fortunately, he and Dumbledore had prepared for this. No, we can deal with Potter later. I speak of one Mr. Anastasia, Lyodin, Lucius said. No, it knows too much, whatever it is that we summoned, Lucius thought. Whatever you have to do, get him out of that school. It shall be as you say, Snape said. Now this is good news, Snape thought. Time to get back at that boy for insulting my house and attacking my students. And unlike Potter, I'm under no obligation to protect him. Snape smiled briefly before masking it. No sense letting Lucius know I'd do this one for free. It shouldn't be too hard for you, Lucius said. He's not a wizard. I doubt he's even human. We may have accidentally created some sort of homunculus, an artificial human. There's no telling what it might do. When Milo returned to the castle, it was late afternoon. He was glad to make it to safety, not because he thought he was really in any mortal danger, after what he'd discovered in the forest, but because without any powerful spells he was as good as useless if another plot hook appeared. What he had to do was find Harry. He had a right to know about Milo's discovery. It directly affected the boy who lived, after all. Emma Milo. Milo heard a familiar voice from behind him. I have a WWW word with you? Sure, Milo said. What's up, Professor? Enjoying the sun? ISSC? Quirrell asked. It was sunny? Milo asked. Nobody ever paid much attention to weather where he was from, unless it was an ominous thunderstorm. Well, then I guess I was. And I went to check out that spider thingy I killed the other day. Oh, did you? Quirrell asked. Whatever for. It's just that something seemed wrong about the whole thing. The tree really shouldn't have killed it, he said. It looked like a pretty heavy tree to me, Quirrell said. Maybe it was an extraordinarily lucky hit? Falling objects can't critical hit because they don't make attack rolls, Milo said. It would be different if I threw it. Quirrell paused. I'm sorry, what did you just say?
Ah, never mind.
I'll figure it out eventually. I don't suppose you noticed anything? No, said Quirrell. I did not, although just a moment ago, I did see the potions master heading into the forest. Quirrell looked Milo directly in the eye when he did, as if expecting something. Oh, did you? Milo said. Wonder what he was doing. Gathering rare potions ingredients or something. Probably. Yeah, totally that. Natural one on bluff. Great. Just great. Of course. Well, I'll be seeing you in class Monday, Quirrell said. Not a wizard? Snape mused. What could that possibly mean? How could he be in Hogwarts and not be a wizard? I'll have to keep a closer eye on him in class. Snape's breath caught. The only reason Lucius would have an interest in him is if the boy's tale were true, he thought. So, impossible as it seems, he really is from another world. Snape was caught in a dilemma. If he refused to do as Lucius asked, it would blow his cover with the Death Eaters, and his position there would be necessary in the next war. And, though he tried to keep it from influencing his decision, he did want to get his revenge with Milo for accidentally blinding his students. But Snape was under no illusions about what Lucius would do to Milo once the boy was outside of the wards and away from Dumbledore's protection. The Snape that everyone knew, the pawn of Lucius, would comply. If he didn't, it would confirm any suspicions Lucius had about him being a double agent. And besides, if Milo really wasn't a wizard, then it would be Snape's duty as professor to make sure he was expelled. Besides, Milo wasn't anyone important. It was unfortunate, perhaps, but the boy had become a pawn that needed to be sacrificed to protect the king. Snape was broken out of his reverie when he bumped into the defense professor. Sorry, SS Severus. Quirrell stammered and scurried away. Snape shook his head. It should have been me with that position, Snape thought. Quirrell is much more suited to his old job as professor of Muggle studies. Hang on, Snape thought. He could practically hear the wheels clicking in his brain. What was it Quirrell said about Milo? That he was impressed with his magical abilities? From what Snape had heard, Milo was one of the least gifted students that Hogwarts had seen, apart from his occasional demonstration of wandless magic. And after that Acromantula attack, Quirrell had tried pretty desperately to save the boy. Most unusual. The Quirrell that Snape knew fainted whenever he saw a spider. Most unusual, indeed. With everything going on involving Milo, nothing, Snape decided, should be treated as coincidence. Snape resolved to keep a closer eye on the defense professor and watch for an opportunity to prove Milo's lack of magic. Shouldn't be too hard, he thought. I'll just have to wait for the other students to progress somewhat. When he fails to do so as well, that will be evidence enough. Sometimes I'm so clever I outsmart myself, Milo thought bitterly. This is one of those times. Squeak, 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 squeak. Morty said excitedly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What's up, mate? Ron asked him. Milo was sitting in Gryffindor common room, trying to figure out what Morty had seen Snape do. From what he could tell, there was a great deal of squeaking involved. Ron and Harry had just walked through the portal, looking despondent. I found Snape sneaking about in the forest and had Morty tail him, but I evidently didn't think very far ahead when I did. You ever hear of a spell that lets you talk to animals? Nope, Ron said. Except for parselmouths, of course. Parselmouths? Milo asked. What are those, aside from the worst thing to get in the mail imaginable? Blimey! Ron exclaimed. Everyone knows about parselmouths. Harry sighed. Ron, I thought I asked you to stop doing that? Potter said. I was raised by Muggles and Milo's from another planet or something. Oh right. Sorry. We know as much about parselmouths as we did about Quidditch, Harry continued. Sorry. Which is to say absolutely nothing. Sorry. Because we, unlike you, were not raised in magical Britain. Sorry. Just saying. Right. Milo coughed. Parselmouths? He asked. Oh right, Ron said. Well, it's this really rare ability some people have that lets them talk to snakes, Ron said. It said Slytherin was one Salazar Slytherin, that Isend you-know-who. It's a sign of dark wizards, for sure. I've never heard of any after you-know-who, and it's just snakes anyway. Oh, Milo said. Well, that's pretty useless. Harry, however, had gone completely white. I have taught hat is, I should probably I'll just go. Yeah. Bye, Harry said and fled the common room. Well, that was weird, Ron said. Wonder what that was all about? Something significant, probably, Milo said. But I don't think it has anything to do with us, yet. We can always ask him later. But right now I have to figure out how to speak with this rat. So you can find out what evil things Snape was up to in the forest? Ron asked. Yeah, Milo said. Then you can use it to get Hermione to help you figure out what's going on with the Philosopher's Stone. How do you know we need help? Ron asked defensively. For all you know, we learned everything we needed today. Oh? Did you? Maybe. I wasn't really listening, to be honest, Ron admitted. Which is why we need Hermione. Which is why you need to make your rat speak. Yeah. Bollocks, Ron said. Best of luck. There was a spell Milo knew of that would help, called Speak with Animals. Unfortunately, it was only available to rangers, druids, and bards, and Milo would sooner die than become any of those. If he could get his hands on a Nomia proper gnome, not one of those garden gnomes that Ron kept complaining about, then they could maybe help, because they could speak with animals a few times a day. Only burrowing animals, though. Milo wondered if rats counted as burrowing animals, or, if not, merely digging a hole once would count. He would technically be burrowing. Milo sighed. He didn't have a gnome, he didn't have a ranger, he didn't have a druid, and he neither had nor particularly wanted a bard. Squeak! Squeak squeak! Morty continued without pause. There were only two options, as Milo saw it. He could attempt to push the rules past breaking point and test if his spontaneous divination ability could mimic druid spells, or he could wait until leveling up to find out. The first option risked calling righteous fury upon himself from above, while the second took time and monster slaying. Unfortunately, patience was a virtue, and Milo was true neutral. Speak with Animals Milo tried to cast, attempting to swap out protection from evil. Other than losing the spell from his memorized list, nothing happened, but Milo felt a distinct sense of wrongness. It was as if the universe recoiled from him slightly, pondered for a moment. Then, "Excuse me," Lavender Brown said to him, "Professor McGonagall told me to tell you that Professor Snape wants to talk to you, like, right this second." "I'm sure it's totally a coincidence," Milo said nervously as he started to sweat. "Heh. Ha. Coincidence. Oh my god, I'm going to die." Lavender gave him a sympathetic look, but said nothing. Milo supposed he would just have to wait until he gained another level before finding out what Snape was up to in the Forbidden Forest. And this, he thought as he walked towards Snape's dungeon, is why you don't try to stretch the rules as written to allow more than 150 as much as the rules as intended. I just hope I'll have the opportunity to live long enough to learn from my mistake. Milo knocked on the heavy wooden door to Snape's office, which created a surprisingly loud echo. "Enter," a voice said sternly from the other side of the door. Milo quickly ran through his assets before opening the door. A pair of prestidigitations and dancing lights, an acid splash, a protection from evil, a silent image, and a feather fall, as well as the contents of his belt of hidden pouches. So, not much. Milo cautiously opened the door and walked in. Snape's office was uniquely atmospheric. There was an eyeball floating in a jar, and it was probably the least creepy thing there. "Ah, Mr. Amastasialiadin," Snape said. "I've been expecting you." Milo whimpered quietly. Sitting on Snape's desk was a lustrous black flask inlaid with a silver skull pattern. There was a skull-shaped stopper with reflective red eyes. To complete the image, the eyes glowed slightly. "Madame Pomfrey has instructed me to give you this," he said, gesturing at the very, very evil flask. "It contains a week's worth of antidote for acromantula venom." Snape continued. "You are to drink 1 teaspoon every night, ideally within a minute or two of midnight for full effect." "Why midnight?" Milo stammered. "Oh, just so your body has time to process it before breakfast." "Why the SK skulls? It's the only flask I had in the correct size." That didn't, of course, answer the question of why he possessed such a flask in the first place. It looked more suited to holding the blood of sacrificial maidens than medicine. Well, no matter, Milo could just cast Detect Poison on it as soon as he left the office to see if it was dangerous. "Oh, before you go, make sure you don't drink more than your prescribed amount," Snape warned. "That's a powerful poison in large quantities." Well, Milo thought, there goes that plan. It would just register as poisonous anyways. The safest option is to just toss a teaspoon of it down the drain every night and hope for the best. And make sure you don't miss a night, Either, Snape said. Or the venom could relapse and you'll most likely die. Oh, come on. Thanks, Milo said. I'll just, go now. Bye, Professor. Milo fled the room and didn't stop running until he was in front of the fat lady. Password? She asked. Squeak, Milo said, and the painting swung open to reveal Gryffindor Tower. Milo found Ron and Harry sitting at a table by themselves playing wizard chess. Harry had evidently returned from his weird flight earlier, but still looked a little shaken. Milo was no chess expert, but judging by the fact that Harry only had 2 pieces left, Ron was winning. Milo collapsed into an overstuffed armchair and slammed the accursed flask on the table. Detect poison, detect magic, he started casting rapidly. Bloody hell, mate, Ron said, staring at the skulled flask. What's in there, you know whose tears? Identify, ancient knowledge, appraising touch. Milo continued casting uninterrupted. What's that you're muttering? Harry said. Are you sweating? What happened? It's poisonous and apparently non-magical, Milo said to himself. But that broomstick didn't appear to be magical either. Could have a magic aura cast on it to conceal it from detection, Milo said, or something more powerful. Otherwise, I don't know at all what's in there. And it could really be poisonous, and Snape was just saying it's poisonous in large quantities as an excuse to make me ignore the results of detect poison. Although Snape can't have known that I could do that. Could he? Nobody here knows what my capabilities are, right? Unless he can read minds. Nah, will is my highest save, that would never work. But detect poison only detects like actual literal poison, he continued. It wouldn't say anything was wrong if this were, say, a potion of bestow curse or potion of horrid wilting. No, potions only go up to 3rd level spells. So the worst it could be is, say, a potion of inflict critical wounds maybe, which would still be more than enough to kill me. Or whatever the closest analog is in this world. Sorry, what? Ron asked. But if Snape is telling the truth and I don't drink tonight I'll die. Milo ran his fingers through his hair. Did Snape really give me an antidote that's technically poisonous just to fool my detect poison spell? And then make it into a lethal, but technically non-poisonous potion of some horrendous instant death spell once I'd concluded it wasn't really poisonous, at least in small doses, and therefore it's safe? Surely nobody's brain is that twisty. Yours is, mate, Ron pointed out. But if this is going to kill me, why did he put it in such an over-the-top flask? Milo asked. Harry said, I'm not really sure what you're talking about, but maybe he gave you that flask of doom so you'd think surely no one would put actual poison in something like this and then you'd drink it. Ah! Milo exclaimed. You could be right. I'm going to die. I never should have tried to speak to this useless rat. Over on the other side of the common room, Hermione rolled her eyes, put her book aside, and stood up exasperatedly. I couldn't help but overhear your anguished shrieks of, well, anguish, Hermione said, walking over. And why would Snape poison you with something everyone knows he gave you? So you do think Snape's evil? Ron said. No, dimwit, Hermione said, rolling her eyes again. I said, assuming your half-brain theory is correct and Snape is evil. First. Remember? You did? Ron frowned. I don't remember that, actually. Then try listening next time, maybe? Hermione asked testily. Anyway, she continued as if Ron hadn't spoken, if you drunk that and died, everyone would know Snape did it. I'd still be dead. Milo protested. What I meant is, he wouldn't do it if it would reveal himself. Obviously. No, because he explicitly stated it would kill me if I either didn't drink it or if I drank too much, Milo countered, speaking rapidly. So say I do drink it and I die, he could just say, oh, that poor stupid boy, he must have overdosed himself by accident. What a tragedy. Oh me, I'm so sorry, he showed so much promise, haha. We're all worse off for his untimely death. Oh, the humanity. So, ask Madame Pomfrey, Hermione said. Ask her what? Milo asked, perplexed. Why? Because she'd tell you. She's a Medawitch. She knows what she's doing. I don't understand, Milo confessed. Asking adults for help was not something he, as an adventurer, had ever considered doing before. I'll use short, simple sentences so that even you can understand, Hermione said sharply. Take this flask. Go to the hospital wing. Say, Madame Pomfrey, can you check that this is really Acromantula antidote? I'm worried Snape gave me the wrong flask by accident. She'll look at it and say, Yes, this is the antidote. It's very dangerous, so follow the directions precisely. Or, alternatively, say, no, that's distilled nightshade, among the deadlier poisons known to man. That's a little unorthodox, but it just might work, Milo admitted. But how do I know I can trust Madame Pomfrey? Actually, what if Snape assumed I would ask Pomfrey and deliberately made this here elixir of death to pass whatever test she would think of? He asked. Because he certainly outsmarted mine. No, Hermione said. You outsmarted yourself. Just drink it. On the plus side, Ron said. If you do drink it and die, that will prove you were right and Snape's evil, and Hermione will help us stop him. It's a win-win. But I'll be dead, Milo said. Can't have everything, mate, Ron shrugged. I've been outsmarted, Milo decided. Whatever I decide, I'm probably falling for Snape's evil plan. I'll flip a copper piece. Emperor, I drink it, Hydra, I don't. He pulled out a copper from his belt and flipped it. It twirled 4 times in the air and landed with a heavy thud on the table. The 4 of them stared at it in disbelief. Blimey, said Ron. I didn't think that was even possible. It is, without a doubt, highly improbable, Hermione conceded. The coin was sitting on the heavy wooden table, balanced perfectly on its edge. Snape leaned back in his leather chair, smiling. He knew he wasn't supposed to use legilimency on students for his own amusement, but even if I get sacked for this, he thought it was, without a doubt, worth it. He could only imagine the agony and indecision going through Milo's head after he'd left. Side quests. The antidote, as it turned out, was harmless. That didn't stop Milo from buffing himself up with a resistance spell and keeping his antitoxin on hand before taking his dosage, however. Despite the fact that, aided by Snape's potion, Milo recovered from the after-effects of his poisoning fairly quickly, the rest of autumn at Hogwarts was, well, unpleasant. Harry and Ron made absolutely no progress in their hunt for information about the Philosopher's Stone among the teachers, and for such a powerful and famous artifact, Milo could barely find anything about it in the Hogwarts library. He scholars touch at his way through mountains of thick, dusty tomes without even opening their covers, and while he learned a lot of apparently useless information, there was little that seemed relevant to him. Scholar's Touch didn't grant any special powers to aid in memorization, so the fact that he read the books so rapidly actually made it harder to keep his facts straight. Still, he reckoned he'd absorbed enough general setting information that he could start making knowledge history checks about this world. It was during this period that Milo noticed something unnatural about the people here. The more he watched them learn, the less he was sure that they were even human at all. They looked human, sure, but, well, to start, there was the food. The people here were obsessed with it, and kept comparing the various flavors of dishes that the house elves cooked up for them. Milo was dying to meet one of the elves here. He was sure they could help him. Elves were annoying, sure, but the pointy-eared pansies and magic went hand in hand. Some even developed favorite foods and avoided certain ones altogether. To Milo, food was a logistical challenge to be overcome while adventuring and a source of danger if it ran low. Thus, the everlasting rations, which were all that Milo ever ate. The actual taste of food was something that only came up in plot-relevant situations, like smell and the weather. The people of Milo's world only smelled things when they were important, like a troglodyte stench or a potential clue, or red herring, for that matter. Otherwise, why bother even mentioning it? Another peculiarity in these people was the inordinate amount of downtime they required. Milo had to spend 8 hours sleeping and an hour memorizing spells, but that left 15 hours a day to put to use attending class, fighting monsters and crafting items off-screen. Milo knew an artificer by the name of Alton who, when he finally got his hands on a ring of sustenance, spent 2 hours sleeping, 8 hours crafting magic items, the maximum amount per day, and the other 14 hours in a day mass-producing baskets to fund his adventuring. Alton did that every day for 300 years straight, with breaks to fight monsters to recover lost experience points, until he'd amassed a fortune large enough to attract the attention of a wandering blue dragon. Alton's unfortunate demise aside, it was just good sense to put their hours to use. They were only given 24 in a day, after all. And besides, manual labor was the sort of thing done during a time skip anyways. It's not like it got in the way of the story. Even Hermione seemed shocked by the amount of time he spent reading and working. In just 1 week, Milo managed to custom tailor his fifth-hand Hogwarts uniform, untrained, but with 2 for masterwork tools, which Milo also made himself, and 4 from his intelligence until it rivaled Draco's in quality. Read more books than any of his classmates, save Hermione. Could in a year and carve holy symbols of Pelaire, Hieronius, St. Cuthbert and Bacab into key locations around Gryffindor Tower. That had earned him some strange looks, despite the fact that the residents there were fully aware that there were vampires on the same continent as them. That was all in addition to the daily chores all first-year Gryffindors were required to do as punishment for trying to kill or maim the Slytherins back in September. Milo theorized that, while he had to spend an hour poring over his spellbook, performing arcane research, and memorizing spells every morning, the wizards here had to spend it 4 to 8 hours a day, judging by comparisons. Between Hermione and Ron, it was an amount of time equal to 8 minus their intelligence bonus in hours per day, sitting around on armchairs and talking about the weather. But that wasn't the really weird thing. The more Milo watched these students in their classes, the harder a time he had sleeping at night. The way they were learning was wrong. It was oh so incredibly wrong. Ordinary people learned in discrete increments. They leveled up, their powers, skills, and abilities increased, and then they plateaued until attaining enough experience points to go up another level. It was just obvious. That was intuitively the way everyone, humans, elves, dwarves, kobolds, mind flayers, small fluffy hamsters, everyone learned. Watching his fellow Gryffindors, Milo wondered, though it seemed impossible, if their skills didn't develop gradually. There seemed to be a slow, constant growth in magical ability, historical knowledge, broomstick skills, or whatever, that depended on that student's particular aptitude in that area. Hermione, for example, was the fastest to learn in defense against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, astrology. Actually, pretty much all of their classes except for broomstick flying, which went to Harry, who was also, to be fair, pretty close to even Hermione in defense, and history of magic, to Milo's intense embarrassment. It was the only class he seemed to be doing any good in, and even that was only as a result of his supersonic library binge. That wasn't to say that Milo was completely useless in class, it was just he had to wait and hope that whichever particular charm, this world had a totally different definition of charm than Milo's, which caused him no end of confusion, they were about to learn was fairly close to his limited repertoire of spells so he could fake his way through. If it wasn't, well, having to be helped by Neville Longbottom when attempting to learn the cutting charm was somewhat embarrassing. Transfiguration wasn't too bad. He managed to get by, to a certain extent, with using prestidigitation to change the color and, on one memorable occasion, taste of the object he was attempting to transfigure. He started out ahead, but now he was barely scraping A, which stood for acceptable and was counterintuitively the lowest passing grade, but if he didn't get some new spells soon, he'd slip into P for poor territory with alacrity. Charms was going distressingly poorly until Flitwick announced they'd be learning how to levitate objects. Milo simply cast Levitate quietly, then said Wingardium Leviosa with the rest of them, and astonished the class and earned him 5 house points by lifting an entire table, complete with Neville, who had been leaning against it and grabbed one of the legs in a panic as it started to float away, and lowering it back down again. Defense against the dark arts was kind of pointless. Quirrell, for all the mystery surrounding him, didn't seem to care whatsoever about teaching. What they did learn was mostly limited to dealing with magical household pests. Milo was forced to wonder what the Muggles did when confronted with a bowtruckle in their trees, or if the magical creatures had an inbuilt sense of decency and fair play, and as a result only targeted humans carrying wands. Milo caused quite a stir when he suggested the best way to deal with vampires was to impair them with webs, glitter dust, and grease so that your non-spellcaster allies can take them out with wooden stakes. You would bring Muggles with you? Quirrell had asked, sounding genuinely shocked. Well, sure. You don't see many a wizard pumping irons or practicing hand-to-hand combat. Now do you? Deck 'em out in full plate, give 'em a pointy stick and point 'em in the right direction. It was incredible. They seemed to never have heard of the concept of a meat shield, and even the Slytherins were shocked and appalled when he attempted to educate them. That there was something morally questionable about sending the heavily armored, great axe-wielding barbarian with mighty thews out front to soak up damage had never occurred to Milo. It seemed to him that the wizards here were remarkably selfish, never giving a thought to how their non-magical allies would feel when the spellcasters hogged all the glory and XP with their vastly superior powers. Broomstick lessons, however, were dreadful. Milo had come to the conclusion that the broomsticks weren't actually magical at all, but that the local wizards had a spell or class feature that let them animate certain broomsticks, probably with a specific cost requirement, which is why they didn't use ordinary cleaning mops for flight. Milo, not having said spell or perk, was completely unsuccessful at making the thrice-damned stick float, and finally gave up and levitated the accursed thing. This let him go up and down, but to move horizontally he had to awkwardly kick off of walls and objects. He felt like a 6-year-old who'd accidentally been signed up for swimming lessons for 8-year-olds, and was desperately trying to dog paddle around the room while everyone else was demonstrating backstrokes. The worst, the absolute worst, was potions. Snape seemed to go out of his way to make Harry's life as miserable as possible, which was annoying, but the concerning thing was how he always kept a very close eye on Milo. The thing was, the potions didn't work. He chopped up the ingredients exactly how the book suggested and made sure to turn the spoon clockwise 3 times and counterclockwise 1.5 times, or whatever, but nothing happened. Even Neville's potions occasionally exploded or melted or screamed or caught fire, or in one case got up and ran out of the room blabbering about the Kennedy assassination. But Milo's potions, though Milo would bet his spellbook he was doing everything right, were just water with stuff floating in them. Whenever one of Harry's potions failed catastrophically, Snape would deduct house points and scold him. But whenever he noticed that Milo's was use impaired, Milo was hesitant to call them useless, because they could still be, and frequently were, employed to put out fires. Snape just smiled to himself and made a note in the compact, leather-bound notebook he carried about his person. It was that evening that Milo learned about Halloween. "So what are you going as?" Hannah Abbott asked him. She seemed to enjoy sitting next to him at meals for some inexplicable reason. Milo only bothered to go to the Great Hall for dinner, as opposed to munching on everlasting rations in his dorm, because he'd noticed a correlation between mealtimes there and having important conversations. "Sorry, say that again?" Milo asked. "I was distracted. I was just asking what you were going to dress up for on Halloween," Hannah asked. "No, that still doesn't make any sense. What's Halloween? You don't even know?" "Everyone knows what Halloween is," she exclaimed. Milo sighed. "Look, I've been over this. I wasn't raised by wizards, etc., etc. Fill me in?" "No, but even muggles know about Halloween," Hannah said. "I'm not from around here, remember?" Milo reminded her. "Well, I guess it's a holiday where everyone dresses up as monsters and goes around taking candy from strangers," Hannah said, which always confused me a little, because that's exactly what me mum is always reminding me not to do. "I see," Milo said. "That seems terribly mundane, actually. Surely I didn't get pulled out of compressed time for that?" Milo frowned. "Harry," Milo said, turning to his left, "is Halloween written on your list anywhere?" Let me check," Harry said, and flipped through his lengthy list of notes. "Nope, not at all. Try All Hallows Eve," Hermione suggested, and Samhain. "Hey, I thought you weren't helping?" Ron pointed out. "I'm not," she said defensively. "I'm just advising." "Oh, and Harry, try just looking for October 31st. Advising is helping. And of course Halloween is significant for Harry," Ron said. "Everyone knows so, right? Sorry. I forgot. Anyway, it's the day that Harry defeated you-know-who 10 years ago." "You mean the day when my parents—" Harry sighed. Right. "Sorry," Ron said apologetically. "Still don't see what's important about that," Milo said. Hermione shot him a look that could curdle milk, nodding slightly towards Harry. "I mean, aside from, being tragic. Just tragic. Terrible, that is. Tragic and terrible." "Don't worry about it," Harry said quietly. "Oh, phew," Milo said, relieved, before moving on to what he saw as more pressing issues. "Anyways, 10th anniversary of whose alleged demise? Dumbledore doesn't look very concerned," Milo said, nodding to the eccentric headmaster at the head table, meaning there was nothing about it in the prophecy. "Wait, what prophecy?" Hermione asked. "There's always a prophecy, Hermione," Milo rolled his eyes. "Everyone knows that." "Point for his side," Ron muttered. "I hadn't realized we were keeping score," Hermione said sharply. "We're Quidditch players," Ron said, nodding to Harry. "We always keep score. So when's this Halloween thing?" Milo asked. "October 31st, Hannah supplied. "Tomorrow." "Hermione," Milo said. "If I'm right, and something dramatic does happen tomorrow evening, will you admit that I'm right, that Snape is evil, that the Philosopher's Stone is involved, that it's maybe even at Hogwarts, in or about the clearly relevant third-floor corridor, that who isn't really dead, and that—" "Wait, was there something else?" No, I think that's about it. Anyway, will you? Nope, Hermione said simply. Because there is absolutely no correlation between any of those events. Say, tomorrow, the Chamber of Secrets is opened and Muggleborns start dying. There's no connection between that and you know who being alive. If you know who is alive, that's absolutely no reason to think that Snape is, quote, evil. If Snape is evil, that's no reason to think the Philosopher's Stone is in Hogwarts. Unless Snape releases Slytherin's monster to use as a distraction so he can get the stone to bring you-know-who back to life. That would make perfect sense, actually. Can the Philosopher's Stone do that? The great Hermione Granger, asking a question? Milo laughed. Well, mine can. That is, Philosopher's Stones from my universe can bring back the dead. What? Harry asked quietly. Really? Sure, said Milo. Of course, any old cleric can do the same for a few gold pieces and some diamond powder, so I don't really see what the big deal is. Harry choked on his food. WHWH what? He asked. Raise dead? Resurrection, true resurrection, reincarnate, revivify, miracle, and wish, Milo said, ticking off his fingers as he listed the spells, are all spells that can bring back the dead, to name a few. Why you can bring the dead back to life? Harry asked. Me? Ha!
Bokop. No.
It's really more divine spellcaster territory. I think, but I'd have to do a little research to be sure that wizards have to use wish to do it, and it's really powerful magic. Demands a huge sacrifice of experience, and in any case it's way beyond my abilities. Oh, said Harry, looking crestfallen. Milo, Hermione said acidly, you and I will have words about this later. You're gonna have to learn some tact one of these days, even if I have to shove it down your throat at one point. Point for her side, Ron said. Oh, shut up. So the Philosopher's Stone can bring back the dead? Hermione asked. What? Oh, haha. No. Yours can't anyways. From what I found in the library, it just turns stuff into gold and lets you live forever. Well, that's Never mind, Hermione said, glancing at Harry. That's a what, Hermione? Harry asked. Well, it means you know who can't come back, so it's kind of a relief, isn't it? That the stone can't bring back the dead? Harry pushed. Yes, if you must know, that's what I was going to say. But that was before I thought about it and stopped myself because I didn't initially think it through the whole way. Fair enough, Harry said. I think I missed something there, Ron admitted quietly to Milo. Hermione was about to say it was a relief that the Philosopher's Stone can't bring back the dead. But right now Harry's thinking about his parents, Milo explained in a whisper, so she was as good as saying it'd be worth it that we couldn't bring back Harry's folks, as well as anyone else decent who died, just to keep you-know-who down. Let's try to stay on topic. Okay? Harry asked. Right. Sorry, Hermione apologized. Forget it. What should we do about tomorrow? Harry wondered. Tell a professor, Hermione shrugged. We can't very well go up to McGonagall and say, Excuse me, Professor, tomorrow's Halloween and Milo's spidey sense is tingling, so can you lock down the school, just to be sure? She'd think we were nuts. For sure, Harry said. What's a spidey sense? Ron asked. Harry suppressed a grin. Blimey, you don't even know what the spider sense is? Everyone knows that. It's Spider-Man's ability to sense danger before it happens, Harry said. How on earth did you become 11 years old and not know that? Point for his side. Hermione smirked. But Harry makes a good point. The reason it sounds crazy is because it still is crazy. You're too hung up on actual, facts, Hermione, Milo said. Just be on your toes tomorrow. Okay? That goes for everyone, Milo added. In all seriousness, what could I possibly do, even on my toes? Hermione asked. Use the levitating charm to save the day? Transfigure up some sewing needles? I've only been a witch for 2 months. I'll stay inside the castle tomorrow, not that I have much choice, because someone got us all a full year of detention. Aside from that, I don't know about you, but I'm going to enjoy Halloween in family tradition. Pass down the Granger line for generations. By revising and doing homework. Exams are only 8 months away after all. She sighed, a slightly dreamy expression coming over her. I do so love Halloween. Which brings me to the matter at hand. Harry, Ron, and I have to go now. What? Asked Harry. What? Asked Ron. I said that already, said Harry. Yeah, but I was confused too, right? Said Ron. I just don't think it added much is all. It was, what's it called? Redundant. I think it's considered polite to say learning disabled now, actually, said Ron primly, and I don't care for your tone at all. Hermione coughed. Right. Why were we leaving, Hermione? Harry asked. For a very important thing that we have to do far over there, she said, pointing frantically to the far corner of the Great Hall. You know? The thing? Nope, Hermione, sorry, Ron said. I think you've lost a marble or 10. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, just get up and walk, Weasley, Potter, or I swear I'll think of something, she threatened. And mark my words. I am very good at thinking of things. Very, very good.
Botswana.
Did you just say BWA haha? Harry asked. Pardon, Hermione said. I appear to have caught the hiccups. Only that didn't sound like a hiccup, Ron said. It was more of a, evil laugh sort of thing. Nope, it was a hiccup. What would an 11-year-old girl be doing laughing evilly? I hiccuped. I even covered my mouth and everything. Only, aren't you 12? Asked Ron. Ron, mate, Harry whispered. I think we should just go with her. It's less painful that way. Fine, Ron muttered, and they stood up and walked away. Hermione kept glancing surreptitiously back at Milo and Hannah. Well, Milo said, taking a bite out of his everlasting rations. That was weird. Yeah, kinda, Hannah agreed evasively. Anyway, about Halloween tomorrow? He thinks he's so clever, Malfoy sneered. He has no idea what's coming to him. Yeah, said Crabbe, or Goyle, right? Said Goyle or Crabbe, but you get the idea, right? After the last one, he acted like he didn't care, but you could tell. Oh man, you could tell if you looked close. Real close, Malfoy said. I got him like right to the core. Just wish I saw him read the paper. Yeah, we got him deep down, said Crabbe. Yeah, we got him so deep you'd need a bubblehead charm to swim down there to see, said Goyle. Yeah, so deep you'd die from the pressure, said Crabbe. Okay, guys. Seriously, stop that, said Malfoy. You aren't helping. Yeah, you're not helping, Goyle, said Goyle. Wait, Crabbe, said Crabbe. Phew, close call. Yeah, you're just making things worse, Crabbe, said Goyle. Draco rolled his eyes. This time, Draco said, this time it'll get him so bad he won't even be able to hide it. He'll be begging for mercy. And you know what I'll do then? Relent, as he's seen the error of his ways, and demonstrate your kind, forgiving personality, suggested Goyle. Relent and buy him a puppy, said Crabbe. A fluffy one. So he doesn't feel so bad about losing. Draco gave them a peculiar look. Seriously, what was with these two? Nah, I'll kick him. He cackled. Yep, said Crabbe. Yep, added Goyle, not wanting to feel left out. Goyle frowned, which made his forehead look a little like Mount Etna would if it collapsed, slowly, and said, So, boss, what's the plan? The plan? You want to know the plan? Yeah, boss, so's we can help, said Crabbe. Yeah, boss, so's we can know the plan, said Goyle. I'll tell you the plan. It'll all go down tomorrow, Draco said. Do you know what day it is tomorrow? Said Crabbe. Thursday.
No,
Shrieked Malfoy. Well, actually, yes. Tomorrow is Thursday. But that's not what's important, said Goyle. Friday.
no.
Shrieked Malfoy. Wait. What? Look, Goyle, I just said that tomorrow is Thursday. Surely even you… I mean, really? Well, you also said it wasn't what was important, so I thought maybe the important thing about tomorrow is that, while it's Thursday, it's really Friday. You know? Said Malfoy. No, not really. He frowned. Look, guys, we're getting off topic. It's not about the day of the week. Okay? Oh, I love this game, said Goyle. Is it smaller than a bread box? Well, kinda, I guess in an abstract sort of sense, tomorrow is bigger than a bread box. Wait, no, we're not playing 20 questions. Just guess. Okay? It's like really obvious. Here's a hint, even. Today's the 30th of October, so tomorrow is Friday, said Crabbe. You're fired. You're both fired. The 31st, said Goyle. Yes. Malfoy resisted, barely, the temptation to fist pump. And what happens every year on October 31st?
Ayoben.
Said Crabbe.
No.
Well, actually, yeah, again, kinda. But once again, you're right but completely wrong. Tomorrow morning is the Northwestern Regional Semifinals for the UK Quidditch League.
Botswana.
Crab cackled.
Moi.
Goyle cackled, too. I'm confused, Ron admitted. Well, there's a surprise. Look, Milo explained. A side quest is a short adventure at most tangentially related to the major events of the story used primarily for character development. Character development? Asked Ron. Yeah. Getting hauls of XP, magic items, and gold, and thus making your character more powerful or developed. Character development. Harry frowned. Look, unlike you two, I actually went to primary school, and I'm fairly certain that's not actually what character development means. Irregardless, Milo began. Not a word, Harry muttered. Says the boy on the Quidditch team. Anyways, regardless there, happy? Of the meaning of character development, side quests are brief excursions, more focused on a single idea, generally simpler, and also where most of the best loot comes from. And that's why you're going on a date with the cute blonde? Asked Fred, or George, but we're not starting this again. Okay? Not a date. A side quest, corrected Milo. He, Ron, Harry, and the Weasley twins were sitting in a corner in the common room. Milo had planned to coordinate his Halloween schedule with them, so that they'd all know where the others would be at any given time, for when, inevitably, disaster struck. But the conversation had taken an unexpected turn when he'd filled them in on his conversation with Hannah. On a secluded, dare I say, private walk around the Hogwarts lake, said George, where, being right out in the open, of course, everyone can see you. Yeah. An adventure past a body of water filled to the brim with monsters of every sort, said Milo. Ah, I see, Fred said knowingly. So you can protect the fair maiden, eh? Well, if I have to. She's a witch, though, should be more than competent at defending herself. I think, Fred, said George, that he's not really getting into the spirit of things. I'm forced to agree, George, said Fred. She said she wanted to talk to me alone for a while, Milo shrugged. So I just assumed she had some critical information she has to pass along, or possibly a magic item. For all I know, she'll give me a quest. Maybe she has some sensitive information, if you know what I... never mind, you know? Said Fred. Yeah, it's just not working. He seems to be immune to teasing, admitted George. Such a shame. A missed opportunity. A wasted chance. A moment passed, never to return. Such a shame. No, we actually said that one already, said Fred. Ah, nuts, said George. And here I was, getting all zen. Well, one way or another, Fred said. I think you're going to have a very interesting Halloween. Quirrell paced back and forth irritably in his office. He just had to think. There must be some way to get rid of that boy. How did he know? How could he possibly know that the Dark Lord was returning? Dumbledore must have told him, Quirrell thought. No, that explains nothing. How could Dumbledore himself know? And the boy had just told him. He'd just come out and said it was obvious. Obvious. To anyone with half a brain. He'd even named his 3 friends as accomplices. Was it a trap? A test of some sort? Perhaps the boy had been bluffing, trying to gauge Quirrell's reaction? Irregardless, it didn't matter. The boy had to die. Snape would make things difficult, though. He seemed to know, somehow. The only times the accursed potions master isn't watching the boy, Quirrell thought, he's watching me. He must be trying to protect the boy. They're all in it together. That's what they were doing out in the forest. Snape went out to meet Milo in the Forbidden Forest, to discuss how to stop me. It's too much of a coincidence to be anything else. They must think they're so clever. But if they were really clever, they wouldn't have let me notice. No, they weren't half as sneaky as they thought. Well, it'll all happen tomorrow, if everything goes according to plan. No, there's no if about it. Power he knows not. Quirrell heard the horrible, hissing voice say behind him. What was that, master? Nothing that need concern you. The voice lashed out at him, like a cobra. Then the pain started. It would be a long night for Quirrell.
Ayoben.
When Milo walked downstairs Halloween morning, he was greeted by utter bedlam. "Two never thought this day would come," said Seamus. "Me mum always said it would, but I guess I never really believed her." "Well, I mean, it's surprising, but really, we've been ready for it," said Ron. "I say it's about time it happened," said Fred. "Keeps us from having to live out the rest of our lives in suspense. Just waiting for it to come," said George. I lost everything," said Lee Jordan soberly. "Everything? What happened?" asked Milo. Did you know who return?" "What?" asked Fred. You've lost it, mate, it's nothing like that. Although to some, like our dear Lee here, it's arguably worse, continued George. Teaches him to bet the farm on a sure thing. Don't be snide, you're only happy because it's your farm. Now our farm, Fred, our farm. Look guys, Milo interrupted. Can one of you just give me a straight answer? I am led to believe, said Hermione Granger, sitting casually in an armchair, that the Chudley Cannons went up against the Wigton Wanderers this morning and actually won. Wait, and this is supposed to be important? Milo asked. Blimey, important. Mate, said Ron, that was the Northwestern Regional Semifinals. So, to answer your question, apparently, said Hermione, the Cannons haven't won a match in decades. Ron exclaimed. Their fan club, back when they had a fan club, that is, well, its motto was let's all just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best. Yawn, stated Milo. Anyways, I have a side quest to prepare for and, for that matter, classes. Speaking of, Hermione said coyly, what are you going to dress up as? I don't actually have to do that, do I? Milo asked. Oh my, yes, said Hermione. It's a prerequisite. Well, that settled it. You can't ignore prerequisites. You can bend them, reinterpret them favorably, work around them, or barrel your way on through them, but you can't ignore them. Milo sighed. Okay, he said. So I'll survive all my classes, stop a dark vampire wizard from returning from the dead, foil an evil professor's schemes, and make a Halloween costume before the start of my side quest, which is at 5 o'clock sharp. Oh, before you go, Hermione said, as if she'd only just remembered, make sure you take this with you. Wouldn't want you to be late for your side quest with Ms. Abbott. She held out a small, pink strap of some sort. There was a sort of a doodad in the middle. Milo wasn't sure how to describe it. He said, thanks, I think. What is it? You don't even know what a watch. No, I'm not saying it. It's called a watch, Milo, it tells the time. Go figure. How's it work? There's two hands, the short one points to the hour, the long one points to the minute. Only it's the hour times 5. It's a bit complicated. Here, she spent the next 10 minutes trying to explain how the watch worked, before giving up and bewitching it. She assured him that it would remind him when it was time to leave, and there would be no possible way for him to miss it. She then apologized, saying she had a bad case of hiccups coming on and fled the common room cackling. Milo had read that the Muggles here had a ridiculous stereotype of witches, flying around in broomsticks with mad hair cackling away under a full moon. Turns out all stereotypes really are grounded in fact somewhere down the line, he thought. Go figure. Milo was particularly wary when he went down to get breakfast. The other Gryffindors seemed absorbed in their discussion of the Cannons' latest victory, so they lingered behind. At this rate, he thought, they'll miss their precious breakfast. Milo was vaguely aware that the food was sort of holiday-themed. There was much orange and black in attendance, but as usual, stuck to his everlasting rations. As long as he had about a pound of decent food per day, he'd be fine, and this was really just more convenient than all this cutlery business. Oh, hey Milo, said a round-faced boy sitting next to him. Hey Nevada, Milo said. What's new and relevant? Well, I forgot where I left my remembrall. I was wondering if you could do your trick? It's in your right pocket, Milo said. Wow, and I didn't even hear you cast it this time, Neville said, grabbing the ball from his pocket. Like any other time it touched Neville's hands, it was glowing slightly red. I didn't. You always keep it in your right pocket. Oh right, whoops. The ball dropped out of his grasp and fell towards the floor. The smoke in the glass ball turned black as soon as it left Neville's hands. Milo reached to catch it, but with the distinct feeling of a failed reflex save, his fingers closed a second too late and he just wound up knocking it further away. It hit the cold stone floor and shattered all over the ground, but Milo was too distracted to care. In the instant that Milo's hands touched the ball, it glowed bright red. Brief as it was, there was no missing it. Before Milo could properly consider the problem, his thought process was interrupted. Had a little accident. Have we? Milo heard an all too familiar voice. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Coyle, Mr. Grab. Pleased to see you, Milo said cheerfully. You know, after all that trouble Potter went through to get that ball back for you. Malfoy said to Neville with a sneer, you'd think you'd take better care of it. Are you just here to exchange banter? Or is this more than purely a social call? Milo asked. I'm on a schedule, you know. Are you now? Malfoy asked, his eyes suddenly alight. The pressure starting to get to you? Distressed at seeing your plan fall all to pieces now. Are we? I know what you're up to. What in the hells is he talking about? Milo wondered. You can't prove anything, Milo said, because it seemed appropriate. And even if you could, you can never stop phase 3, Milo said. He liked the sound of that phase 3. It implied that there had already been not one, but 2 successful phases in whatever it was that Malfoy thought he was up to. Malfoy looked him up and down, closely. You're bluffing, Malfoy determined. Of course I am, Milo said. Everything I said to you today was already a lie. Except this, of course. Milo leaned in close and whispered, or is it? Malfoy looked briefly perplexed, but recovered admirably. You act all tough, he said. But I know where you really come from, he hissed. And I know what you're trying to do. But it'll never work. My father's much too clever and has too many friends for it to work. What? Oh, we'll see about that, Milo said. If I keep him talking, maybe he'll let something else slip. Indeed we shall, said Malfoy. Why don't you just ask your friends in the Wigton Wanderers what they think, See if they've still got your back now. Malfoy laughed and walked away, flanked by his goons. Well, that was weird, Milo said to Neville. I think it's really cool how you stand up to Malfoy, Neville said. And listen, are you going to eat your treacle tart? Can't remember where mine went. What? No, it's all yours, Milo said absently. Thanks, said Neville from around the tart. So, say Neville, any decent ideas for a Halloween costume? Only apparently I need one for later this evening, Milo said. It's got to look like a monster, but also allow enough movement that I can fight off actual monsters in it. If the need arises. Which it will, I'm sure of it. And I need easy access to my belt of hidden pouches.
No ideas.
That's cool, I'll think of something. It occurred to Milo that Neville wasn't responding. Milo glanced over at the boy, who was now slouched over the table, his face lying flat in a pumpkin pie. That's odd, Milo said as he looked around the great hall for help, but was surprised to find that, now that Malfoy had left, it was empty. What? He wondered. How is that even possible? This place is never empty. Frantically, Milo reached into his belt of hidden pouches and grabbed his small vial of antitoxin. Right, Nev, we got to get you to the hospital wing. Upsy-daisy, he said, pouring the antitoxin down Neville's throat. It wasn't an antidote by any means, but it should help somewhat. He attempted to lift the fairly heavy boy, but failed to have much success. Curse this 8 strength. There's no helping it levitate. I'd hoped to get to the evening with all of my second-level spell slots intact. Never seems to work that way, does it? Neville floated gently off the floor, and Milo gave him a solid push in the general direction of the door. He followed along, pushing Neville occasionally to keep him moving. Once he made it to the corridor, he broke into a run. Out of my way, he shouted, scattering a bunch of students Milo didn't recognize. Probably Hufflepuffs, then. Neville was floating in front of him, looking decidedly unhealthy. The boy was shaking and growing increasingly pale as Milo pushed him along in front of him. Why was the great hall empty? Milo wondered. How could that happen? Ickle wickle first ties. Milo heard an aggravating voice taunt from above. Why is the Ickle first tie floating? Are we using magic in the halls? Naughty, naughty first ties. I don't have time for this. Peeves. Milo snarled, rounding a corner. I think Neville could die, so don't try anything. First tie's always so dramatic, said the still invisible poltergeist. Never see the joke, never see the laughs. Milo decided to just ignore the taunting specter. If he absolutely had to, he could use a silent image to chase him away with an image of the Baron again, but Milo really had to conserve his magic. Milo, running at maximum speed and decidedly distracted, the most commonly forgotten -5 penalty to spot checks known to man, never noticed the oil-slick Peeves had placed in the corridor. Milo slipped backwards, hitting his head on the floor. Neville, however, continued to float at Milo's running speed down the wrong corridor. Peeves, Milo shouted. Come out and face me. Face you? Peeves asked. But of course. A cream pie, nobody knew where Peeves got them from. The house. Elf stopped making cream pies 235 years ago to try and discourage him. It didn't work. Materialized out of thin air and hit Milo in the face. You're a coward, you know that? Milo asked. You're even scared of a silent image of the bloody Baron. Alright, it wasn't the smoothest sounding sentence ever, but Milo had to find some way to work silent image into conversation without making it obvious he was casting a spell. An image of the Baron drifted towards them from around the corner. Lies and tricks, Peeves shouted. Lies and tricks. Lies and lies and lies and tricks. The Baron is in the dungeons. Milo was already late for potions, and Headed lost sight of Neville. Milo stood up and wiped the cream out of his face. Very well, Peeves, you leave me no choice but to destroy you, Milo said, lying through his teeth. I call upon the fell arcane might of Corellon Larethian. Corellon was the god of elves, but there was no possible way that Peeves could know that. Milo, who still had an active and alterable silent image available, made the Baron vanish and redirected the spell at himself. His eyes started to glow white, and 13 slender columns of white fire appeared about him in slowly rotating circle. Milo had once seen a meteor storm cast by an epic sorcerer, and it hadn't looked half so impressive as this. Magic in the halls! Magic in the halls! Filch! Peeves called from wherever he was hiding. In the name of Corellon Larethian, god of doom, I abjure thee, Milo shouted. He threw in some illusory mist for atmosphere and made it appear as though a pair of giant, purple eyes slowly opened from behind him. Milo was making this up entirely as he went by now, and wasn't really sure what he would do if Peeves didn't run away. Fortunately, bravery was not the poltergeist's strong suit.
No.
No.
No doom. No doom.
Peeves wailed, and fled. Milo dismissed the spell and ran after Neville. What? Madame Pomfrey asked as the cream-covered Milo entered her domain at the speed of sound, pushing a floating Neville Longbottom in front of him. Is the meaning of this? Shouldn't have dumped Constitution. Milo panted between breaths. I'm sorry, what about the Constitution? Pomfrey asked. Poison, Milo managed. You've poisoned the Constitution? Pomfrey asked. Isn't it, a sheet of parchment? Neville. Milo sputtered. He really needed to catch his breath. He felt like he was going to faint. You mean to suggest that Neville poisoned the Constitution? Milo groaned. Why did this keep happening to him? Neville's been poisoned. Oh, my lord. Why didn't you say so at once? Quick. Get him on the cot. The stern Medowitch grabbed her wand immediately and started casting what Milo presumed were diagnostic divinations. We were just in the Great Hall, Milo said. He was having breakfast. Then I turned around and found him face down in some pie. So I rushed him here as fast as I could. And the food made him float. Did it? Most unusual, Pomfrey said. What? No, I levitated him, Milo said. Oh, impressive. Now get out so I can try and save his life without distractions. He'll probably wind up in St. Mungo's again. Poor boy. Right, Milo said and bolted from the room. He had to make it to the dungeons in -12 minutes.
Elle.
He eventually stumbled into the potions class 20 minutes late, still covered in cream and bits of pie crust, drenched in sweat, and gasping for air. You're late, Snape said shortly, by 21 minutes. 21 points from Gryffindor, and detention this evening immediately after your defense class. But, Peeves, Milo started to say, but immediately knew it was the wrong choice of words. Peeves hadn't been an acceptable excuse for tardiness for years. Snape just shook his head silently, then went back to berating Harry for his latest minor mistake. Milo groaned. He hadn't been awake for an hour and he'd already lost 21 house points and 2 of his very limited number of spells per day. And now he'd have to suffer the humiliation of utterly failing to make a potion again. Well, there's nothing else to do, he thought. Then follow the directions on the chalkboard and hope for the best. Sigh. Malfoy gave him a smug look. Hey, Ron, Milo whispered. Where was everyone during breakfast? Well, most of the Gryffindors were too busy caught up talking about the cannon's latest victory to bother eating, and I imagine it was more or less the same with the other houses. But Hermione loathes Quidditch, why didn't she come down? I can't say for sure, Ron said slyly, but I think she was enjoying making snide remarks too much to leave. And Neville? He was there. Dunno, mate, Ron admitted. Nev was rushed to St. Mungo's yesterday, Harry supplied. after one of Fred and George's pranks got out of hand. I guess he only just got back. Where is he, anyway? Poisoned, Milo said simply. No talking. Snape snapped. 5 points from each of you. Hermione groaned. Gryffindor was rapidly approaching 0 points, and it was largely their fault. The rest of potions was uneventful, with the exception that Snape seemed incredibly pleased with himself. If he were a normal human, Milo thought he'd probably be humming to himself. As it stood, he was simply sneering just a little less, not that this made him any more pleasant to be around. Milo ran his fingers through his hair nervously as he left the dungeons. Detention after defense class. Well, the class normally ran until 3, but Quirrell had said he had something special planned for his Halloween lesson. That should still leave me with plenty of time to make my costume for 5. Assuming Snape doesn't go overboard. Milo paused. My plan relies on Snape's mercy. Crap, we've got half an hour before Transfiguration, Harry said from behind him. Want to visit Nev? What? Milo asked distractedly. Why? Said Harry. Because he's our friend? And he's sick? Oh right, yeah. Friendship. Let's go then. Nah, really, it's fine, Neville said, lying on his hospital bed. Actually, it's a shame it wasn't more severe. What? Why? Harry asked. Well, it's just that if I go to St. Mungo's one more time, I get a free ice cream, Neville said. Harry chuckled. So what happened? Anyway? Potter asked. Madame Pomfrey says I ingested lethal quantities of arsenic, deadly nightshade, cyanide, chlorine, and ricin this morning, the round-faced boy explained. Harry gave a low whistle. I don't even know what half of those even are, he admitted. It's no problem at all, Neville said. Madame Pomfrey says that as soon as I regain feeling in my limbs, I can go back to class. Why would anyone want to poison you, Nev? Harry asked. They weren't trying to poison him, Milo said simply. They were trying to poison me. What's more, I know who did it. What? Who? Harry asked. That's unusual. The scene's supposed to change after I make a dramatic announcement like that. We should head to Transfiguration, or we'll be late and lose more points, right? As it turned out, they were late anyways. 2 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said sternly. The rest of the class sat down and attempted, with varying levels of success, to turn pumpkins into teapots. Milo, however, was given the same matchstick he'd had at the start of the year. I can't let you start on teapots until you've managed to transfigure more than just the color of the stick, young man. I'm sorry, she explained, then sighed. If you can manage to change its weight, sound that is, the sound it makes when dropped or shape at all, she added, then I'll let you move on. Milo frantically pulled out his spellbook and reread the description of prestidigitation. There was nothing in there about anything beyond color. He bit his lip. There was a sewing needle in his belt of hidden pouches, but Milo assumed that other students had tried to pull that one in the past and McGonagall probably had a way to tell the difference. He hadn't prepared ghost sound, which could create illusory sounds, but even if he had, he probably couldn't get the timing right to make a ping sound at the exact moment the pin hit the table. If he'd prepared Mage Hand, a weak telekinesis spell, he could maybe push down very gently on the pin to simulate the metal's higher density, but his only 0th level spells were Dancing Lights, Prestidigitation, and Acid Splash. Milo ran his fingers through his hair nervously. There was absolutely no way he could turn the stick into a pin using his arcane magic. He had one last, desperate ploy. He slowly withdrew his wand from its pocket and, following the directions that Milo had only ever half listened to, focused on the image of a pin in his mind. He imagined every curve, the metallic glint, the slightly heavier mass, and the steely sound a pin makes when dropped. With all of that in his mind, he, very carefully, tapped the wand on the matchstick and held his breath. He closed his eyes. Come on. Secret wizard powers. Activate. He didn't feel anything happen, and very slowly opened one eye to peer at, hopefully, a shiny new pin. Nothing had happened. Nuts, Milo muttered. It was probably for the best, though, as he might have been stuck multiclassing into 2 primary casting classes, or in layman's terms, permanently magically handicapped. Milo could use the oil he kept in his belt of hidden pouches to create a fire and sneak out in the ensuing chaos. No, these wizards could create water. Milo sighed. He raised his hand. Yes? Asked McGonagall. Professor, Milo said quietly, then stopped. He looked around at the other Gryffindors in the room. Harry was looking at him with an unreadable expression. Ron was trying to find his wand on the ground under his desk, and Hermione was studiously examining her newly transfigured teakettle. He'd never been quite sure what they thought about him. Milo was certain none of them completely believed his story about being from another world altogether, so they probably thought he was mad. Milo was okay with that. All the really brilliant wizards looked at least a little mad to outsiders. At times, they were seriously impressed with what he could do with magic. He was the only student below 4th year who could efficiently deal with Peeves, and his defeat of the Acromantula in September was very nearly legendary. His nightly scholar's touch-enhanced studying had made him the top student in history of magic, much to Hermione's chagrin. But other times when he didn't have the right spell prepared, times when he asked what's Quidditch, times when he'd run out of spells per day, times when arcane magic just couldn't do something. Times like this, they just looked at him with pity. Yes? The professor asked. But there was more at stake here than his own pride, although there was that, too. What would Mordenkainen's legendary wizard, not the rat, say about this? What about Elminster, Treant Monk, and Odaluk? Sorry, legendary wizards, it turns out I found another universe and their magic is superior to ours. Best put away your spellbooks, start naming your currency after sailing ships, and drop by Ollivanders for wands if you want to keep up. But what could he do? Polymorph any object was 8th level. 8th. Most wizards never made it past 3rd level spells. By the time Milo could turn this match into a pin, if he ever even got that high level, he'd be able to alter reality to his liking. He'd be going toe-to-toe with WIRMS. Even wizards can't do everything, he reminded himself. So there's no shame in admitting defeat. It takes a cleric to heal. Well, actually, a wizard could just summon a monster that can heal people for him. Takes a rogue to pick a lock. Actually, that's not true, a wizard could just cast knock. Okay, a rogue to sneak around. No, wizards can cast invisibility. Screw it. So maybe wizards can do everything. But not all at once, not all in one day, not with only one wizard, and not all at level 3. I can't do it, Milo admitted bitterly. I can't turn one thing into another like this. It just can't be done. McGonagall remained silent for a moment, her eyes boring holes into his head. I see, she said simply. Well then, drop by my office after your defense class and we'll decide what to do. I have prior arrangements, Milo confessed. The other students avoided making eye contact with him. Then cancel them, McGonagall said simply. Your education must come first. You'll have to take that up with Professor Snape, Milo said. I've got detention. Again. McGonagall briefly covered her face with her hand. Very well. Come afterwards as soon as you can, she said, then left to go help Ron, who had only managed to transfigure his pumpkin into another pumpkin. Milo then realized his mistake. There was still half an hour left to transfiguration class, and it was going to be awkward without anything to do. Next time, he thought, if there ever is a next time, never admit defeat without an exit strategy. Milo spent the time trying to figure out what to use as his Halloween costume, but hadn't made any progress by the time the professor dismissed them for lunch. So, Harry asked him expectantly as they walked towards the Great Hall, who did it? Did what? Convinced the capricious, adolescent, vengeful, petty being who runs the universe to make my life as difficult as possible? Me. It's my fault for trying to push spontaneous divination. You shouldn't talk like that, Hermione said. You might offend someone. I think he's already pretty offended, Milo said. That's sort of what I was getting at. What? Hermione asked. Wait, you think you offended God? Wait, you believe in God? What? Milo asked. Gods? Sure, there's loads of them. Not believing in them is like not believing in magic. In fact, it's exactly like not believing in magic, asked a cleric. Wait, no, I meant, Hermione began as they entered the Great Hall, but Harry, uncharacteristically, cut her off. And I meant who poisoned Neville, Harry said. Milo waited to respond until they'd approached the person he was looking for. Milo crept up directly behind him. Draco Malfoy, Milo said, simultaneously to answer Harry's question and get Malfoy's attention. Oh, it's you, said the blonde Slytherin, jumping slightly. What do you want? This morning Neville Longbottom was poisoned. Milo cut him off. It was by someone attempting to get at me. Someone, probably, with access to Snape's storerooms, someone with an inexplicable grudge against me, someone with access to my food, and someone stupid enough not to watch me long enough to realize I never eat any food offered me. What are you blabbering on? Malfoy began, but was cut off again. That would narrow it down to a limited list of suspects, but you even practically told me who did it. You arrogantly bragged something about the Quidditch game. Frankly, I wasn't really listening, but you seemed to think a victory for the Wrongton Wundabars or whatever was a problem for me. So I thought, what made you think I care about Quidditch? And realized nothing. You knew I don't care about Quidditch. No, you wanted the Great Hall empty this morning. So the ridiculously circuitous plot that your twisted brain invented was to somehow rig the Quidditch Midwestern Final Pseudo-Regionals so that all the students in Hogwarts would be so busy being flabbergasted about their beloved cuddly cannons losing that they'd skip breakfast. All the students except for me, that is, me and Neville, who came in from St. Mungo's. And so you poisoned my treacle tart where there would be no one to help me. Draco Malfoy, you tried to poison me. And you would have gotten away with it, if it wasn't for my everlasting rations. And the fact that you came by to gloat in the middle of the assassination attempt. I mean, seriously. He had me up until Wrongton Wundabars, Ron said quietly to Harry. It was the pseudo-regionals that got me, admitted the Harry. Cuddly cannons, Hermione laughed. An uncharitable person would call the sound she made a giggle, because while it was still politically correct to have giggling girls in a piece of literature in 1991, this is no longer the case. Malfoy stared at Milo completely disbelievingly for a moment, then laughed. His laugh was like a wizard's power progression by level. It started slow and weak enough to lose a fair fight with a cat on occasion, worked its way up gradually to defeating, with some difficulty, hobgoblins and bugbears, then in the snap of a finger was suplexing the laws of physics and ruling the universe before breakfast. You seriously think I tried to poison you? Milo, if my family wanted you dead, you wouldn't still be standing here. And besides, that's not why I rigged the Quidditch game, and you know it. Wait, he actually said, Ron, flabbergasted. This whole wild accusation is just to divert attention from the blow I struck to your real masters. Malfoy sneered, and only serves to underscore your own defeat. Fool. With that, Draco spun on his heels and started walking away. Then he paused and turned around. Actually, this is my table. Gryffindor's is back over there. You leave. Crap, Milo muttered when they got back to their table. I was pretty sure, like 70 at least, that it was Malfoy who did it. I dunno, Ron said. I still think it could have been him. Nah, Milo said. If it was, he either would have denied everything or fessed up and challenged me to an honor duel or something. He admitted to being behind the Quidditch thing, so it can't have been him. So what was he trying to do? What did he mean by, your Real Masters? Harry asked. Who knows? Who cares? Milo shrugged. Anybody want my treacle tart? Odds of survival. So, if it wasn't Draco who poisoned Neville, Harry asked Milo as they sat down at their defense against the dark arts desks. Who was it? Harry had been trying to get Milo to speak throughout their whole history of magic class, but Hermione kept shushing him. Talking in history carried across the whole room. Not that the ghost of Bins noticed or apparently cared. I don't know, yet Milo confessed. But there's one thing I do know. What's that? Harry asked. It was someone on your list, Milo said. Adding a whole new character now who poisoned Neville would ruin any element of mystery. It has to be someone we met in the first 2 adventures. Just once, you're going to use logic based on actual facts, said Hermione primly, and all the trees on Earth will wither and die. The class filed in gradually in groups of 2 or 3. Quirrell's course was basically a joke, so punctuality wasn't exactly a top priority for most students. Quirrell hardly ever deducted house points for tardiness. The Gryffindors were marginally more excited today than usual, because rumor had it that Quirrell had been preparing something special for today, it being Halloween and all. I've been PPP preparing something SPSP special for tea today, Quirrell announced when the last of the students arrived, it being H. Halloween and Aller, as some men now call it, Harry P.P. Potter Day. There was, Milo thought he noticed, a hint of a sneer in Quirrell's voice. Milo had to agree with Quirrell. Harry Potter Day was a pretty silly name, especially compared to something as cool as All Hallows Eve. Quirrell was standing in front of something massive and mostly rectangular, covered by a sheet of canvas. Harry muttered something under his breath. Sorry, what was that? Hermione whispered quietly. Should be Lily and James Potter Day, Harry answered simply. I don't even remember it. But before we begin, Quirrell said. I'd like to ask why young Emma Milo something. Milo perked up as he heard his name. I'd heard that you've been losing a great deal of the Enna Noble House Gryffindor's PP points lately, he said across the classroom. There were a few chuckles and a number of angry looks. I was wondering if YYU might like an opportunity to earn some B back? Whatever could have possessed a person with a crippling stutter to get a job which required lecturing large groups of people on a daily basis escaped Milo. Milo shrugged. Sure, he said. Anything for the house, after all. Have to win the house medal and all that. Cup, Ron whispered. Cup medal, that is. Milo corrected himself, wondering what Quirrell was getting at. Excellent, Quirrell said. Cece come see me after Cece class. Then, Milo nervously ran his fingers through his hair. Was there anyone who wasn't going to want to see him this evening? This was something of an opportunity, though Milo could just go to whatever Quirrell's thing was. Then let him deal with the fallout from Snape. If anyone can stand up to Snape, Milo thought, it's Quirrell. I liked the cut of his jib. Quirrell's something special for Halloween turned out to be rather awesome, in the sense that it was something that evoked awe. And without further ado, Quirrell stammered excitedly to the class. Allow me to PP present my Halloween surprise. With a dramatic flourish, he pulled off the tarp, revealing, as it turned out, a cage of monstrous proportions. The bars were made of thick steel wrapped in unpleasant-looking razor wire. Hanging from the cage was an almost cartoonishly oversized lock, though Milo was certain that there were likely layers of abjurations protecting the cage not visible to the naked eye. The cage emanated an entirely non-magical aura of immobility and intimidation. Nothing short of the Tarrasque itself was getting out of that cage. It wasn't the cage, however, that caused the collective gasp of fear from the Gryffindors. The house noted for its bravery, but what lay inside? Blimey, said Ron quietly. It's a troll. A giant, Milo corrected. Right, Ron whispered. A giant troll. Milo sighed. The brute inside was very clearly a giant. Trolls, unlike giants, were green and sort of weirdly proportioned, with long dangly limbs and spiky black hair. This was obviously some non-core species of giant, simple enough to prove with a dagger, as only trolls could regenerate. This is a TT troll, Quirrell stammered to the class. The groundskeeper and I caught it in the FF in the forest. It appears to have been harassing the unicorns. Excuse me, Professor, asked a Gryffindor NPC, probably Seamus. I thought that was werewolves? Werewolves aren't FF fast enough, said Quirrell. And they're only active on full moons, Milo thought irritably. I mean, seriously, what's the one defining characteristic of a werewolf? It turns into a wolf on the full moon. Only the full moon. Sheesh. And TT trolls, believe me, are F faster than they look. And now, there's no need to worry about the TT troll getting out. He continued, as this sea cage is very and nearly indestructible. The wire you see is, in addition to, being very sharp, which to entangle anyone trying to get out. Anyone who TT touches the lock W without the K key, kept in the HH headmaster's office, will be struck by a FF full body bind and trigger an A alarm. The bars themselves are goblin made, and C can withstand anything short of DD Dragonfire. There are a FF few other SS surprises as well. Q quite FF fortunate we had it on HH hand, in FF fact. And now, who CC can tell me what trolls eat? Quirrell continued into a detailed lecture, in fact, significantly more detailed than his usual lectures, which were generally considered 80-minute long nap times. Everyone's had at least one teacher like him. About trolls. He seemed quite enthusiastic on the subject, not unlike a fighter asked about pointy sticks. As the class came to a close and 3 o'clock approached, Quirrell dismissed the rest of the students a little early to enjoy their Halloween evenings.
Milo?
Quirrell asked. Right, he wanted me to stay after. Almost forgot about that. So, Milo said as he walked towards the alleged troll. What can I do you for? Here's this fellow, Quirrell said, pointing to the monstrous humanoid in the cage. We have to move him to the DD dungeons until the ministry can deal with him. Milo sized up the brute. He said. Look, I know they say I'm good at levitating things, but this... Oh, DD, don't worry, said Coral. The sea cage is self-levitating. However, it's easiest to PP push it from the BB back, he said, pointing to a small area on the cage not covered in razor-sharp wire. But then I can't see where I'm going. So, if you could PP push it, I can LL lead? Hagrid helped me bring it here. But he's busy now. Sounds like a design flaw to me, Milo said. But sure, I can lend a hand. Coral smiled. There was no warmth whatsoever in his expression. Milo gave the cage a light push, and it drifted in front of him with surprisingly little effort. He was reminded of his brief adventure with Neville that morning, pushing the cage after Coral. The giant inside seemed more perplexed than frightening as Milo guided the cage down the ever-shifting hallways of Hogwarts, only half paying attention to his surroundings. Coral was right, it really was impossible to see from behind this brute. Every so often, Coral called out a direction to him. Milo wondered briefly why Hogwarts had such a Khajiit looked reasonably new, and could likely hold something quite a bit bigger than its current occupant before remembering who the residents of the Forbidden Forest were. So, Milo asked, more to make conversation than anything, this is who we were looking for in the forest? Looks like, Coral said from the other side of the cage. Hagrid caught him covered in unicorn blood. We'll know for sure if the unicorns stop DD disappearing. Go figure, Milo said. I sort of thought it would have been one of the Death Eaters or Snape. Vous asked Coral. Isn't it obvious? Well, we know you know who is returning, right? But he's supposed to have died, and you guys don't have clerics or wish. Clerics? Wish? Coral asked. Where I come from, death is pretty cheap. Well, not cheap exactly, but with enough diamonds and the right spellcaster, pretty much anyone can be brought back from the dead in some form. Clerics are the best at it by far, but a wizard like me can pull it off too with some difficulty. Milo explained. You can do this? You can bring back the dead? Coral asked sharply. Not yet, but maybe in a few years at this rate. Unlike back home, there's only a few methods available to you people for cheating death that I could find in the Hogwarts Library. Scholar's touch is so broken. And those methods were as follows. Flammel Stone, Unicorn's Blood, and becoming a vampire. Go on, Coral urged. In order of preference, the order is probably the stone first, then the blood, and lastly becoming a vampire. There wasn't much I could find on any of these subjects, probably in the forbidden areas in the library, or books written by authors whose names start with letters after F, but from what I can tell, there's no mention of a cure for vampirism, so it'd be a last resort. All I could find about the unicorns was that whoever drank their blood would be cursed to living a half-life. Which is cryptic as a cryptic, but sounds at least halfway better than total unlife. So why not simply assume he's after the stone? Oh, he is, of course. Dumbledore's supposedly guarding it, but there's about 1.5 million problems with that. He runs a school, and he's chief whatever of the thingamajig, and supreme muggle of the other thing. He can't be on guard 24 hours a day like an orc in a 10x10 room guarding a treasure chest. So in practice, the staff of Hogwarts are defending it, and while Dumbledore is this legendary wizard, you aren't. I mean, you and McGonagall clearly know what you're doing, and while you're a match for his minions, if you could take you-know-who, you would have last time. But here's the thing. You-know-who is weak right now, or he'd already be Dark Lord of the world already. That he would. What's more, he's politically crippled hells. Even the Malfoys have publicly renounced him. He can't storm the castle personally, and he doesn't have enough minions to do it for him outright. He probably only has a handful of loyal Death Eaters left, and they're all vying for who's going to be top guy when you-know-who returns. He might not even know about their existence. Not all of his servants are Death Eaters, boy. Really? I thought that was just the catch-all term for it here. Interesting. What does this have to do with unicorns? Coral asked. His voice sounded somewhat hoarse. You would know more than anyone else, Professor, Milo said. There was a brief silence, and Milo heard a rustling of robes. Vampires, Professor. Vampires. There's only 3 ways for him to return, and they've all been mentioned in the story. 3 ways, a pretty significant number if you ask me. So, there's likely followers going for the stone, the blood, and rounding up friendly vampires as we speak. You're a trained combat wizard, professor of defense against the dark arts at the best school in the country, and pretty clearly high level. And yet, even you got captured by Vampiresso, unless they were the vampire of Merlin himself, your captors had to have help from a wizard. A good wizard wouldn't help vampires, so it had to have been an evil one, maybe working for you-know-who. So, one of his minions has more than likely succeeded in rounding up some poor sucker, no pun intended, to vamp our Dark Lord. That means that another minion, if he wants to top the first one, has to one-up vampires. That means unicorns, because the stone is too well defended. The dead unicorns would have implied that the second, at least, was successful, and you know who can return, if he hasn't already, in some sort of limited form. That it was this giant sort of throws a wrench in my thinking, to be honest. Means we have to be even more careful about Snape getting the stone. Snape? Quirrell asked, surprised. I'm surprised you hadn't put it together. Snape's after the stone for sure. He's probably one of those minions I was telling you about, and you know who doesn't even know he exists. Or he does know. Or he is you-know-who in disguise. Amounts to the same thing, really. So we have to be on the lookout for Snape. Why, Milo heard an unfortunately familiar voice. Do you have to be on the lookout for me? Exactly? Is it because you're skipping detention?
Newt.
No professor, Milus tamered. I was just helping the other professor with this giant, and we were going to the dungeon anyway, so I was just going to see you right after. Interesting, said Snape, because you're heading in completely the wrong direction. This is the third floor, the dungeon is that way. Why has Quirrell become so attached to the boy? Snape thought. He must know what I'm up to, and he's trying to prevent me from having him expelled for Lucius. What's his game? Is he after the stone? The BB boy is with me. Severus, Quirrell said fiercely. Why has Severus become so attached to the boy? Quirrell thought. He must know what I'm up to, and he's trying to prevent me from feeding the boy to Hagrid's dog. What's his game? Is he after the stone? Is he now? Snape asked. I'm afraid I have prior arrangements with him. He can have his detention later. I need him now. This is of utmost importance, Quirrell maintained. Discipline is what's important, Quirinus, Snape pressed. Milo wondered why it was so important to Snape that he get Milo for detention. Oh, Milo realized suddenly. He's going to kill me. I'll just ready a glitter dust. Wait, no, that didn't work so well last time. I'll just be on my guard and not get caught flat-footed. Hopefully Quirrell can get rid of him. The troll is what's most important. You can have him afterwards. Milo, Snape commanded. Come with me at once. You have detention. This transparent method of escaping, it shames your house and our school. Come with me or I'll see to it that you're expelled. Quirrell ground his teeth in frustration, but couldn't think of any way to prevent the boy from going with Snape without compromising his cover. Quirrell would pay for this soon, when no one was around. He'd already failed his master too many times. Sorry, Professor Quirrell, Milo said sadly. I suppose you'll have to manage for yourself. Maybe you can find a house elf to help? I'll see you around. Sweating profusely, Milo followed Snape towards the dungeons, away from his perceived protector. Their every footstep, made by Snape's polished loafers and Milo's worn adventurer's boots, rang through the empty corridors. Even the normally garrulous wall portraits were uncharacteristically reticent. Milo took the opportunity to plan his defense. Should Snape make his move? Opening move, he'll be expecting a surprise round. But I know he's coming, Milo thought. Then it'll be a test of reflexes. If I lose, he draws his wand as a move action and uses the killing curse as a standard. If I open with glitter dust and he makes his save, I die. If I open with glitter dust and he fails his saver, for that matter, I use invisibility but he beats my 50 concealment, I die. If I open with mirror image, I have an effective 50 to 80 mischance, meaning I only have a 20 to 50 chance of dying. Mirror image it is, then, followed by an expeditious retreat of a non-magical nature. Milo licked his lips nervously as they rounded the last corner before Snape's office. He didn't like those odds, and if he did die, his chance of getting a resurrection seemed slim. These wizards couldn't bring back the dead, and his party members back home wouldn't know he'd died. It was more than likely, he realized, that death here would be permanent. Gulp. Snape opened the heavy wooden door to his office and led Milo in. "I've noticed that you've been falling behind in potions lessons," Snape said slowly to Milo. "And it seemed to me that you could use some extra help." So, Snape was going to kill Milo during a remedial potions lesson and make it look like an accident? Milo wondered why the pretense was even necessary. It wasn't as if there were any witnesses. I just don't seem to have a knack for it," Milo admitted. Indeed, Snape grinned slightly. "So why don't we start with something extremely basic? One that it is quite impossible for anyone with a drop of magical blood to fail at?" Sure, Milo said distractedly. He was anxiously examining the room for hidden traps, and felt a brief pang of homesickness. Welby, their rogue, never missed a trapper, more accurately, the traps never missed him. But at least they were always detected, one way or the other. "So why don't we begin?" Snape asked, and with a flourish of his wand, a pewter cauldron drifted slowly towards him from the side of the room. So, Milo noticed Snape has silent spell. But why did he show me this? As intimidation? All you have to do is pour in 3 ladles of ordinary water, 1 teaspoon of flobberworm mucus, and 1 teaspoon of ordinary glycerol. Then stir counterclockwise once. It is literally the simplest potion in existence. A newborn could accomplish it. It makes bubbles and nothing else. "Okay," Milo said. "Maybe Snape's idea is to keep my hands busy measuring so I can't go for my wand? Surely he knows by now that I don't really need it? It will make my somatic components somewhat more difficult, however, although dropping an item is a free action. I'll play along for now." Milo carefully measured water out of a glass beaker and poured it into the cauldron, then reached for the flobberworm mucus. Of course, Snape said as Milo worked, a muggle attempting to create the potion would experience an unfortunate side effect. Milo's hand froze over the vial of mucus. Really? Sprout sighed as she tried yet another spell to try to disenchant the singing pumpkin. Someone, well, clearly, it was the Weasley twins, but without proof, they remained an as yet unidentified someone, had bewitched all of the decorative pumpkins on the 2nd floor to sing the wheels on the bus go round and round, all at different keys and tempos. The consequent cucurbita cacophony was enough to drive even Peeves away. Finite incantatum, she cast vainly. The vegetables were surprisingly resilient to any attempts at dispelling them. If only those boys used their skills for something productive, she thought, the world would be better for it. She smelled it well before she saw anything. It wasn't so much that the smell was bad. Exactly, though, it was that it was just overpowering. The smell was huge, one could almost say, giant. There was a roar so loud that when it ended, Sprout couldn't even hear the pumpkin's song. "Expecto Patronum," she screamed. "I'm beginning to worry about Milo," McGonagall told the headmaster. "I can't help but wonder if you weren't wrong about his magic being an unusual form of a child's accidental magic. So, you think he's telling the truth about being a different wizard?" Dumbledore asked. I really don't know. But his development in Transfiguration has been so remarkably stunted that I can't tell if he's improved in any way whatsoever since his first day off the boats," the deputy headmistress said. "And I'm not even certain that what he's doing is really Transfiguration at all. He's changing the matchstick's color, to be certain, but something seems off about it. Not everyone can wrap their head around Transfiguration. Why, Phileas says his hover charm is worthy of a 7th-year student, and Quirinus has nothing but praise for him. And you heard Ollivander's report about what happened when he touched his wand the first time." "Nevertheless," McGonagall pressed, "I think he may, in fact, he might be a squib, headmaster. Why, I was just speaking to Severus, and he says that the boy is so hopeless at potions that he actually believes him to be a muggle, here by accident somehow." "You mean to say that you and Severus actually agree on something?" Dumbledore asked. "Perhaps. We'll know this afternoon, I believe, as Severus said he had developed some sort of test, and I for one." "Headmaster, there's a troll loose on the 2nd floor," a small, cheerful voice said from behind McGonagall's head. The deputy headmistress turned around and saw Sprout's Patronus floating behind her. Dumbledore and McGonagall stared at each other for a moment, then sprang into action. "I'll start clearing the area of students," McGonagall said, reaching for her wand. "And I'll contact the other heads of houses," Dumbledore said. standing up so fast that he knocked his chair over. By the time the smoke cleared, Milo's hearing had mostly returned. His robe was in tatters, and he was covered in soot and dust. "Whwh, what was that?" he asked. If a Muggle chemist had ever analyzed flobberworm mucus, would tell you that it reacts with the glycerol to form nitroglycerin. "Nitroglycerin is a volatile explosive," Snape said. "And you let newborns do this?"
No.
"A wizard's inborn magic prevents the chemical reaction from occurring, as it is superseded by a magical one." "Then why did it?" Said Milo. One could practically hear the copper piece drop. Milo looked at Snape. Snape looked at Milo. Not a word was said until, "Severus, there's a troll on the second floor, thought you ought to know," said a translucent silvery phoenix that Milo could swear hadn't been there a moment before. Holly crap, ghost phoenix. A living phoenix was CR-24, and being a ghost only made it more powerful. Fortunately, they were good aligned. A phoenix's fire could deal up to 40d6 damage. Although Milo was pretty sure phoenixes were generally somewhat larger than a horse, this one was rather a lot smaller. "A baby, perhaps? Get up, boy, and come with Menno," said Snape. Milo wasn't about to refuse a direct command from a man who a phoenix had apparently asked for help, and followed. After leaving his office, Snape broke into a dead run towards the stairs. "Are we going after the troll?" asked Milo as they ran up the spiraling staircase. Judging by the dull look in the monster's eyes, Milo was fairly confident its will save was low enough that it would fail to glitter dust for certain. Snape paused for a moment. "Boy, look at me," he commanded. Milo shrugged and complied. "Now what were you and Quirrell talking about before I arrived?" "Troll feeding and grooming," Milo lied blandly. Snape stared at him in the eyes for a moment. "Very well, we've delayed too long," he said, and started climbing again at a hustle. Well, that was weird, Milo thought. "Professor," Milo said as they continued climbing the stairs, "we missed the second floor. This is the third floor." But Snape said nothing as they rounded the corner to the forbidden third-floor corridor. Snape stopped at the door and waited, still without an explanation. "Professor," Milo pressed, "I think I deserve an explanation now. What are we doing in front of the corridor of die a horrible and painful death?" "Stop questioning me and be silent," Snape snapped. "What, do you expect me to be able to simply detect thoughts or something? I won't be able to understand what's happening and act appropriately unless you tell me," Milo said, swapping out invisibility. Detect thoughts was a second-level wizard spell that allowed one to listen to the surface thoughts of another. Milo didn't really expect it to beat Snape's will bonus, but everyone rolls a 1 once in a while. For once, it appeared, it was Milo's turn to be lucky. Snape turned around, catching Milo's eye. 5 points from Gryffindor, and 5 more if you don't stop talking, the professor said. Fortunately, it appears I got here before Quirrell, Snape thought. Why is beating Quirrell so important? Milo wondered. The boy suspects we were racing Quirrell here. Well, it wasn't too hard to figure out, I suppose, Snape thought to himself, or so he thought. When he goes for the stone, I'll be ready. Is Quirrell going for the stone? Milo wondered. That makes no sense at all unless something's going on here I don't know about. Maybe Quirrell is trying to prevent Snape from getting the stone? Or they're both going for it. Or Snape knows I'm reading his mind and the boy is a Legilimens? Snape thought sharply. There was a sudden pain in Milo's temple, and he felt a sudden sense of vertigo that knocked him to his knees. How did you? What just happened? Milo asked, clutching his head. His nose had started running, and he brushed it with his sleeve. The detect thoughts spell no longer even registered Snape as an intelligent being. It was like he wasn't even there. Answer me truthfully. I'll know if you're lying, Snape said imperiously. Are you a Legilimens? Milo said, no. Snape frowned. He's telling the truth, Snape thought to himself, and this time only to himself. And yet, he must be lying somehow. Could he be an Occlumens as well? At 11? No. He's not even a wizard. He must have some other powers similar to Legilimency in effect, but called something else. Can you read minds?
No, Milo leave.
Snape grinned. Faded quickly. Tell me, he said oddly, do you smell something? As a general rule, no, Milo said. But now that you mention it, The silence was only broken by a particularly large spider scurrying across the floor, and then a quick flash of emotion from Mordenkainen. Fear, distress, horror. And then the wall exploded. The troll and the Dementor. All students, return immediately to your common rooms, said a beleaguered Professor Trelawney. Attack by a troll was enough to knock even the divinations professor out of her usual half-asleep Dizito, a group of Gryffindors lounging in the Great Hall. Excuse me, Professor, said Percy, the Gryffindor prefect. What's going on? There's a troll loose on the second floor, she said anxiously. And to think of all the poor students who saw the Grim today, right? Just leave it to me, Professor, said Percy, standing to his full height, as if that would do much against the 12-foot-tall monstrosity on the loose. Gryffindors, come with me. Are we missing anyone? The Gryffindors, mostly first years, looked around at each other. Hannah's outside, by the lake, said Lavender Brown. And Milo's with Snape, said Ron. Professor Snape, Ronald, corrected Percy. And he'll be fine if he's with a professor. I'll find Hannah after I've walked you all to the tower. Come along quickly, now. Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared a quick look as the other Gryffindors started filing out of the massive room. Snape must have released the troll, Harry exclaimed to the others. We've got to go find Milo. Professor Snape can't have released the troll. The key was in the headmaster's office, said Hermione. So what, Dumbledore set the troll loose? Obviously someone must have pulled a fast one on him, said Ron. And now Milo's alone with old Batface, and it's a perfect time to just throw him out a window and say the troll did it. Let's go, Hermione, Ron pleaded. But I'm done talking, Harry said. Our friend could be in danger right now. Hannah's outside. She's probably the safest of all of us. I'm going with or without you too. And with that, Harry stood up from his table and walked away from the group. Harry Potter, said Percy. Where are you going? The common room is that way. Going with Trelawney, lied Harry. To help find the Hufflepuffs. You know how they are. Good man, said Percy. Best take Ronald with Yoha, could use someone like you as a role model. Well, good luck, he said, and left leading the others. Someone like you as a role model, sneered Ron. Wonder what he'd say about that if you knew you lied right to his face? Grumble, grumble, grumble. Ron trailed off. Hermione sighed. All right, I'm coming with you. Someone has to keep you two from getting into trouble, she said airily. Secretly, her heart was racing, with excitement and anticipation. Great job you've done so far, said Ron. Enough talking, snapped Harry. Wands out and let's go already. Hermionesk the paintings if they've seen Milo or Snape anywhere. They'll talk to you, you're top of all our classes. Not history of magic, said Hermione, her face flushing slightly. Ron, keep an eye out for teachers and prefects, said Harry. Oh, and rampaging trolls. Why? Milo wondered briefly. Am I looking up at the floor? Thud. Milo hit the ground hard. I have to stop doing that, he groaned. He'd gotten lucky and made his reflex save for half damage when the troll dropped a wall on his face, but was somewhat less fortunate on his follow-up grapple check to avoid being thrown across the room. A normal human would have broken numerous bones or died, but adventurers are somewhat more resilient than that. In total, he'd taken 8 points of damage, and for those of you keeping track back home, that put him at precisely 0 horsepower. That left him disabled, meaning he can either shuffle about slowly or try to attack or cast a spell, but doing the latter will knock him unconscious and dying. Milo crawled slowly around a corner and tried to stay as silent as possible. Next time, he thought, make sure there's a potion of cure light wounds in your belt of hidden pouches. Snape was nowhere to be seen. I need a distraction. Sorry, Morty, he whispered to his familiar. He had a bad feeling that, in a few levels, when Morty could speak back, he'd be getting an earful for this. Mordenkainen, rodent extraordinaire, leapt out of his home in Milo's belt and scurried around the corner to the troll. Milo couldn't see what happened, but heard a mighty roar worthy of an elder WRM, and then a loud crash. While the alleged troll was occupied, Milo got to work. Reaching into his belt, he grabbed his flasks of oil and unstoppered their lids. Oil from his universe goes a long way, and was enough to cover a 5-foot square. The hallway was closer to 10 feet wide, and so Milo used 4 flasks to cover the whole hallway 10 feet deep. He then spread caltrops, nasty, spiky contraptions, across the hallway as well. Lastly, he, very carefully, took out a small, extremely valuable feather. The feather, much stiffer and heavier than a mundane feather, was one of Milo's most treasured possessions. It only worked once, and, while he had 3 of them, he wasn't getting any more until he could return home. Gingerly, he placed it on the ground in the oil, surrounded by caltrops. "Hey, ugly!" Milo shouted around the corner. "Leave my friend alone." On cue, Morty scurried away from the troll, up Milo's leg, and into his magic belt. The troll gave a mighty roar and charged Milo's position. Milo grinned an evil sort of grin. As the troll placed its first heavy footstep on the oil-slick polished stone floor, it lost its balance. It slid forwards a few feet, an almost comical expression of surprise on its ugly features. It then fell backwards onto the hard floor and the scattered caltrops. They weren't even close to powerful enough to deal any real damage, but all Milo needed was to keep the troll in position for a round. The troll let loose a bellow of pain that shook the castle as Milo muttered the command word to his feather token. For those unfamiliar, the tree feather token is the most useful magic item ever devised. On command, it instantly creates an entirely real, non-magical oak tree 5 feet wide and 60 feet tall. There was a swift, sudden breeze and a loud pop as a tree appeared in front of Milo. It didn't grow, it didn't start small and swell up, it was just there. The ceilings in Hogwarts were as varied as the halls, paintings, and geography on a day-to-day basis, but here they were only 8 feet tall. The troll had to stoop. The tree, which appeared directly underneath the troll, blasted it through the ceiling. And the one after that. And the one after that. In total, the troll was pushed bodily through 7 floors, including 3 hallways, 2 unused classrooms, Professor Bin's quarters, and the Hufflepuff common room, which was now home to the 40-foot-wide canopy of a great oak tree. "Quail," Milo said weakly to the mythical inventor of the feather tokens, "I'm leaving everything to you in my will." "Crash," said Milo. "Crash, that really can't be good. Crash, I'll just hobble away at half speed." "Shall I?" Milo limped down the hallway, which ended in a dead end and a large window. "Crash, Milo," Milo heard someone say, "we're here to, rescue you." Crash, "Blimey, was this great, dirty old tree always here?" "Crash, Ron," said a sharp, female voice, "Careful, watch where you step. Someone's booby trapped the Crash. The ceiling caved in and the troll, heavily battered and bruised, but still in the game, so to speak, landed gracelessly directly behind Milo. Fortunately, it was looking away from him. Milo stood there breathlessly, trying to make as little noise as possible. Maybe it will just go away? That could happen. Milo's watch chimed, loudly, and then started to speak. "Milo's got a date. Milo's got a date." It sang cheerfully. "Don't be late. Don't be late. 'Cause Milo's got a date." "Oh, hi there. See, the thing with the tree, that was nothing personal, right?" Milo said weakly. "So why don't we just put this behind us?" The troll grabbed Milo with one arm, and, with a casual underhanded swing, neatly defenestrated him. Harry, who had boldly ran across the slick, spiky hallway, frantically tried to help, but the young wizard was out of sight before Harry was halfway through Wingardium. Then the troll turned to face the 3 undertrained, underprepared, underaged wizards. Well, 2 wizards and a witch. The glass shredded Milo's already scorched and torn robes, but fortunately his mage armor protected his skin from the worst of it. Milo made a high, graceful arc over the Hogwarts lake before he managed to stop blubbering long enough to cast Featherfall. Our hero, covered in dust and soot, his black robes in tatters, his hat missing, his shoelaces untied, slowly floated to the ground, landing, as it would happen, in the arms of a giant pink bunny. "Amazing Dementor costume," Hannah, in fancy dress, exclaimed. "Nice entrance, too." Milo grinned briefly, then collapsed as his hit points dropped into the negatives. Concealed by his disillusionment charm, Snape waited. The Cerberus slept, the low rumble of its triple snore shaking the floor slightly. Still Snape waited. Outside, the troll was very likely killing one of his students. Still Snape waited. His quarry was as invisible as he, but Snape had an advantage. The bane of all invisible wizards everywhere. One that would stop the Dark Lord himself were he invisible. The door was closed. Coral would make his move soon. Releasing the troll was an obvious distraction to allow him to get in here unnoticed. Still, Snape waited. The good-natured Muggle studies professor had come back from Romania. Different. Something had happened to him there, and it hadn't been vampires. The good-natured Muggle studies professor was gone now. The headmaster knew something, but whatever it was, he kept it to himself. Still, Snape waited. The castle shook, and a deafeningly loud crash shook the room. One of the Cerberus's heads, jostled out of its slumber, perked up curiously. Still, Snape waited. The doorknob turned slowly. Still, Snape waited. Roots, of all things, slipped through the cracks in the masonry, breaking apart the mortar. The walls buckled slightly. Still, Snape waited. The door opened and closed. Still, Snape waited. Hermione, said Ron anxiously. If you were planning on doing anything smart, now would be the time? Hermione simply stood staring up at the troll, her face pale. Ron! Harry shouted, barely dodging a large stone block. What spells do we know? The block, thrown by the troll, exploded on the wall behind him. There's the one that makes our wands glow, he said, and we can transfigure tea kettles. Should we transfigure tea kettles? What about Wingardium Leviosa? Harry suggested. I dunno, Ron said skeptically. That troll looks a little heavier than a textbook to me. Not the troll, the blocks. Harry realized. Desperately, they began levitating anything in sight, stone blocks, the weird spiky metal things, paintings, over the troll's head and dropping them. It appeared only marginally effective. The troll's thick skull was made of sterner stuff than even the 1,000-year-old masonry. If I get out of this, Harry resolved, I'm going to learn how wizards fight. And I'm going to be the best there is. Nothing is going to threaten my home ever again. To all those who ask, Harry heard Hermione whisper. What was that? Harry asked. His brow drenched in sweat from the effort of levitating the stone blocks that once made up the walls of his beloved castle. His castle. This troll would regret the second it scuffed the first candlestick in his castle. Portraits of Hogwarts. Hermione roared. Run. Run to your neighbors, shout, scream, anything. Find the headmaster or McGonagall or Flitwick, Filch, anyone. A nearby painting of a knight drew its sword and saluted, and with a cry of yes, my lady, rode away on its stallion. The others just stared at her, stunned. Well, I never said a portrait of a fat lady, but not the fat lady in an evening gown. The nerve of students these days, why, in my day they employed the whip. Couldn't have said it better myself, Agnes, said a bespectacled man. Run. She screamed at the paintings again. She didn't need to tell them a third time, right? Said Harry. Now we just need to slow it down. Yeah, said Ron dismally. Assuming we can rely on Agnes to talk to Dumbledore about anything other than the state of today's youth. Hermione, do you know any spell to create fire? Or sparks? Harry asked. Hermione shot a questioning look at him, before realizing what his plan was. Incendio, she cast, pointing her wand at Milo's oil slick. The lantern oil erupted in flame, which quickly spread to the great oak tree. There wasn't enough flammable material to create anything so impressive as a wall of fire, but it did create a lot of smoke. Fortunately for the paint-based residents of Hogwarts, all of the living portraits had fled the area at Hermione's instructions earlier. Unfortunately, their homes were caught in the inferno. The troll was blinded by smoke, and started coughing hoarsely as it flailed its fists around. What about wind? Harry asked. We need as much dust in there as possible. Well, there's the gust jinx, admitted Hermione skeptically, but it's advanced. Third year. Hermione, can you cast it or not? Harry pushed. Well, I've read about it, she said hesitantly. I've never, actually tried it. No pressure or anything, urged Ron. But if you mess up, we'll probably all die. Hermione's forehead wrinkled in concentration. She very carefully and slowly placed her feet in the fencing-like casting position used when performing complicated magic, and pictured the page in the Standard Book of Spells, Volume 3 that described the wand motions. Swish, flick, counterswirl, 3/4 twirl clockwise, diamond, inside a circle, ventus. It started gradually, building up strength somewhere behind Hermione. She felt her robes stir gently, and her hair started to rustle. At first, she thought she must have botched the spell, a thought which mortified her to her core. And then it happened. There was a rush of air that nearly knocked her from her feet, whipping her curly hair around her head. Dust from the ruined hallway was picked up from the walls, floors, the children's clothes, and from under the heavy masonry. Hermione thought Harry's plan was to fan the flames with more air, until the third-floor window that Milo had flown out of exploded. A blossom of red fire erupted from the remains of the frame, leaving spots in Hannah's eyes. That, she said, can't be good. She drew her wand anxiously, but wasn't sure exactly what she should be doing with it. She was, technically, a witch, but needing magic for a potentially life-or-death situation wasn't something she thought would ever happen. In fact, needing magic for anything outside of class had simply never occurred to her. Imagine suddenly finding yourself having to calculate how long it would take a sedan accelerating at 6 meters per square second to a maximum of 80 kilometers per hour to catch up to a truck moving at 60 kilometers per hour with a 45-minute head start to save the Prime Minister. That, in a nutshell, is what Hannah felt like. First things first, she thought, deal with the unconscious boy. What Hannah didn't know was that Milo, not simply unconscious, was, in fact, dying. Every 6 seconds he'd drop 1 hit point until hitting -10, when he'd by the proverbial outer plane farm. That leaves her, for those of you keeping score, 54 seconds to stabilize him. 53, 52, I should probably get you to the hospital hospital wing, she said. In another life, Hannah was a Hufflepuff. And Hufflepuffs, not that there's anything wrong with them, wonderful, wonderful people, are not typically noted, with the notable exception of the dreamy third-year Cedric Diggory, for keeping their heads in a crisis. Locomotor Mortis, she cast, and Milo's legs locked together. 42. No, wait. Wrong spell. I'm sorry, she stressed. It was that last bit, the Mortis part. Locomotor Milo, she cast, and Milo floated into the air. 36. Maybe I should counter that leglocker curse now that I think about it, she said. Finite Incantatem, she cast. Milo fell back to the ground. 30. Oh, of course, that cancelled Locomotor as well. Locomotor Milo, she cast again. 24. Well, to the hospital wing it is, then, she said and set off. Milo drifted along behind her. 23. 22. Which one of you used the blasting charm? Hermione asked, stunned, as she picked herself up from the rubble. What? Asked Ron. I said, which one of you used the blasting charm? She repeated loudly. What? Asked Ron, who had been deafened by the blast. Nobody here knows the blasting charm, Hermione, said Harry, weakly. He'd been thrown halfway across the room in the explosion. What? Then what spell was that? What? No spell, said Harry. What? Said Hermione and Ron simultaneously. Well, this one time Dudley fell asleep watching cartoons and I got to watch Discovery, Harry said, hiding in my cupboard, of course, in case my aunt or uncle saw. And it turns out if you throw enough dust at a fire, it explodes? Finished Hermione. What? Yeah, basically. That's why I asked you to conjure up a windstorm. What? That's clever. I strongly disapprove. You broke about 1,000 school rules and maybe my ribs. Also, I know for a fact no explosions in the hallways and no exceptions is a rule. I saw it posted outside Filch's office, but it was clever. But sometimes even when a plan is clever, even when it's really clever, you should really warn me when you're going to blow something up. I'll do that next time, said Harry. What? Oh, shut up, Ron, snapped Hermione. What? I know you can't hear me, but what you really expect to gain by saying what? Over and over, I don't even. Hermione was cut off when a huge, ugly, scorched hand reached out from the smoke and picked her up by the shoulder. She reflexively reached for her wand, but realized she'd dropped it in the explosion. The troll held her up close to its face, gazing at her with a curious expression. Then it opened its gaping maw. A fell odor of rotting meat and extreme halitosis blasted her senses. Please don't eat me, Mr. Troll, she begged. Instead of eating her or charging down the injured Ron and Harry, the troll decided to take a third option. Snape waited. Quirrell, Snape knew, though he could not see him, was likely deciding what to do about Hagrid's dog. Whatever action he took would be proof enough for Snape to bring Dumbledore, or even the Ministry, down on him. Any moment now, the defense professor would kill the dog. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. What is he doing? Snape wondered. Then the troll made an entrance. Literally. Stone bricks flew across the room when Quirrell's beast tore its way through the wall as if it were made of paper, carrying the Granger girl in one hand as if she were a rag doll. The Cerberus awoke and leapt. Snape, though he would never admit it, was reminded of the time he'd seen Godzilla versus Mothra as a boy. Stunned, Snape fumbled for his wand while the Cerberus collided with the troll, knocking it to the ground. Granger was tossed across the room and slid limply along the ground. She didn't move. The troll wrestled the larger beast off of it and grabbed an enormous flagstone that used to make up part of the third floor's ceiling. With a mighty heave, it brought the heavy chunk of stone down on one of the hound's heads. There was a sickening crunch, and the other two heads let out bellows of rage, blood and spit speckling the troll. The Cerberus raked the troll with sharp claws, gouging thick slashes in its tough hide. One of his heads went for the troll's neck, but the troll managed to wrestle its jaws open with its hands. The other head went for Granger. Snape began to cast a spell, but someone beat him to it. Avada Kedavra, Snape heard someone say, and there was a blinding green flash. The Cerberus lay dead, and Quirrell stood in the center of the room. "Are you all right, Miss Gigi Granger?" Quirrell asked, his voice full of concern. When Hermione didn't respond, Quirrell frantically tore a strip of cloth from his robe and tied it around her bleeding head. Episki he cast, and several of her smaller cuts and injuries healed rapidly. "I'm so sorry," he said. "That's the BB best I see can do until H-help arrives." Quirrell, Snape noticed, never seemed to stammer when casting a spell. Well, at least now his plan is clear. Really, it was obvious in hindsight, Snape sighed. He should have seen it coming. Quirrell released the troll not only as a distraction, but as an excuse to enter the forbidden corridor and kill Fluffy. He used a forbidden curse, but even those were technically legal against non-humans. It did further cement Snape's view that Quirrell had gone dark, however. On top of everything, Quirrell would now be a hero in everyone's eyes. What this had to do with Milo, however, Snape still couldn't figure out. Wait, he thought, why was the troll holding Miss Granger? He paused. Granger must have been in the hallways, and where there's Granger, there's Harry Potter. Climbing over debris and deceased dog, Snape rushed through the troll's wall entrance. The troll itself lay gasping for breath under the hound's body. Outside, in the hallway, was an interesting sight. The window had been blown open, taking much of the surrounding frame with it. The ceiling had not one, but two troll-sized holes in it. One of them was at least mostly filled by a great oak tree, which was, incidentally, on fire. Just down the hallway was another flattened wall, where the troll had first entered. The sheer level of damage was unlike anything Snape had ever seen before. Not even Fred and George. Not even James and Sirius had ever. No one, so far as Snape knew, had ever done so much raw, physical damage to the Hogwarts school in 1,000 years, much less under a minute. Surely, the Dark Lord's hand must be at work. Here, Snape shook himself out of his reverie and began searching for Potter. The boy must live. Everything and everyone else was expendable. Dimly, he was aware of movement behind him. There was a brief, blinding flash as Dumbledore arrived, carried by his fiery bird. "You can come out now," said the headmaster. The eccentric headmaster, it seemed, had not taken Halloween lightly, and was wearing an uncharacteristically somber gray robe and hat. Of all things, a sword was buckled to his side. At first, Snape thought Dumbledore had directed the remark at him, but the headmaster looked right at him and winked. The troll, burnt and bloody, staggered out of the forbidden third-floor corridor. "You have damaged my school," the headmaster said gravely. "You have injured my students." The troll cocked its head to the side, as if it actually understood what he was saying. "And for these things that you have done," the headmaster continued, "you will leave." Now, there was no threat, just a simple statement of fact. The troll stared at the headmaster blankly. "Fly, you fool," Dumbledore said quietly. The troll turned and leapt out the window. Snape, dismissing his disillusionment charm, walked over to the edge. The troll was running towards the forbidden forest as fast as it could go. Professor! Snape heard a weak voice from behind them. Dumbledore turned to see Harry and Ron lying, partially buried by, surprisingly dust-free, stone bricks. Mr. Potter! Mr. Weasley! We have to get you to the hospital wing at once. The headmaster said in alarm. No, worry about us later, Harry said stoically. Milo was thrown out the window. I'm sure he. Say no more. I'll take care of it, Dumbledore said reassuringly. Snape, make sure these two and Miss Granger, she should be around here somewhere, get to the hospital wing. With that, and a flash, he and his phoenix vanished as quickly as they'd appeared.
Wingard.
Wingardium Leviosa, Hannah shouted, lifting Milo into the sky. She was sure okay, pretty sure okay. She hoped she'd found the window to the hospital wing. 10. Milo slowly floated up to the fourth-story window. Hannah hoped that someone inside would see him and help. 9. She considered sending up sparks with her wand, or even using magic to break the window, but she wasn't sure she could do that and hold Milo at the same time. 8. On the other hand, if necessary, she could always just shove him through the window. 7. What would that accomplish? If there's nobody in there, there won't be anyone to help him. Milo dropped to -9 hit points, not that Hannah knew that. 5. I'm sure someone will notice him eventually. 4. Though I'm not sure for how long I can keep this levitate running. 3. There was a loud crack and a blinding flash. Dumbledore appeared in front of her, with a fiery bird perched on his shoulder. 2. Hannah's concentration broke, and abruptly she felt the strain of her levitation charm vanish. Milo, no longer protected by his feather fall, started to fall to the ground. Fawkes, with a mighty cry, leapt from Dumbledore's shoulder and flew towards the falling boy. 1. Milo awoke to an all-too-familiar ceiling. He heard raised voices from the other side of the curtain surrounding his hospital bunk. He felt, well, pretty great, actually. It was sort of hard to put his finger on. No, I don't know when he'll wake up, said the frustrated voice of Madame Pomfrey. You are a Medowitch, aren't you? Said the stern voice of McGonagall. Yes, and I'm fully trained and qualified to heal humans. What he is, I don't even. So you're telling me you don't have a clue whether he's going to live or die. I'm telling you that he's survived life-threatening injuries in the past. I don't even know if he can die. Milo said cheerfully.
I'm awake.
Hello? Abruptly, the curtain was drawn back from around his bed. McGonagall looked concerned, and Pomfrey looked terrified. What, already? She asked, trembling. You should have been. You shouldn't have. What Madame Pomfrey is trying to say, said McGonagall, is that we're very relieved to hear that you're all right. Yup, just dandy. Can anyone tell me what happened? The last thing I remember is nearly killing myself casting Feather Fall. Of all the ways to die, I think that would have been the most humiliating. I can't believe it actually was the fall that killed me. Do you mean to tell me that you were performing dangerous magic? McGonagall started, but Pomfrey cut her off. Well, I can only assume we have Fawkes to thank, said the Medowitch. Although as to why the headmaster's been keeping a miracle cure like Phoenix Tears locked away in his office, I suppose I'll have to bring that up with him, she said, trailing off into a series of angry grumbles. Milo thought he caught the words puts me completely out of the job and could have saved that Longbottom boy a world of hurt. Said Milo, could anyone tell me what happened to the troll? Professor Dumbledore drove it away, said McGonagall. I believe it's likely still running, actually, although your friends performed more than their share of Gryffindor heroism. And not that I'd like to encourage this sort of thing, together you've all earned more than enough points to offset your unruly behavior. How come I'm not dead? Milo asked bluntly. Miss Abbott carried you back to the castle, and I rather think she was about to break the door down when the headmaster found you. His phoenix, Fawkes, has certain powerful healing abilities. She's quite distraught, in fact, and has hardly left your side. I don't suppose you could tell us why you're awake? Asked Pomfrey. Everything I know tells me you should have either been completely restored when the phoenix healed you or, failing that, unconscious for days. It's only been 3 hours. Well, I've got a hit point. If I had to guess, that phoenix cured me into the positives, and I was just sleeping since then. It was your shouting that woke me up. Still, I feel sort of weird. Madame Pomfrey frowned. Lumos, she whispered. Right? Follow my wand with your eyes. She waved the wand slowly back in front of his face. When he, presumably, responded normally, she followed up with a number of diagnostic spells. Look, I feel fine, he said. Better than fine, actually. Sort of like, I could go toe-to-toe with a ghoul or arm wrestle a bugbear. Like I could be or do, well, anything. Like I'm full of untapped potential. Well, phoenixes have been known to have a sort of euphoric effect. No, it's not that. I think my gods, he said as he realized what had happened. What? Asked McGonagall, alarmed. I've leveled up. It had never happened while he was unconscious before. Leave me alone for a minute, I need to pick skills. McGonagall gave him a peculiar look and turned to leave with Madame Pomfrey. But Milo ignored them both. Oh, by the way, said Madame Pomfrey as she left. You're not to leave your bed for at least 24 hours. Sure, whatever, Milo said absently. Skills is easy, Milo thought. I'll just add another rank in what I've already got. As for feats, this part was really difficult for Milo. As a level 5 wizard, he got a bonus metamagic or item creation feat. Under normal circumstances I'd go for extend spell. But I might have to face the fact that I'm going to be stuck here for a while, Milo thought bitterly. I have to be self-sufficient. I have to be a whole party, a whole economy by myself. If I keep being tossed into encounters above my ECL like this, I'm going to wind up dead. What are my assets? I have time. With Harry Potter, I have money. Feeling somewhat sick, Milo did something he swore he would never, ever do. Mentally, he wrote down craft wondrous item on the character sheet in his mind. If I ever get to go home, he reassured himself, I'll just retrain it. When it came to spells, Milo felt like he might cry. I only get 2. How can I live with only 2? There are dozens of third-level spells I absolutely have to have. Haste, Fireball, Shrink item, Fly, Summon Monster 3, Heroics. With tears in his eyes, Milo chose Fly and Summon Monster 3. Next level, he promised himself. Next level, I learn something that goes boom. What was that? Milo heard a familiar voice. Sorry, Nevada. This place has me talking to myself, Milo said. It's not so bad, he heard Neville say from next cot over. Though I'd like to try sleeping in our dorm once. If only for the novelty of it. You've never slept in Gryffindor Tower? Milo heard Hermione say. Blimey, said Ron. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen him in there. My suitcase isn't even unpacked, Neville said sadly. Milo looked around. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all lying in hospital beds as well. Hermione's bushy brown hair was hidden by thick bandages around her head, with more wrapped around her chest. Harry and Ron were similarly bandaged, albeit to a lesser extent. Holy crap, Milo said, stunned. What happened to you guys? As they filled him in on the events of their day, Milo was stunned at the revelation that dust could explode. The possible applications for that were endless. Okay, well, really there was only one application for it, and that was for making things go boom on the cheap. That these 3 wizards very nearly took out that troll made Milo's respect for them go up several notches. So all they were keeping in the chamber of die a horrible death was a gigantic 3-headed dog? Milo asked. I always had it figured for the Philosopher's Stone. Guess that explains why Hogwarts had a gigantic ultra-secure cage, though. As Milo was talking, the door to the hospital wing opened. Hannah Abbott, in full rabbit regalia, entered, followed by a hovering trolley covered in food. Seeing as how you're missing the Halloween feast, she said. McGonagall made a special exemption and let me bring the feast to you. Also, she added, you lot Milo excluded, of course. Very spooky as a Dementor wouldn't be allowed in there without a costume. Anyway, the eyes on Harry's, Ron's, Hermione's, and Neville's eyes lit up simultaneously. Milo shrugged and reached for his everlasting rations. She also said to tell you that it came with a 20 Gryffindor house points for each of you, except you, Neville, sorry. And 5 for me, she said happily. Oh, also, she said, looking archly at Milo. If you even think about eating those bland, tasteless rations, I will personally throw you through another window. Ron choked slightly. McGonagall said that? No, said Hannah. That was me. Hannah walked past her grievously injured friends, passing out plates piled high with food. Milo felt that elaborate descriptions were in order, but, frankly, he didn't know what 3/4 of the stuff was even called. Hannah sat down on the bed next to Milo and passed him a plate. Milo sniffed it suspiciously. Detect poison, he muttered. Everything looked clean except Neville, who still had enough poison in him to be flagged as poisonous. But that paradoxically only made him more nervous. The poison might be really well hidden. Oh, just eat it, Hannah said. What could happen? You're already in the hospital wing. Fine, Milo said reluctantly. He took a tiny bite of something sort of orangish. His hand was already reaching for antitoxin before he finished chewing. But, surprisingly, he felt fine. Hey, he said, stunned. This is pretty good. See? I told you so, Hannah said with a grin. Where Milo came from, taste was only ever described when it was dramatically required. But here, everything was so full of flavor, even perhaps, especially when it was completely inconsequential. Beans, he said suddenly. Sorry, what was that, mate? Ron asked. The Gringotts every flavored beans, Milo said. I want some. Now, they're Bertie Bott's every flavored beans, Ron muttered. And there's a box on the trolley, but... Blimey, Harry made me swear to warn anyone before their first time. I can handle it, Milo said, grabbing the box. He licked his lips hungrily and downed a handful at a time. Milo passed out from sensory overload. This, said Harry as Milo came to, was the best Halloween ever. Normally, the Muggles only let me have the candies they took from Dudley because they think they have razor blades in them. Milo was forced to agree, and not only because it was the only Halloween he'd ever had. He'd fought monsters, survived by the skin of his teeth, leveled up, discovered the wonders of a whole new sense, and felt, for the first time in a long time, like he was part of a party again. It was, rather, like coming home, of rats and bowler caps. Harry and Ron were released on Friday evening, but Milo and Hermione were obliged to stay in the hospital wing for the weekend. Gryffindor, and even a few Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, well-wishers had brought in flowers, candy, and cards to speed their recovery. Milo wondered idly where the students had got them from, because it wasn't like there were any shops in the castle, and students couldn't just leave the grounds. I'll order, answered Hermione when he asked on Sunday evening. Also, third years and above can go to Hogsmeade a few times a year. Milo was disappointed at how mundane the answer was, but liked the sound of the Hogsmeade trips once he hit third year. Milo cut off that line of thought quickly. There's no way I'm still going to be here in 2 years, he thought firmly. Why, Zook and the others are probably already paying to have a whole battery of divinations cast to find out where I am. Totally. And the reason that's been 2 months, why, they're probably just trying to find a really good diviner to do it. Yeah. Totally. Or a conjurer to plain shift me home. Milo sighed. They could have at least sent a sending once in a while. Is that too much to ask? Of course, this all assumes they weren't TPK'd by Thamier because they didn't have me to do, well, everything. Why the long face? Hermione asked, full of concern. I think, said Milo, that all of my friends back home might be dead. What? She asked, her face gone white. That's terrible. What? Why? Who? Oh, Milo, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's about the worst thing I've ever heard. It's not so bad, he said. I mean, this isn't the first time it's happened. You don't have to put on such a brave face, she said. It's only me. Where I come from, you can pay to have people brought back from the dead, Milo said simply. It's really not such a big deal. Hermione just stared, thunderstruck. That's so. Hermione paused to collect her thoughts. You really are from another world, aren't you? Yeah, Milo said quietly. Everything was really hay. Milo heard a small, sharp voice say, Hermione, did you say something? Milo asked, listen. The voice said, what? Milo asked, irritated. Milo got a flash of irritation, frustration, annoyance from his empathic bond. Morty? Was that you? Since when can you talk? It's amazing, really, it is, the voice, presumably Morty, said. You remembered to put a skill rank in Decipher Script, as if you'll ever find any use for that, but you forgot that I got the speak with master ability? Morty crawled out of his home in Milo's bag, and up his robes to talk to him face to face. Hermione had an odd look on her face, watching the exchange. Well, I feel like that's more your business to keep track of, Milo protested weakly. I'm your class feature, said Morty firmly. Bet you forgot my natural armor increased, too. Didn't you? No, don't tell me. I don't think my poor, adorable little rodent heart could take it. Yes, well, and it's been ages since I got any share of the loot. Mordenkainen continued as if Milo hadn't spoken. Share of that's right, my fair share of the loot. I do all the most dangerous jobs distracting the troll, spying on Snape's secret meeting with Lucius. Wait, what? And what do I get in return? Supernatural power above and beyond that of an ordinary rat, human-like intelligence, magical knowledge rivaling my own, the skill ranks of a level 5 wizard, but that's beside the point. What's this about Snape's secret meeting? Right after you were doing your crime scene investigating in the Forbidden Forest. I am sorry? Are you not taking me seriously? You're laughing. It's hard to maintain a straight face, Milo said between laughs. When you see a rat make little air quotes like that. Stay on topic, would you? Snape snuck out to meet the smarmy Git's father. Before you ask, yes. I could tell by his scent who he was, but also because the oily one called him Lucius Malfoy. And? What did they talk about? Milo asked, intrigued. You know, I got mauled by a cat once. Helping you, Morty said. What happened to stay on topic? Milo asked. I just wanted you to appreciate how difficult my job is. Sometimes. Yes, you're very appreciated, now get on with it. Well, the sire of Smarm told the oily one that you weren't a wizard. Not a wizard? Milo asked and raged. I will end him. I'll show him which one of us isn't a wizard when I shove some high-powered arcana down his, and that he wants the oily one to have you expelled. Huh, said Milo flatly. Expelled? That's it? From where he was from, enemies generally wanted you, dead, undead, re-dead, disgraced, disintegrated, detained, and or devoured. Being expelled seems so unimportant. It must only be phase 1 of his plan. First, get me expelled, then eaten by bugbears. That's what I assumed as well. So, boss, what's the plan? Oh, before I forget, there's this one other th. Okay, said Hermione, as if it had taken her this long to work up the courage to mention it. What are you doing? Talking to Mordenkainen, he said. Can't you tell? No, said Hermione. It sounded like you were spouting gibberish. You can wait, you can talk to rats? You're… I don't actually know if there's a word for that. A rodent tongue? Rat tongue? No, just to this one. I'm the one and only Morty tongue, Milo said. He'd forgotten that the speak with master ability magically prevented anyone from understanding what he said to Morty, and vice versa. Handy, he thought. So, what are you saying? Hermione asked curiously. That was rude. I didn't meant to pry or interrupt a conversation or anything. It's just that it's not every day that. Morty was telling me that Snape and Lucius Malfoy met secretly in the forest, Milo explained, and that Lucius asked Snape to get me expelled. Hermione frowned. This was when you went to the forest to investigate the Acromantula? Hermione asked. I've been meaning to ask, what did you end up finding? The Acromantula had a missing fong, Milo said, and that I couldn't have killed it with the log. But that means someone else must have done it, though I didn't see it happen. I would have thought it was Quirrell, but he was very clear about the fact that he was nowhere near the scene at the time. Also, the math on the experience points checks out if I split it 50-50 with a more experienced character than myself. You know, when I was in school, people said I was weird. Must be nice, Milo said, to have a backstory. Seems like a lot of work, mind. You don't remember your childhood at all? Hermione was shocked. Before I became an adventurer? Not really. I know that at some point I became a vagabond street thief, but I'm not really sure how that happened. But that's so sad. Hermione said, her eyes misting up. It let me become a wizard younger, Milo said. It's sort of complicated, and it doesn't stand up to close inspection. It's weird. For me, this only became a problem when I came to this world. It's like I'm cut off from something. I don't suppose we can change the subject? What were we talking about? Hermione asked. Oh right, Snape trying to get you expelled. Only Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore have the authority for that, she said, short of the Minister for Magic stepping in personally. It's out of Snape's hands. I guess Snape could try to set it up so that they had no choice but to… Ah crap. The potion. Milo, Hermione said. Language. She paused for a moment. Also, what potion? For Snape's detention on Halloween, Milo said. I thought he was trying to kill me, having me make an exploding potion. But it was a test. I failed. failing potions isn't enough to have you expelled, Hermione said. I mean, take Neville. Hey, said Neville from his bunk. He was back in the hospital wing after being mauled by, and they wouldn't have believed it if there hadn't been 12 witnesses. A flobberworm. Flobberworms have no teeth, fangs, spikes, poison, spit, anything. Their one claim to fame is their harmless, slimy mucus. They'd quite forgotten about him. Sorry, Nev, Hermione said, her face pink. No, it's not just about being even more hopelessly incompetent than Neville, Milo said as if Neville hadn't spoken. PCs could be like that around NPCs sometimes. Snape told me himself. A newborn with a hint of magical blood could make that potion. All you have to do is stir it, you don't need to think about it or concentrate or anything. So? Asked Hermione. What's your point? I couldn't make the potion, Milo said quietly. There was a meaningful silence. Maybe you had the ingredients wrong? Asked Hermione. No, they were perfect. Snape even checked them beforehand. It's not like I kept it a secret. I'm not a wizard like you are. Which, actually, said Hermione pointedly. But the only thing keeping me here is that Dumbledore thinks I'm like you, said Milo, only crazy and deluded and even worse at magic than Neville. Hey, no, that can't be, said Hermione. If you weren't a wizard, the wards wouldn't let you enter Hogsmeade or Hogwarts. You'd suddenly remember an important meeting and run off, I believe. I suppose it depends on the exact wording of the spell. Maybe the wards target everyone who isn't a wizard, witch, squib, or magical creature, or something. I don't suppose you have the spell description in the library? Said Hermione. Don't think so. More importantly, Milo's tongue tripped over itself. Even. He sighed. I've already lost. Snape won. I'm going to be expelled. No, I think it would take more than Snape's word for something like this. It's completely unprecedented. The Ministry will want to be involved, Dumbledore too, and McGonagall, of course the department that handles underage magic. The point is, I don't think we need to worry until Ministry officials start showing up. Hello, said a cheerful voice, interrupting Hermione mid-sentence. Milo turned to see a portly, two-man in a pinstriped cloak and green bowler cap, major NPC, standing at the entrance to the hospital wing. Hermione gasped, her face completely white. Said Milo. Hello, sir? He was guessing wildly, but judging by Hermione's reaction, this was either a local king, evil vizier, or Lord Voldemort himself. Milo carefully rearranged his blankets so they wouldn't impede him if he made a run for the window, and stuffed Mordenkainen back into his belt. Oh, that won't be necessary, said the man. I'm Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Ah crap.
Milo, Anastasia.
Lyodin. Fudge interrupted as he moved to sit next to Milo. Yes, I know who you are. Milo licked his lips, which had gone suddenly dry. He wouldn't be up to full hit points until midnight, when his second day of full bed rest finished. He slowly pulled both hands out from under his blankets so they wouldn't interfere with somatic spell components. This man, as Milo understood it, was king of an entire country of wizards. He probably had access to enough arcane power to rewrite reality according to his whims. I'm afraid there's been a spot of trouble, the minister said. I'm sure it's nothing, but it has a lot of us at the ministry scratching our heads. I'm here with some colleagues who are waiting in the hall. Your Medowitch was quite severe with them, demanded no more than one of us be let in at a time, who are here to sort it out and solve the little mystery. Shouldn't take more than a moment, really. Hermione shot Milo a look of absolute panic. How can I help? Am I my lord? Milo asked. Really now, said Fudge, I'm not a lord, you know. Forgive me, your divine imperial majesty. The fat little man sighed and removed his bowler cap. Just Mr. Fudge will do, Milo. And to answer your question earlier, all you have to do is follow me, answer a few questions, and brew a potion. We can have you back to your bed and friends in a few minutes. Milo panicked. It was the end of the day, and he was almost out of spells. He couldn't prepare new ones until Monday. I'd love to, but I'm afraid I'm grievously injured, Milo stammered. I was thrown out a window just the other day, you know? The lovely Miss Pomfrey assures me that you're in good enough shape to move about, if only for a short time, said Fudge. And I'm afraid I have to insist. It's quite out of my hands, you see. But you're the Milo said, before remembering who he was talking to. Fudge could probably lay waste to armies with a wave of his hand. Okay, I'll go with you, he said meekly. Good lad, said the minister as Milo climbed to his feet. I want to go with him, Hermione said firmly. Said the minister. Well, shouldn't you stay here and rest? No, she insisted. I'll be fine, Pomfrey is just being overprotective. I'm not letting him go anywhere alone, you wouldn't believe what happens. Milo grinned. It looked like she was finally grasping Adventurer Rule 1. You never split the party. Well, very well, but let it be known this wasn't my idea. Hermione weakly struggled to her feet. Her head was still tightly bandaged, as was her chest. From what Milo could understand, witches and wizards and muggles, too, likely had a completely different healing process from what he was familiar with. Milo moved next to Hermione, just in case, and together they followed the Minister for Magic. Outside the hospital wing's large double doors were 4 of his flunkies. These are my colleagues. Fudge gestured at his underlings. Mathilda Hopkirk from the Improper Use of Magic office, he said, pointing at a stern, gray-haired witch, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. Fudge pointed at what Milo could only assume to be a half-toad clad all in pink, and Broderick Bode of the Department of Mysteries. Fudge pointed at a sallow-skinned wizard. In the back there is Walden McNair of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I'm sure he won't be necessary. Fudge pointed at a huge wizard standing head and shoulders taller than the others. This the little beastie? McNair asked in a low rumble. Well, said Fudge awkwardly. That has yet to be determined. If you'll all follow me? Fudge asked with a small gesture. Milo frowned. Is his timid incompetence an act as obfuscation? Or is he really this anxious all the time? If so, how did he become ruler of an empire of what are, essentially, demigods? He can't have, Milo realized. Either he's a brilliant chess master behind this facade or… Fudge led the group into the dungeons, but Milo barely noticed. Or someone else is the real power behind the throne. But is it Dumbledore, Lucius, Voldemort, or some third party? Either way, I really need to figure out how to pass Snape's test. It wasn't that impossible, really. All he had to do was get a cauldron to bubble instead of exploding. The only catch was that he hardly had any spells left. He'd been using Scholar's Touch to catch up on his reading. Milo ran his fingers through his hair. He hadn't quite realized how vulnerable that made him at night. How long is it to midnight? He asked Hermione, who checked her watch. Less than 2 hours, she said with a yawn. It's way past my bedtime. Milo chewed his lip. He had a plan of sorts. He just had to delay until midnight, and then delay for an hour while he prepared spells. And then he had to figure out how to make a handful of spells designed for killing orcs in 10 by 10 stone rooms do something they were never intended to. All the while with the most powerful men in the country breathing down his neck. Wonderful. I'm sure if you just double-check your measuring, Hermione said in an attempt to be reassuring, you'll do fine. Milo grinned nervously, then steeled himself. He had the beginnings of a plan in mind, but for that he would need spells. So, Milo my boy, where did you say you came from? Fudge asked. Myra, Milo said proudly. City of Light. City of Magic. The Mirari government, though completely inept at dealing with dragons, goblins, and bandits, nonetheless had a sophisticated system of divinations set up to detect citizens who didn't add the legally mandated city motto after saying the city's name. Milo wasn't sure exactly how far-reaching the effects were, so even here he made sure to say it and, for that matter, think it. Nobody knew exactly what the punishment was for breaking that particular law, because nobody knew anyone who had ever done it. Personally, Milo suspected that lawbreakers were retroactively erased from the timeline altogether. Where is that, exactly? Asked Fudge. America? Europe? Said Milo. He wasn't sure exactly how secret he was supposed to keep his otherworldly nature. On the other hand, Fudge was probably watching him with a battery of divinations or whatever the local equivalent was called to catch him lying. So, I can't tell the truth and I probably can't tell a lie. No, Milo said. Not America or Europe. And now I need a diversion. Did you see that ludicrous display last week? I dare say. I had more galleons riding on a wanderer's victory than were in the Spanish Armada, Fudge said. Mind, the cannons were all riding Nimbus 2000s, he said. That must have been the reason. donated at the last minute by an anonymous benefactor. The Wanderers, though, rumor has it they were on an experimental new broom. Must have been rubbish, though. Milo's curiosity was perked. If there's one thing every adventurer listens to, it's unfounded rumors told by fat little men. He knew his present situation was dire, but he just had to dig for more information. An experimental broom? Milo asked. So I'd heard. Made by a total unknown in Wales somewhere. Doesn't even have a proper name yet. It's all very hush-hush, even to mean I'm the minister. So, your, ministership, sir, do you have any guesses about who donated all the broomsticks? Off the record? There's only one family with the wealth and influence to afford a team set of nimbuses with a vested interest in seeing the broomstick succeed. Fudge said conspiratorially, and that's the Malfoys. Mr. Malfoy is on the Nimbus board of directors, you know. Milo had no idea what a board of directors was, but he didn't care. Everything he heard seemed to be pointing to that family. The manner he first woke up in, Draco's very existence, and at the exact same age as him, too. Lucius in the forest, and wasn't Draco taunting him about Quidditch just the other day? Milo knew an adventure hook when he saw one. Later, Milo thought, first, I need to avoid being expelled. Expulsion would be inconvenient and annoying, but it wasn't as if Milo had any vested interest in obtaining a magic education in the wrong sort of magic. Mostly, he just wanted to stay in Hogwarts because Lucius, for some reason, wanted him out. Ah, here we are, said Fudge as they approached Snape's classroom in the dungeons. You know, when I attended this school, this was where they used to lock us when we misbehaved. Ah, the joys of youth. Without even being prompted, McNair and Bode each opened one of the double doors, allowing Fudge to enter. Milo was still unsure if the man's bumbling nature was an act or not. Milo and Hermione followed, with Fudge's underlings behind them. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and a small group of men Milo didn't recognize were waiting in the classroom for them. Something about the way the group of men stood, and the fact that they were all dressed the same, made Milo think they were some form of wizard police or military. What was the word for that? They had a word for that, Milo thought, trying to remember. It was in one of the books he'd read with scholar's touch. Sitting in the middle of the classroom was a small, pewter cauldron. Next to it were the ingredients such as they were for Snape's test potion. Snape looked excited, McGonagall worried, and Dumbledore as enigmatic as always. In accordance with Section 32.141 Alpha of the 1634 Statute on Inexplicable Phenomena of a Magical Nature, Umbridge declared in an authoritative voice, reading from a scroll she'd been carrying somewhere on her person, which states, in the words of the great wizard Peabody, when something really WIRD happens, and hear ye me I do mean really, WIRD, and lo, it hath never happened before, and neither sir nor gentle lady knoweth what to do. Let the goddamn Department of Mysteries handle it. Why here? And forsooth, mocketh sure there are at least a half-dozen Aurors around, if ye know what be good for ye. The first preliminary inquiry to determine the nature of one entity known as Milo Amastatialiodin, of a species yet to be determined, is to be convened, under the supervision of one Broderick Bode of the Department of Mysteries, and in the presence of 6 fully qualified Aurors of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Also in attendance are Hogwarts professors Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and Severus Snape, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, Walden McNair of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Mathilda Hopkirk from the Improper Use of Magic Office, and Ms. Hermione Granger. The objective of the inquiry is 1. To determine the species of the individual in question. 2. If he turns out to be human, whether he is a wizard, squib, or otherwise. 3. If not a wizard, determine how he got past the magical wards protecting this castle and the village known as Hogsmeade. 4. If not human, to turn the inquiries over to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures for study, and, if deemed appropriate, execution. Let the Inquisition commence. Umbridge put away her parchment and stepped back. Now, Milo, I want you to understand that these are just preliminary inquiries. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and we're just going to try and see if they're worth looking into is all. That business about the execution is just a formality, he said in a dry voice. Milo had just started sighing with relief when he continued. Unless, of course, you aren't human, and are some form of hitherto undiscovered magical creature, in which case you'll be staked, beheaded, buried upside down in sanctified concrete for a year and a day, then dug up, salted, shot with 13 silver bullets, cremated, and disapparated into the sun. In my experience, that'll kill anything short of a dementor. Milo laughed weakly. So Milo said nervously, how exactly are we going to go about this? The first test is easy enough. Your potions master was good enough to brew us up some Veritasirum. You just have to drink a drop. And what will that do exactly? Milo asked. It'll make it impossible for you to tell a lie. Bode said. Okay, hit me, Milo said and reached out. Snape, with a grin, produced a tiny vial of clear potion from his robes. For one brief, extremely embarrassing moment, Milo wished he were a bard in order to cast glibness. Snape poured out a single, tiny drop of Veritasirum into a glass of water, stirred it slowly, and passed it to Milo.
Milo asked.
How long will this last for? It's not permanent, is it? Unfortunately, Snape said, it will wear off in a few hours. Okay then, Milo said and gulped the potion down in one go. To his surprise, it didn't really taste like anything, and he didn't even feel different. Dangerous, he thought. A colorless, tasteless potion that makes one tell the truth. Now, said Bode. Are you a human? Seriously? Milo asked. That's your test? Yes, I'm a human. What town or city are you from? Myra. City of Flight. City of Magic. And in which country is Myra situated? The Azel Empire. And on which continent is this Azel Empire located? The Azel continent. Milo, are you, in fact, from another world? Yes, Milo said simply. Feeling he had to elaborate, he continued rapidly, the words almost spilling over themselves in an effort to be said. A few months ago, I was summoned, without warning, to a manor near the village I later learned was Hogsmeade by a group of Death Eaters. Oh, surely we're not believing this nonsense? Interrupted Fudge rudely. I must remind you, Dumbledore said calmly, that he is under the effects of Veritasirum. Then he must be deluded. His wild tales are proof of that. Surely you can see that, Albus. We should wait for Bode to finish, Dumbledore said, and then make a judgment. Very well. Carry on, then. Milo, I'll be as direct as I can hear, Bode said. Are you a muggle? No. Are you a squib? No. Are your parents wizards? I don't know. Are you an orphan? I don't know. Are you a wizard? Hells yes I am, Milo said fiercely. And anyone who says otherwise has another thing coming. There was a low murmur from the Aurors present. Well, there you have it, Dumbledore said, from his own mouth and under Veritasirum. I don't think this breach of my student's privacy has to go any further. Do you? He could be confounded, Fudge said stubbornly. In fact, I'd bet my hat that he is. If you were going to come to that conclusion in any case, Dumbledore said with a slight edge to his voice, then pray tell me why bother questioning him at all. The Board of Governors insisted, Dumbledore. It was out of my hands. I wonder how many of the governors are under the impression mistaken. I'm sure that their families would be put in danger if they didn't insist? Dumbledore asked. Albus. Fudge gasped, sounding scandalized. What are you suggesting? Nothing, he said. I was just thinking out loud. Don't mind me, as I am led to believe, Bode said. Your potions master has developed a test which he believes can prove conclusively whether or not you do, in fact, possess any magic. Professor? Snape stood up from his desk. He looked almost happy. Snape happy terrified Milo far more than Snape wrathful. Most conventional tests of magic, Snape said in a lecturing tone, could be fooled if the subject is merely extremely incompetent or weak. Even the simplest of charms can be fumbled by the mentally deficient. That Milo is the worst student of magic to enter this school in a century at least is not in question. What remains to be seen is whether he possesses any magic at all. Magic isn't a thing you just have, Milo thought angrily. It's something you have to work at, something you earn. You have to take magic for yourself. It isn't simply handed to you. To that end, I have developed a test, Snape continued. A potion that requires no thought, concentration, knowledge, or effort in the slightest. I will measure out the exact proportions of the ingredients, which will be checked by Albus Dumbledore and any others who wish to. All the boy has to do is pour them into the cauldron and stir once, counterclockwise. If the potion is created, he is a wizard. If not, it will explode, and I will leave him in the more than capable hands of the ministry to deal with as you see fit. Snape's expression harbored no doubt about what he thought should be done with the boy. Excuse me, Milo said. He could feel everyone's eyes on him. Does anyone have the time? There was a brief silence. Eventually, Fudge fished a gold pocket watch out from under his cloak. 11:30, Fudge said. So could we hurry this up? Some of us have to be up early tomorrow. This has to have been deliberate, Milo thought. Someone knows I have limited spells per day. They might even know that I routinely burn my remaining spell slots on Scholar's Touch before bed and scheduled this accordingly. Why else would the Minister for Magic himself consent to an inquisition at this hour? Surely he has other things to be doing. I think it's been established that I'm rubbish at potions, Milo said nervously. He had to kill time until he could prepare spells. Would anyone mind if I did a quick read-through of my potions textbook to make sure I did this right? But you just have to stir it, Fudge said exasperatedly. Better safe than sorry, Milo said. If I mess up the stir, the whole experiment is void and I get buried in concrete. I might need the extra help. After all, help will always be given at Hogwarts. To those who ask for it, Dumbledore finished his motto softly. Very well, he said to the assembled government types. I think the request is reasonable enough. Dumbledore said it without any particular weight to it, but somehow it was very clear that, even if he wasn't technically in charge here, his word on the matter was final. So I'll just run off and grab my text. I don't think so, Bode said firmly. If you are some sort of magical creature with powers unknown, I don't think we should let you out of our sight. Professor Snape, do you have a copy of whatever your first-year textbook is on hand? Accio Magical Drafts and Potions, Snape said, and, with a flick of his wand, a textbook flew out of a nearby bookshelf and into his hand. Convenient, Milo thought, and a lot less expensive than Dromage's instant summons, that's for sure. Without a word, the potions master passed Milo the heavy, and more importantly, large textbook. If there's one thing about wizards, it's that they never use standardized sheets of A4. Milo made a big show of opening up the book and reading it studiously. Very studiously. 28 eyes bored into Milo's head as he, eventually, turned a page and continued reading at a snail's pace. Oh, surely this isn't necessary, Fudge said impatiently. Just go and stir the ruddy pot. Boy,